After my brother stole our inheritance, I turned his wedding into a public confession he'll never forget. I, 33F, always knew my brother Daniel, 36, was the favorite, but I never imagined he'd actually steal from me. Growing up, Daniel could do no wrong. Straight A's, varsity football, the works. I was the artsy one who barely scraped by in math and didn't want to go to law school like Dad wanted. Our parents loved us both, I think, but Daniel made them proud in ways I never could. I accepted that a long time ago. When they died 2 years ago in a car accident, I was devastated. We both were. The will reading happened 3 weeks later, and that's when everything fell apart. The lawyer, Marcus, read through the documents and basically said Daniel got everything. The house, the cars, their savings, all of it. I got some personal items and that was it. I was confused. My parents always talked about being fair, about making sure we were both taken care of. But apparently they changed their minds before they died. Marcus showed me the paperwork. It looked official. I signed where he told me to sign and left. Daniel moved into their house immediately, started driving Dad's Mercedes, posted vacation photos from Cabo 3 months later. Meanwhile, I was working 2 jobs trying to keep my rent paid. I lived in a 1-bedroom apartment that smelled like the Indian restaurant downstairs. Every time I saw Daniel's Instagram stories, I wanted to throw my phone across the room. About a year after they died, I finally confronted him. I showed up at the house and asked him point blank if he thought this was what Mom and Dad really wanted. He barely looked up from his laptop, told me to get over it, said I never made them proud anyway, so why would they leave me anything substantial? Then he asked me to leave because he had friends coming over. I left. What else could I do? I had no proof of anything, just a gut feeling that something was wrong. For the next year, I watched him live my life. Or at least, the life I could have had if I'd gotten my fair share. He renovated the kitchen, bought a boat, started dating Victoria, this gorgeous woman from a wealthy family. Her parents loved him, of course. Everyone loved Daniel. Then 6 months ago, he announced they were getting engaged. The wedding planning started immediately, and it was massive. Ice sculptures, a designer dress, a jazz band, the whole thing. Victoria's parents were paying for a 2-week honeymoon in the Maldives. I got an invitation, obviously. Couldn't have people talking about family drama. Daniel actually asked me to help with the wedding slideshow. Said it would mean a lot to have family involved. I told him I'd think about it. 3 weeks before the wedding, I got a call from Marcus. He sounded nervous, said he needed to talk to me in person. We met at a Starbucks, and he barely made eye contact. Turns out, Daniel had threatened him over some unrelated business deal. Marcus was angry, scared, and apparently had a conscience after all. He told me everything. Daniel had convinced him to alter the will, paid him off, forged some signatures, made it look like our parents wanted everything to go to Daniel. Marcus had the original will, the emails, the bank transfers showing Daniel moving my share into his private account. $847,000. That's what he stole from me. I sat there with cold coffee in my hand, looking at the evidence on Marcus's laptop. I could have gone to the police, could have hired a lawyer. But legal battles take years and cost money I didn't have. Daniel had resources now. My resources. Then I remembered the slideshow. I told Marcus I'd handle it from here. That night, I texted Daniel and said I'd love to make the wedding slideshow. He sent back 3 exclamation points and a heart emoji. I had 3 weeks to plan the perfect revenge. The wedding was at this luxury hotel with a massive ballroom, ice sculptures, champagne fountains, probably 200 guests. Victoria's parents clearly spent a fortune. I got there early to set up the slideshow, told everyone I wanted to make sure the technical stuff worked perfectly. No one questioned it. Why would they? Daniel was in the groom's suite, looking like he'd already won the lottery. I guess he had, technically, just not the legitimate way. The ceremony was fine. Vows, tears, the whole performance. Daniel played his part perfectly. Loving son, devoted husband-to-be, golden child till the end. Family members kept saying how proud our parents would be. My Aunt Patricia actually cried and said it was such a shame they weren't there to see this. I smiled and nodded. Saved my program as a souvenir. During the reception dinner, the best man and maid of honor gave their speeches. Everyone praised Daniel. So generous, such a good man. His parents raised him right. Each compliment felt like a knife. I pushed my salmon around my plate and waited. Then it was time for the slideshow. I stood up and announced that I'd put together a special tribute to Daniel's journey. The lights dimmed. It started normal. Baby photos, Little League pictures, high school graduation, photos with our parents. People were smiling, some were tearing up. Then I let the next slide appear. In memory of Daniel's parents, who wanted to leave a legacy of fairness and love, the screen said. And then the scanned copy of the original will filled the screen. The real one, with the 50-50 split highlighted in yellow. The gasps started immediately. Next slide. Email exchange between Daniel and Marcus. Subject line, revised documents. You could read every word. Then another email. She'll never know, Daniel had written. The room went completely silent. You could hear forks being set down on plates. Bank transfer records came next. $847,000 moved from the estate account to Daniel's private account. The date was 2 weeks after our parents died. Then screenshots of text messages between him and Marcus. All of it right there, blown up on a 10-foot screen. Daniel ran toward the projector, but it was too late. Everyone had already seen it. People were pulling out their phones, taking pictures of the screen. Victoria was standing at the head table, frozen. Her face had gone completely white. Her father was already on his phone. Her mother grabbed Victoria's arm and started walking her toward the exit. Victoria didn't even look back, just left her bouquet sitting on the table. The chaos started immediately. Some guests left right away. Others crowded around Daniel, demanding answers. My Aunt Patricia was yelling something about how he could do this to his own sister. His college friends were backing away from him like he was radioactive. Even his best man just stood there with his mouth open, not defending him anymore. Uncle Robert found me near the door and hugged me, said I had every right. My cousin Michelle hissed that this was trashy and vindictive as she walked past. Daniel's godmother didn't even acknowledge me, just grabbed her purse and left. I didn't stay for dessert, just grabbed my things and walked out. I could hear Daniel's voice behind me trying to explain, but I didn't turn around. I drove home in complete silence. Didn't turn on the radio, didn't call anyone, just drove. And when I got home and climbed into bed, I slept better than I had in 2 years. No nightmares, no anxiety, nothing. Just sleep. The next morning, my phone had 47 missed calls and over 100 texts. I didn't answer any of them right away. Just made coffee and sat on my couch, staring at the wall. Victoria's parents canceled the Maldives honeymoon and demanded their money back from the travel agency. Victoria moved back to her parents' house that same night. Daniel's social media went dark. Everything either deleted or made private. My family split right down the middle.
Uncle Robert and Aunt Linda were on my side. Said Daniel stole from me and deserved worse. That I'd tried handling it privately, and he'd laughed in my face. My cousin Sarah sent me a long text about how proud she was of me for standing up for myself. But Aunt Patricia stopped speaking to me entirely. Daniel's godmother sent me a voicemail calling me vindictive and cruel. Some of the older relatives said I should have handled it through lawyers, that I'd ruined his marriage before it even started. A few cousins just went quiet, refusing to pick sides. Victoria actually reached out to me a week later. She wanted to hear the full story. We met at a coffee shop and I walked her through everything. She looked exhausted. She said she wished I'd told her before the wedding. I asked if she would have believed me. She admitted probably not. She filed for annulment 2 days after that. Told me she wasn't angry at me, just tired. Daniel threatened to sue me for defamation. I told him everything I showed was true and he was welcome to try. His new lawyer apparently advised him not to pursue it because it would just expose him further. He tried claiming I'd edited the documents, but Marcus came forward publicly and confirmed everything was authentic. The State Bar Association started investigating Marcus. He'll probably be disbarred, and honestly, he should be. I'm working with my own lawyer now on a civil suit against Daniel. It could take 1 to 2 years. I might get my money back, or I might just get a fraction after legal fees. I honestly don't know. My lawyer says I have a strong case, but nothing's guaranteed. Thanksgiving is coming up in a few weeks. The family can't agree on where to host. Aunt Patricia uninvited me from her house where we usually have it. Uncle Robert is hosting an alternative dinner for everyone on my side. My family is broken now. Maybe it always was, and I just didn't want to see it. Daniel still lives in our parents' house, the house that should be half mine. He lost most of his social circle. Victoria's already dating someone new. I saw it on her Instagram. His job is fine since he kept everything private from his co-workers, but his reputation with family and friends is completely destroyed. Some days I feel justified. Other days I wonder if I went too far. I'm still struggling financially while the lawsuit drags on, but I sleep better at night. I'm not the forgotten daughter anymore. Now I'm the vindictive sister. Not sure which is worse. I got a text from Daniel last week. Just 3 words. I hate you. I didn't respond. What would I even say? Part of me wants to feel guilty. The other part remembers watching him spend my inheritance on a new Tesla while I was eating ramen for dinner 4 nights a week. So here I am, asking strangers on the internet what they think because my own family can't agree. So I let my stepbrother fail his dream job interview, and apparently that makes me the villain. I'm 26 and I work in IT for a well-known tech company. My stepbrother Logan is 28, and he's spent the better part of the last decade making my life absolutely miserable. I'm talking constant put-downs, calling me a nerd, mocking my computer science degree, telling anyone who would listen that I only got my job because of diversity quotas. The guy dropped out of college halfway through sophomore year and has been bouncing between dead-end jobs ever since. Retail, delivery driving, warehouse work, whatever he could get. Our parents got married when I was 15 and Logan was 17. His dad married my mom, and from the very first day we met, Logan made it crystal clear that he thought I was beneath him. My stepdad owns a small business and has always been the type to side with Logan no matter what happened. I learned pretty quickly to just keep my head down, focus on my grades, and stay out of their way as much as possible. I moved out for college but ended up moving back in about a year ago. My mom and stepdad offered me a huge discount on rent while I saved up for a house, and financially, it made sense. I figured I could deal with Logan for a while since he was barely home anyway, always out with friends or working random shifts. This whole mess started about 2 months ago. I was working from home in my bedroom when Logan just barged in without knocking. He does that all the time, acts like basic privacy doesn't apply to him.
He looked at me and said his company was hiring and I needed to refer him. Not ask. Tell. Like it was a given. I looked up from my laptop and told him he didn't have any IT experience. His response was that it didn't matter because we're family, and I could vouch for him. I tried to explain that referrals are based on actual professional qualifications, and given how he'd treated me over the years, I didn't think I was the right person to be vouching for him. He laughed in my face, asked if I was seriously still mad about some jokes, told me to grow up and that this was about his career. I told him if it was about his career, he should build it himself. Reminded him that he'd spent years telling me I didn't earn my position, so he should prove he could earn his. That set him off. He started yelling about how selfish I was, how family is supposed to help family, how he deserved the job more than half the people already working there. My stepdad heard all the shouting and came in, and of course he immediately took Logan's side. Told me I was being petty and childish, and that I should help my brother out. I held firm. No referral. Logan stormed out saying he'd get the job without my help anyway, and that he'd prove he was better than me. I figured that was the end of it. Logan talks a big game but rarely follows through on anything. But 2 weeks later he came home with this huge grin on his face, announcing he'd gotten an interview. A remote technical interview scheduled for the following Friday. Told me he didn't need me after all. I was genuinely shocked they'd called him back. Out of curiosity, I checked the printer later that night and found his resume. He'd completely fabricated everything. Listed freelance IT consulting, systems troubleshooting, network maintenance. All kinds of experience he absolutely did not have. Zero proof, zero references that could be verified, just straight-up lies. But the interview was real. I checked our internal system and saw his name scheduled with one of our senior technical managers. That's when I knew this was going to end badly for him one way or another. 3 days before his interview, Logan showed up at my door again. His whole attitude was different this time. Less cocky, more desperate. He told me he needed help prepping for the interview. When I pointed out that he said he didn't need me, he told me not to be a dick and just give him some pointers on what they might ask. I said no. Flat out refused. His face went completely red. He couldn't believe I was actually going to let him go into the interview blind. I told him he lied on his resume and brought this situation on himself, and I wasn't going to be part of it. That's when Logan decided to play dirty. He went straight to my mom and stepdad and spun this whole story about how I was refusing to help family and how they should make things difficult for me until I cooperated. That very night at dinner, my stepdad told me that if I didn't help Logan prepare for his interview, they were going to start charging me full market rent, and I could see how far my IT salary got me then. My mom just sat there nodding along with everything he said. Didn't defend me, didn't question whether what Logan was asking was even reasonable. Just agreed that I should help him. I was completely trapped. I'd been saving aggressively for a down payment, but I wasn't quite ready to move out yet. The rent discount had been a huge part of my financial plan, and Logan knew exactly what he was doing. He knew I couldn't just leave. So the next day when Logan came back, I smiled and told him he was right. We're family, and I should help him. I said I'd put together some study materials and coach him through the basics. The relief on his face was instant. He actually thanked me, said he knew I'd come around eventually, told me this job was going to change his life, and he wouldn't forget that I helped him. I spent the next 2 days creating the most beautiful collection of completely wrong information you could imagine. Outdated commands that haven't been relevant since 2010, acronyms I completely made up that sounded technical enough to be believable. Troubleshooting methods that would actually make problems worse instead of fixing them. I even threw in some fake insider knowledge about what our company supposedly looks for in candidates. The best part was telling him the interview would definitely be cameras off because that's just how remote interviews work now, so he could read from his notes the whole time and they'd never know. Logan studied everything I gave him like his life depended on it. He kept coming to my room asking follow-up questions, wanting clarification on certain points, and I just kept feeding him more garbage. He even bragged to my stepdad about how prepared he felt, how he was definitely going to crush this interview thanks to my help. He never once thought to fact-check anything, never looked anything up online, never asked anyone else for a second opinion, just trusted everything I told him completely. Interview day finally arrived. I was working from home that day, so I was in my room when Logan set up his laptop in the living room. I could hear everything through my door. He had my fake study guide printed out and sitting right next to his computer, ready to reference. Then I heard the interviewer's voice asking him to turn on his camera. The silence that followed was perfect. Logan stammered something about thinking the interview was cameras off, and the interviewer told him they always do video interviews. I heard him fumbling to turn his camera on, his voice already shaky and nervous. The interviewer started with softball questions, really basic stuff that anyone with even minimal IT knowledge would know. And Logan, reading straight from my notes, gave the most spectacularly wrong answers possible. I had to bite my lip to keep from laughing out loud as I listened to him confidently spout complete nonsense. Every answer made it more and more obvious that he had no idea what he was talking about. The interviewer's tone shifted from friendly to confused to annoyed within about 10 minutes. And then the interview was over. Ended early. I heard the interviewer say they'd be in touch and disconnect the call. For a moment there was just silence from the living room. Then Logan absolutely lost it. Logan started screaming from the living room, just yelling obscenities at his laptop, at the wall, at nothing in particular. I stayed in my room, still pretending to work, listening to him lose his mind. Then my door slammed open. He didn't knock, just burst in looking absolutely furious. His face was red and he was shaking. He started shouting at me, asking what I told him, demanding to know what information I gave him for the interview. I looked up from my laptop as calmly as I could and told him I gave him exactly what he asked for. Interview prep. He lost it even more, told me everything I said was wrong, every single thing. The interviewer looked at him like he was insane. I just sat there and said that was weird. I must have gotten my wires crossed somehow. That's when he figured it out. He accused me of doing it on purpose, of sabotaging him deliberately. I pointed out that I gave him the help he demanded. Not my fault he didn't know enough about IT to fact-check any of it. Which, by the way, was exactly why I didn't want to refer him in the first place. He told me I knew he didn't know anything about this stuff, that I set him up. I stood up and told him no, he set himself up when he lied on his resume, when he faked all his experience, when he tried to force his way into a job he had no business applying for. I just gave him what he asked for. He threatened to tell our parents. I told him to go ahead, tell them how he lied to a company, how he demanded I help him cheat in an interview, and how he got mad when his own lies caught up with him. He actually ran downstairs to find my stepdad. I could hear the whole argument from my room. Logan screaming about how I ruined his life, how this was his one shot at a real career, how I deliberately fed him wrong information knowing he'd fail. My stepdad came upstairs and asked what I did. I told him I helped Logan prepare for an interview he wasn't qualified for. My stepdad said I knew Logan didn't know this stuff, that I should have properly prepared him. I reminded him that Logan shouldn't have applied for an IT job if he didn't know anything about IT. That Logan told me repeatedly he didn't need my help, and that he deserved the position more than me. So I let him prove it. My mom got involved at that point. She called a full family meeting in the living room, all four of us sitting there while Logan went on about his future being destroyed, about how this was his chance to finally have a career and I took it away from him out of spite. My stepdad backed him up, saying I was vindictive and cruel, demanded that I call HR and fix the situation, get Logan another interview, explain that there was a misunderstanding. My mom just kept shaking her head, looking disappointed in me, said I was being petty and that family doesn't do this to each other. I let them all finish their speeches, let them get everything out. Then I explained a few things. First, I couldn't fix anything with HR even if I wanted to. Logan bombed a technical interview because he lied about his qualifications. That's completely on him. There's no misunderstanding to clear up. He failed because he didn't know what he was doing. Second, they forced me to help him, threatened my housing situation to manipulate me into doing what Logan wanted. After years of him treating me like garbage, mocking my education, telling everyone I didn't earn my position, they backed him up and threatened me. So I told them what was going to happen next. Nothing. I wasn't calling anyone at my company. I wasn't fixing anything. I wasn't apologizing. And I was moving out. My mom looked genuinely shocked when I said I was moving out. She asked what I meant. I told her I'd signed a lease the day before. I'd be out by the end of the month. My stepdad said I was being dramatic and throwing a tantrum, that I'd regret burning bridges with my family over something so stupid. Logan just sat there staring at me like he couldn't believe what was happening. I told them I wasn't burning bridges. They burned them when they chose Logan's entitled attitude over basic respect for me. I was just done pretending everything was fine. The next day I started packing. I'd found a one-bedroom apartment about 20 minutes away. It was more expensive than what I'd been paying my parents, but my savings could handle it. More importantly, I wouldn't have to deal with any of them anymore. My mom tried talking to me a few times while I was packing, kept saying I was overreacting, that Logan made a mistake, but that didn't mean I should leave. I told her Logan didn't make a mistake. He made a series of choices, and those choices had consequences. I was just removing myself from the situation. She tried the guilt trip angle, said I was her son and she didn't understand why I was doing this to her. I reminded her that she sat there and let my stepdad threaten me, let Logan blackmail me, and didn't say a word in my defense. So maybe she should think about why I felt the need to leave. My stepdad barely spoke to me during those 2 weeks, just glared at me whenever we were in the same room, made passive-aggressive comments about people who abandon family when things get tough. I ignored all of it. Logan was the worst, though. He went from angry to bitter real quick, started muttering insults whenever I walked by, told his friends I sabotaged him out of jealousy, made posts on social media about fake family members who stab you in the back. Never mentioned me by name, but it was obvious who he meant. I didn't engage with any of it, just focused on packing my stuff and getting out. The day I was loading up my car with the last of my boxes, Logan made sure to be there. He stood in the doorway with his arms crossed, watching me carry everything out. When I walked past him with a box, he said, "I knew I ruined his life, right?" I stopped and put the box down, told him no. He ruined his own life the second he decided lying was easier than actually learning something. I just refused to be part of his con. He said we were supposed to be family. I told him family doesn't blackmail each other. Family doesn't spend years putting each other down and then demand favors. He wanted to prove he was better than me, smarter than me, more deserving than me. Well, he proved the opposite. He didn't have anything to say to that. Just stood there looking angry and pathetic. My mom tried one last guilt trip as I was putting the final box in my car. Asked if I was really going to throw away this family over a job interview. I told her I was leaving because she chose his lies over my boundaries. That was her choice, not mine. She started crying, said she didn't choose anything, that she just wanted her family to get along. I told her that sometimes getting along means holding people accountable for their actions, and she'd never done that with Logan, not once. My stepdad came out then and told me if I left like this, I shouldn't expect to come back, that once I walked away from family, that was it. I told him that was fine with me, got in my car, and drove away. I didn't look back, didn't feel sad or guilty or conflicted, just felt relieved. The apartment was quiet when I got there. Started unpacking my stuff, setting everything up the way I wanted it. No one barging into my room, no one making snide comments. No one expecting me to fix their problems while treating me like dirt. For the first time in years, I felt like I could actually breathe. It's been about 3 weeks since I moved out. The apartment is smaller than I thought it would be, but it's mine. No family drama, no stepbrother barging in, no parents guilt-tripping me over dinner. Just peace and quiet.
Logan is apparently working at a car wash now.
I heard this through my mom, who still calls me every few days trying to get me to come back. She mentioned it like it was supposed to make me feel guilty, like I was supposed to feel bad that he's washing cars instead of working in IT. I don't. He applied for a job he wasn't qualified for, lied about his experience, and faced the consequences. The car wash is honest work, which is more than I can say for what he tried to pull. According to my mom, he's still telling everyone who will listen that I sabotaged his career. His friends, co-workers, random people at bars, apparently. The story keeps getting more dramatic, too. I've heard through the grapevine that he's now claiming I hacked the interview or called the hiring manager to badmouth him. None of that happened, obviously, but Logan has never let the truth get in the way of a good victim story. My stepdad sent me a long text about a week after I moved out. It was this whole thing about how disappointed he was in me, how I'd shown my true colors, how family is supposed to stick together through anything. He said Logan looked up to me, and I betrayed that trust. I almost laughed out loud when I read that part. Logan has never looked up to me a day in his life. He's looked down on me, sure, but never up. I didn't respond to the text. There was nothing to say. My stepdad made his choice when he threatened to kick me out for not helping Logan cheat his way into a job. He doesn't get to lecture me about family values now. My mom is a different story. She keeps calling and texting, asking when I'm going to get over this. She says she understands I was upset, but that I'm taking it too far. That Logan apologized, even though he hasn't apologized to me directly. She wants me to come to dinner, talk things out, move past all of this. I told her I'd think about it, but honestly, I don't know if I want to. Every conversation with her turns into her trying to defend Logan or minimize what happened. She keeps saying he just made a mistake, that he's struggling, that I should be the bigger person. Never mind that he spent years making my life miserable. Never mind that he tried to manipulate and blackmail me. None of that seems to matter to her. The thing is, I don't think she's malicious. I think she genuinely doesn't see what the problem is. In her mind, Logan needed help, and I'm his brother, so I should have helped him. The fact that he treated me like garbage for years doesn't factor into her equation. The fact that he wanted me to help him lie and cheat doesn't register as wrong to her. It's just family helping family. But that's not what family is supposed to be. At least, not to me. My friends have had mixed reactions to the whole situation. I told my best friend everything over beers about a week ago. He sat there listening to the whole story, and when I finished, he said I didn't set Logan up to fail. Logan was always going to fail that interview. I just made it happen faster and in a more spectacular fashion. Some of my other friends think I went too far. They say I should have just kept refusing to help instead of actively sabotaging him. That giving him wrong information was cruel and vindictive. One friend said I stooped to Logan's level by doing it. I've thought about that a lot. Maybe they're right. Maybe I should have just kept saying no and dealt with whatever consequences came from that. Moved out sooner, paid more in rent, whatever. But at the same time, Logan was never going to pass that interview. He had zero IT knowledge and lied about all his experience. The outcome would have been exactly the same whether I helped him or not. The only difference is this way: he can't say he failed because I refused to help him. He failed because of the help I gave him, which means he has to confront the fact that he didn't know what he was doing. Though knowing Logan, he's probably still not confronting that reality. Easier to blame me than admit he screwed up. Work has been fine. Better than fine, actually. No one at the company knows about the Logan situation except HR. They flagged his application as not eligible for rehire after the interview disaster, which is standard procedure for people who lie on their resumes. My manager has no idea Logan is related to me, and I'm planning to keep it that way. I've actually been more productive at work since moving out. Not having to deal with constant family drama means I can focus on my projects. I'm up for a promotion in a few months, and my manager has been hinting that it's looking good for me. Logan would probably say I don't deserve it, that I'm only getting it because of diversity quotas or favoritism, or whatever excuse makes him feel better. But I know I've earned it. The only family member who's reached out in a normal way is my aunt, my mom's sister. She called me last week and said she'd heard what happened from my mom. She told me Logan sounded like an entitled brat, and that my mom should have stood up for me instead of backing my stepdad. It was validating to hear someone from the family acknowledge that I wasn't crazy or overreacting. She also told me that this wasn't the first time Logan had pulled something like this. Apparently, a few years ago, he'd borrowed money from my stepdad's business and never paid it back. Just expected it to be forgiven because he's family. My aunt said my stepdad wrote it off and never talked about it again. She said enabling Logan has been a pattern for years, and maybe what I did was the wake-up call he needed. I don't know if it will be a wake-up call, though. From what I've heard, Logan is still playing the victim, still telling everyone I'm the bad guy, still acting like the world owes him something. Part of me feels guilty. Not for what I did exactly, but for how it all went down. I keep wondering if there was a better way to handle it. Some path where I could have stood my ground without it turning into this massive family explosion. But then I remember Logan barging into my room demanding I refer him. I remember my stepdad threatening to kick me out if I didn't help. I remember years of put-downs and insults and being treated like I was less than. And the guilt fades pretty quick. I've been sleeping better since I moved out. I didn't realize how much stress I was carrying until it was gone. No more walking on eggshells. No more wondering when Logan would start something. No more feeling like I had to justify my existence in my own home. My apartment is quiet. Sometimes too quiet, honestly. But I'll take too quiet over constant tension any day. I don't know what happens next with my family. Maybe my mom will eventually understand why I left. Maybe my stepdad will realize that unconditionally backing Logan doesn't actually help him. Maybe Logan will get his act together and stop blaming everyone else for his problems. Or maybe none of that will happen. Maybe this is just how things are now. Me in my apartment, them in their house, and a bunch of burned bridges in between. I'm okay with that if that's how it has to be. I gave them chances. I set boundaries. I asked for basic respect. They chose Logan's entitlement over all of that. So now I'm choosing myself, my peace, my sanity, my own life without their drama. And honestly, I don't regret it.
Turns out I'm the petty one. AITA for letting my sister's wedding collapse after she uninvited me. I, 25, have been dealing with my older sister, Emma, 29, for my entire life. And when I say dealing with, I mean constantly walking on eggshells around her ego. Emma has always been the type to compare everything. When I got my first car, she made comments about how hers was more practical. When I graduated college, she pointed out that her degree was more useful. You get the idea. The real problems started about 2 years ago when I landed a corporate job right out of college. I was 23, making decent money, and by 24, I had saved enough for a down payment on a condo. Nothing crazy, just a one-bedroom in a decent neighborhood, but you would have thought I'd bought a mansion the way Emma reacted. Suddenly, every family dinner included some comment about how lucky I was, or how some people have to work harder for success, or how young people today have it so easy with their corporate jobs. My parents didn't help. They kept praising my financial decisions, which I appreciate, but it definitely created this weird tension. Emma was still renting with her fiancé, Dave,
and I could tell it bothered her that her younger sister had bought property first. I never brought it up. I never flaunted it. But it didn't matter. The resentment was already there. 3 months ago, Emma called me all excited. She and Dave had finally set a date for their wedding. They'd been engaged for almost a year at that point, and honestly, I was thrilled for her. Whatever weirdness existed between us, I wanted her to be happy. I told her congratulations, asked about the plans, the whole thing. She seemed genuinely happy to share everything with me. Then she mentioned they were struggling with the budget. The venues they wanted were too expensive. The caterers were charging insane prices, and don't even get her started on DJs. I didn't even think twice before offering to help. I'd built up a pretty solid professional network through my job. I knew people. I knew a guy who owned an event space, a woman who ran a catering company, a DJ who did corporate events. All of them owed me favors or would cut deals for a referral. Emma jumped at the opportunity. She was so grateful, kept saying how I was saving her wedding, how she didn't know what she'd do without me. It felt good, honestly. Like maybe we could move past all the weird competitive stuff and just be sisters again. I reached out to my contacts. The venue guy gave her a 40% discount because of me. The caterer cut her prices almost in half. The DJ agreed to do it for basically nothing since I'd referred him so much business over the past year. But here's the thing that matters. They all asked me to be listed as the primary contact. It's pretty standard when someone is vouching for a client. They want to make sure they have a reliable point of contact, especially when giving major discounts. I didn't think anything of it. I signed the contracts as the primary contact, put down my card for deposits, and sent Emma all the information. She was ecstatic, kept texting me updates about dress shopping and flower arrangements. For a few weeks, everything seemed fine. Better than fine, actually. We were talking more than we had in months. Then her maid of honor entered the picture, Becca. I've known Becca since Emma met her in college, and Becca has never liked me. I don't know if it's because Emma constantly complained about me to her, or if Becca just decided on her own that I was the enemy. Either way, every time I saw her, she had some snide comment ready. Too young to understand real relationships, too focused on career to know about real life, that kind of thing. Emma started pulling back after Becca got more involved in the planning. Fewer texts, shorter responses. I figured she was just busy with wedding stuff and didn't think much of it. 2 months before the wedding, Emma called me. I was at work but stepped out to take it because I figured it was wedding related. The second she started talking, I knew something was wrong. Her voice had that rehearsed quality, like she'd practiced what she was going to say. She went on about how they'd been thinking about the wedding vibe and the guest list and the overall energy they wanted for the day. I was waiting for her to ask me to be a bridesmaid or something. Instead, she told me I was uninvited. Just like that. Uninvited from my own sister's wedding. Her reasoning was that I was too flashy and successful, and I would steal attention from her on her big day. She actually said the words, steal attention, like I was planning to show up in a wedding dress or propose to someone in the middle of her reception. She said they needed the vibe to be more wholesome and less about material success. Then she had the audacity to add that I should just send the money I was planning to spend on a dress as a gift instead. I sat there in the hallway outside my office, phone pressed to my ear, genuinely unable to process what I was hearing. My sister was uninviting me from her wedding because I had a job and a condo, because I was successful, because she was still jealous. I didn't yell. I didn't argue. I just said, sure, I understand. What else was I supposed to say? She sounded so relieved when I didn't push back. She even got a little condescending about it, thanking me for being mature and understanding that sometimes weddings are complicated and not everyone can be included. The call ended and I went back to my desk. I tried to work but couldn't focus. The whole thing kept replaying in my head. Not just the uninvite, but everything. Years of comments, Years of comparisons. Years of being made to feel bad for things I should have been proud of. That night I went home and just sat with it. I didn't call my parents. I didn't text my friends. I just sat there thinking about the fact that my sister valued her maid of honor's opinion over having me at her wedding. The next morning, I woke up feeling nothing. Not angry, not sad, just empty and cold. I made coffee, opened my laptop, and started going through my emails. I pulled up the vendor contracts. All of them listed me as the primary contact. All of them had been secured because of my relationships and my reputation. And Emma had just kicked me out of her wedding like I was some random guest she barely knew. I sat there staring at those emails for a long time. Then I started typing. 3 emails. 1 to the venue, 1 to the DJ, 1 to the caterer. All of them said basically the same thing. Due to changes in plans, please cancel the booking for Emma's wedding. Professional, brief, clean. I sent all 3 within 15 minutes. Then I closed my laptop and got ready for work. If I wasn't involved in the wedding, then I wasn't involved in the wedding. Simple as that. The responses came back within a day. All 3 vendors confirmed the cancellations. The venue mentioned they already had someone else interested in the date and would be booking them immediately. The DJ thanked me for the heads up. The caterer said she understood and wished me well. Professional, clean, done. I went about my life like nothing had happened. I know that sounds cold, but I genuinely felt nothing about it. I went to work, came home, hung out with friends on the weekend. Nobody in my personal circle knew about the wedding situation because I hadn't told anyone Emma uninvited me. It felt embarrassing to admit, honestly. My own sister didn't want me at her wedding. 1 week passed. No calls from Emma, no texts. Nothing. I figured she was busy with final preparations, or maybe she felt awkward after uninviting me. Either way, the silence was fine with me. 2 weeks passed. Still nothing. At this point, I started wondering if she'd even noticed I wasn't asking about wedding updates anymore. We'd gone from texting almost daily about wedding plans to complete radio silence. And apparently that was fine with her. I went to a work conference during the 3rd week. 3 days in another city, completely focused on presentations and networking. I didn't think about Emma or the wedding once. When I got back, I had a mountain of emails to deal with and jumped right back into my normal routine. Then, 48 hours before the wedding was supposed to happen, my phone started exploding. I was at my desk when the first call came through. Emma's name on the screen. I let it go to voicemail. Then another call. Another voicemail. Then texts started flooding in, all caps, lots of exclamation points. I couldn't even read them fully because they kept coming. I ignored it for about an hour. I was in the middle of something and figured whatever wedding emergency she had could wait. Maybe the florist messed up, or someone dropped out of the bridal party. Not my circus, not my monkeys anymore. But the calls didn't stop. My phone kept buzzing so much that my coworker asked if everything was okay. I finally excused myself and went outside to call her back. She answered on the first ring and immediately started screaming. Not talking, screaming. I had to hold the phone away from my ear. She was hysterical, demanding to know what I'd done, asking how I could do this to her, calling me every name she could think of. I waited until she took a breath and then asked what she was talking about. That made her even angrier. She yelled that the venue had called her that morning to confirm details for an event, and when she asked what they meant, they told her they had no booking under her name. She'd called them back, thinking it was a mistake, and they told her the booking had been canceled months ago by the primary contact. Me. Then she'd frantically called the DJ. Same story. Canceled. Then the caterer. Also canceled.
She was screaming about how the wedding was in 2 days and she had no venue, no food, no music, nothing. She demanded I fix it immediately. She kept saying I had to call them back, had to get the bookings reinstated, had to make this right. I stayed completely calm. I told her that she'd ask me not to be involved in her wedding, and I'd respected that decision. There was silence on the other end. Then she started up again, louder this time, saying that I knew what would happen, that I sabotaged her on purpose, that I ruined everything. I asked her when she'd last contacted any of the vendors directly. More silence. Then she admitted, in a much quieter voice, that she hadn't. She thought I was handling everything. She assumed I'd stay in contact with them as the primary contact, even though she'd uninvited me. I let that sink in for a second before responding. I told her that she'd uninvited me 2 months ago, and I'd canceled the bookings the next day. She'd had 8 weeks to follow up with her own wedding vendors and hadn't done it once. That wasn't on me. She started crying then, saying it was 2 days before her wedding, saying I was cruel, saying I was jealous of her happiness. I didn't engage with any of it. I just told her I had to get back to work and hung up. My phone immediately started ringing again. I declined the call. Then my parents called. I knew Emma had gotten to them. I answered because ignoring my parents felt like a step too far. My dad was trying to stay calm, but I could hear the panic in his voice. He asked what happened with Emma's wedding. I explained the situation clearly and factually. Emma uninvited me 2 months ago because she thought I'd steal attention. I canceled the vendor bookings that were under my name. Emma never followed up with the vendors herself and only just discovered the cancellations. There was a long pause. Then my mom got on the phone and asked why I didn't tell them Emma had uninvited me. I said it was Emma's wedding and Emma's choice, and I didn't see the point in creating family drama over it. My mom said something about how I should have been the bigger person. My dad asked if I could call the vendors and fix it. I told them no. The venue had already booked someone else. The other vendors had likely taken other jobs, and more importantly, I wasn't going to. Emma made her choice, and I'd made mine. My mom started crying. My dad said something about family and forgiveness. I told them I had to go and ended the call. Then I turned my phone on Do Not Disturb and went back inside. That evening, I finally looked at my phone. 73 missed calls. Over 100 text messages. The family group chat had exploded. Apparently Emma had told everyone what happened, though her version painted me as a vindictive monster who sabotaged her wedding out of pure jealousy. My Aunt Sarah had defended me, saying Emma shouldn't have uninvited me in the first place. My Uncle Tom said I'd gone too far and ruined Emma's special day out of spite. My cousins were split down the middle. Some were asking for my side of the story. Others were already calling me names. I typed out a simple response to the group chat, explaining that Emma had uninvited me 2 months prior, and I'd canceled vendor bookings that were secured through my professional contacts and listed under my name. I didn't apologize. I didn't elaborate. I just stated facts and then muted the chat. Emma posted something on Facebook that night about family betrayal and learning who your real supporters are. She didn't name me directly, but everyone knew. Becca commented something about how some people can't handle other people's happiness. A few of Emma's friends piled on. I didn't respond. I didn't even react to the post. Dave hadn't said anything through all of this. I found that interesting. He'd always been pretty quiet, but I would have expected him to at least text me something. Anything. Radio silence from him felt deliberate. The wedding was supposed to be yesterday. I stayed home, kept my phone on silent, and watched Netflix. I didn't feel guilty. I didn't feel victorious. I just felt tired of the whole situation. Later that night, I finally checked my messages. My cousin Lisa had sent me a long text about what happened. The wedding still occurred, technically.
Emma and Dave went to the courthouse with about 15 people and got married there. No reception, no party. Emma cried through the entire ceremony. Becca apparently spent the whole time telling anyone who would listen that I'd sabotaged everything because I was jealous. Some people agreed with her. Others apparently defended me, saying Emma had brought it on herself. My parents called the next morning asking for a family meeting. I knew it was coming. I agreed to meet them at their house that evening after work. I wasn't looking forward to it, but avoiding it would only make things worse. When I got there, Emma and Dave were already in the living room. Emma wouldn't look at me. She was sitting on the couch with her arms crossed, staring at the floor. Dave sat next to her, looking uncomfortable. My parents were in their usual chairs, both looking exhausted. My dad started by saying that everyone needed to communicate calmly and respectfully. My mom added that we were family, and family works through problems together. Standard parent mediation stuff. Then they both looked at me like I was supposed to start. I said I didn't have anything to add beyond what I'd already explained. Emma uninvited me. I canceled bookings that were under my name. She had 2 months to check on her own wedding and didn't. My mom immediately jumped in, saying that I should have warned Emma before canceling everything, that I knew what would happen and did it anyway. I pointed out that Emma knew what would happen when she uninvited me from her wedding. She knew those vendors were my contacts. She knew I was listed as primary. She made a choice, and so did I. My dad said that both of us made mistakes, and we both needed to apologize and move forward. I refused. I told them clearly that I wasn't apologizing for enforcing a boundary. Emma wanted me uninvolved, so I became uninvolved. Simple as that. Emma finally spoke up. She said I knew exactly what would happen when I canceled everything, that I did it to hurt her, that I wanted to ruin her wedding because I was jealous she was getting married and I wasn't. Her voice was shaky, but there was real anger behind it. I stayed calm. I told her that she'd had 2 months to contact the vendors herself, 2 months to transfer contracts to her name, 2 months to check on anything. She'd done nothing because she assumed I'd keep handling it despite kicking me out of the wedding. That wasn't jealousy on my part. That was consequences. My mom started crying, saying she didn't raise us to hurt each other like this. My dad looked defeated. Emma was glaring at me now, no longer looking at the floor. I could tell she wanted me to feel guilty, to break down and apologize. But I felt nothing. Then Dave finally spoke. He said he'd thought uninviting me was harsh from the beginning, that he'd told Emma it seemed extreme. Emma's head snapped toward him like she couldn't believe he was saying this now. He continued, saying that Emma had told him I'd agreed it was for the best, that I'd understood why it was necessary. I actually laughed at that. I asked Emma when I'd ever said it was for the best. She didn't answer. Dave kept going. He said that Becca had convinced Emma I was going to propose to my boyfriend at the reception, that I was going to steal the spotlight by making a big announcement during the wedding. Everyone stared at me. I looked at Emma and told her I don't have a boyfriend. Haven't had one in over a year. She knew that. Her face went red. I asked her if she actually believed I would do something like that, and she looked away. The room went silent. My mom asked Emma if that was true, if she'd really believed I would propose at her wedding. Emma said something quiet about how Becca had been so sure, and it made sense, because I was always getting attention for my job and my condo and everything else. My dad shook his head. He looked disappointed in a way I'd never seen before. I stood up and said I was leaving. There was nothing else to discuss. Emma had made her choice based on lies from her maid of honor, and I'd responded by removing myself completely. My mom asked me to stay, but I was done. I told them I loved them, but I wasn't going to sit there and be blamed for Emma's decisions. Dave walked me out. He apologized quietly, saying he should have pushed back harder on the uninvite. I told him it wasn't his responsibility to manage Emma's relationship with me. He said they were talking about rescheduling the wedding in a few months, doing it properly. I just nodded. He didn't ask me to help, and I didn't offer. It's been a week since that family meeting. The family is still completely divided. My Aunt Sarah has been texting me supportive messages saying Emma needed a reality check. My Uncle Tom sent me a long message about how weddings are sacred and I should have been the bigger person. My cousins are mostly staying out of it now, though a few have reached out privately, saying they understood why I did what I did. My parents are trying to give everyone space. My mom keeps sending me articles about forgiveness and family bonds. My dad called once to see how I was doing but didn't mention Emma. I think they're both struggling with the fact that their daughters might not have a relationship anymore. Emma and I haven't spoken since the family meeting. No calls, no texts, nothing. I've seen her posting on social media about fresh starts and knowing your worth. Becca is still commenting supportive things on all her posts. I haven't blocked her or unfollowed her. I just scroll past. The weirdest part is how this affected my professional life. A few of my contacts heard about what happened through the grapevine. The venue owner thought it was hilarious and said he would have done the same thing. The caterer seemed uncomfortable when I ran into her at a networking event and gave me a weird look. The DJ texted me asking if everything was okay and if I needed anything. Mixed reactions across the board. Some people at work found out too. A coworker asked me about it after seeing something in the family group chat that got screenshot and shared. I gave her the basic rundown, and she said I was justified. Another colleague overheard and said it seemed unprofessional to mix personal drama with business contacts. I can see both sides, honestly. I've been thinking about this a lot over the past week. Maybe I am the petty one. Maybe I should have just let the vendors stay booked and dealt with being uninvited like an adult. Maybe I took it too far by canceling everything without warning her first. But then I remember how she sounded on that phone call, how relieved she was that I didn't argue, how she thanked me for being mature about being excluded from my own sister's wedding, how she assumed I'd keep doing her favors after she kicked me out. I enforced a boundary. If I wasn't involved, then I wasn't involved. I don't think that's petty. I think that's just following through on what she asked for. But the family chaos is real. The divided opinions are real. The fact that half the people I know think I'm justified and half think I'm a vindictive monster is real. And I still don't know how to feel about any of it. Emma texted me this morning. Just 3 words. We need to talk. I saw the notification on my lock screen and haven't opened it yet. I don't know what she wants to say. Apologize, maybe. Yell at me more, possibly. Ask me for help with the rescheduled wedding, which would be absolutely insane, but not outside the realm of possibility. I'm sitting here, staring at that unopened text, and I genuinely don't know what to do. Part of me wants to hear her out. She's still my sister, and maybe she's finally ready to acknowledge what she did. But another part of me knows that opening that text means reopening this entire situation when I've finally started to feel normal again. After my dad cut me out of his will for my stepbrother, I made sure his business collapsed overnight. I, 32M, need to know if I'm the asshole here, because my entire family is currently blowing up my phone telling me I am. Let me start with the characters. There's me, my dad Robert, 61M, and my stepbrother Kyle, 29M. My dad married Kyle's mom when I was 8 and Kyle was 5, so we basically grew up together. My mom died when I was 6, cancer, and Dad remarried pretty quick. I don't hold that against him. He was lonely, and Kyle's mom seemed nice enough at first. Here's what you need to understand about Kyle and me. I was the responsible one. Always have been. I got good grades, went to community college while working full-time, learned the business from the ground up. Kyle? He barely graduated high school, never went to college, and spent his 20s getting DUIs and wrecking company trucks. But Kyle was the golden child. Always. He could do no wrong in my dad's eyes. Meanwhile, I'd work 60-hour weeks managing the actual business side of Dad's construction company and get a lecture if I took a weekend off. I started at Dad's company when I was 19. Started as labor, worked my way up. By the time I was 25, I was basically running the operations, client relationships, logistics, bidding on contracts, managing the books. Dad would show up to job sites and schmooze, but I was the one making sure we actually delivered. Kyle joined the company at 23 after his third DUI made it impossible for him to get hired anywhere else. Dad gave him a supervisor position immediately. No experience, no qualifications. He lasted 2 weeks before the crew refused to work under him. So Dad moved him to business development, which meant he'd take clients to lunch and charge $500 steaks to the company card. Fast forward to last year, Dad's 60th birthday party. He stands up, glass of whiskey in hand, and announces he's retiring within the year. He looks right at me and Kyle and says, "I'm leaving everything to the son who really cares about this family and this business." I felt this wave of relief. Finally, after 13 years of busting my ass, barely taking salary increases because we need to reinvest in the company, watching Kyle blow money on nothing, finally, Dad was going to recognize what I'd built. 3 months later, Dad calls me into his office. It's a Friday afternoon, and I'm exhausted from closing a major contract with a commercial developer. I'm thinking he wants to celebrate, maybe talk succession planning. Instead, he slides papers across his desk. "What's this?" I ask. "The transfer documents," he says. "I'm signing the company over to Kyle. Everything. The business, the assets, the property." I just stared at him. "You're joking." "You're smart enough to make your own way," Dad says, like he's doing me a favor. "Kyle needs this. He needs structure, responsibility. You'll be fine. You've always been fine." "I built this client base," I said, my voice shaking. "I built the systems, the processes. I've been running this company while Kyle destroys trucks and harasses employees." "He's changed," Dad said. "And he's family. Real family." That last part gutted me. Real family. Like I wasn't. Like the 13 years meant nothing because I didn't share blood with Kyle's mom. I walked out of that office and I made a decision right there. I didn't quit that day. I couldn't. I needed to be smart about this. Instead, I came in Monday like nothing happened. I smiled. I nodded. I kept doing my job. But every evening, after everyone left, I started preparing. First, I copied every client contact I'd ever made. Email addresses, phone numbers, project histories, preferences. These were my relationships, built over years of late-night calls and fixing Kyle's screw-ups. I backed everything up to a personal drive. Next, I started reaching out. Quietly. I'd grab coffee with clients, casual check-ins. I'd mention I was exploring some opportunities and wanted to stay in touch regardless of what happened. Most of them knew me better than they knew the company name. The official transfer happened 6 weeks after that meeting. There was no ceremony, no announcement. Dad just signed papers, and Kyle got the keys to the kingdom. Kyle immediately gave himself the title of CEO and bought a new truck with company funds. I stuck around for 2 more weeks, long enough to train Kyle on exactly nothing, because he never asked. He was too busy redesigning the office and talking about his vision. Then I quit. No dramatic speech, just a resignation letter. Effective immediately, I'm pursuing other opportunities. Best of luck. Kyle barely looked up from his phone. Cool, man. We'll send you your last check. Dad called me that night, furious. You're abandoning the family business? It's not my family business, I said. You made that clear. I spent the next month setting up my own LLC. Similar name, different enough to be legal. Same services, same area. I leased a small office space and hired 2 of Dad's best workers, guys who were already planning to quit because Kyle was impossible to work for. Then I started making calls. Within the first week, I had 3 clients transfer over. They didn't even hesitate. "We work with you, not the company," one of them told me. Kyle tried to upsell us on services we didn't need and screwed up the timeline on our last project. By month 2, I had 15 clients. Major accounts. The commercial developer I'd just closed before Dad's announcement, they followed me and brought 2 referrals. Kyle's company started bleeding. He tried to undercut my prices, but he didn't understand the margins. He was bidding jobs at a loss just to compete. He fired the senior project manager for questioning his authority, which caused 2 more employees to walk. Dad called me at month 3.
"You're stealing our clients."
"I'm offering them better service," I said. "That's capitalism." "You're destroying what I built." "No, you destroyed it when you gave it to someone who doesn't know how to run it. I'm just doing what you told me to do, making my own way." He hung up on me. By month 6, Kyle's company was hemorrhaging cash. He'd taken out loans against the business to cover payroll. He'd lost the commercial contracts, the residential contracts, everything. His crew was down to 3 people. My business, meanwhile, was thriving. I had 20 employees, steady contracts, and a reputation for reliability. Everything Dad's company used to have. Last month, Kyle's company filed for bankruptcy. 27 years of my dad's work, gone. The fallout was immediate. Dad showed up at my office the day after the bankruptcy filing. I was in a meeting with a client when my receptionist buzzed me. "Your father is here. He says it's urgent." I excused myself and found him in the waiting area. He looked like he'd aged 5 years in 6 months. His hair was grayer, his face hollow. "Are you happy now?" he said. We went into my office. I closed the door. "You destroyed everything I built," he said. His voice was shaking. "You sabotaged your own brother." "He's not my brother," I said, "and I didn't sabotage anything. I offered better service to clients I built relationships with. Kyle destroyed the company himself. Mismanagement, overspending, terrible leadership. That's on him. You could have helped him. Why would I help someone who took everything from me? You gave him a company he didn't earn, didn't deserve, and couldn't run. That's not my fault." Dad just stared at me. "You've always been cold, even as a kid. Your mother would be ashamed." That one hurt. I'm not going to lie. "Get out of my office," I said. He left. Haven't heard from him since, but my stepmother calls every few days, crying about how I destroyed the family legacy and how Kyle is depressed and broke. My girlfriend thinks I should have handled it differently. "You had every right to start your own business," she said. "But did you have to go after his clients, specifically? That feels like revenge." Maybe it was. I don't know anymore. Kyle's apparently working retail now. Dad's retirement savings are gone. He dumped them into the company trying to save it. They're selling the family house. Part of me feels vindicated. Part of me feels like maybe I went too far. But then I remember sitting in that office, hearing real family, and I think, no. I did what I had to do. I built something. He tried to take it from me. My uncle reached out last week, Dad's brother. He said, "Your dad made his bed, but you poured gasoline on it. You both need to figure out if winning was worth losing each other." I haven't responded yet. So, am I the asshole? Was I justified in taking the clients and building a competing business? Or did I cross a line by deliberately destroying what was left of Dad's legacy? Because right now, I honestly don't know if I did the right thing, or if I just let my anger burn down everything, including whatever relationship we had left. After my husband cheated with my cousin, I made sure their dream home became my new address. I, 31F, need to tell you about what happened with my husband Mark, 34M, and my cousin Tessa, 29F. We're talking about a 5-year marriage that I thought was solid, a dream house we were building together, and a betrayal I never saw coming. Let me back up to 3 months ago when everything was still normal. Mark and I had been saving for years to build our dream home. I'm talking custom floor plans, picking out every detail, the works. I was working overtime at my job in accounting, sometimes pulling 60-hour weeks, just to make sure we could afford everything we wanted. Mark worked in sales, but his income was inconsistent, so most of the financial heavy lifting fell on me. I didn't mind, though. This was our future. The house was almost finished. We were maybe 2 weeks away from move-in day. I had taken out the mortgage entirely in my name because my credit score was better, and honestly, with Mark's job situation, it just made more sense. Every single document had my signature. Every down payment came from my account. Mark agreed to it because he said he trusted me and knew I was better with money anyway. Tessa had always been around. She's my mom's sister's daughter, and we grew up close. She'd come over for dinners, we'd invite her to our parties, and she even helped us pick out tile for the bathroom. I thought we were family. I thought she had my back. Then one Tuesday afternoon, my phone buzzed with a notification. A photo from Tessa. I was in a meeting, so I glanced at it quickly and my blood went cold. It was a selfie of her and Mark, in our unfinished house, in what was supposed to be our bedroom. She was wearing his shirt, and he had his arm around her waist. The caption that was clearly meant for someone else said, "Our special place." I excused myself from the meeting and went to the bathroom. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold my phone. Within 30 seconds, she was calling me, panicking. "Oh my God, that wasn't meant for you. I'm so sorry. It was an accident." I didn't say anything. I just hung up and called Mark. He didn't answer. Called again. Voicemail. Third time, he finally picked up. "Where are you right now?" I asked. The pause told me everything. I'm at the house. There's an issue with the contractor." "Is Tessa with you?" Another pause. Longer this time. "Listen, we need to talk." I left work immediately and drove to the house. The entire drive I was replaying everything in my head. How long had this been going on? How many times had they been together in the house I was paying for? How many dinners had I sat through with both of them, completely clueless? When I got there, both their cars were in the driveway. I walked in through the front door, the one I'd picked out myself, and found them sitting in the living room on paint buckets like they were having some kind of romantic moment. Mark stood up immediately. "Let me explain." "How long?" I asked. Tessa was crying. "We didn't mean for it to happen." "How long?" Mark ran his hand through his hair. 4 months. But it's not what you think. We fell in love. I didn't want to hurt you. I was going to tell you after we moved in. I actually laughed. I couldn't help it. "You were going to tell me after we moved in? Into the house I paid for? The house that's entirely in my name?" That's when I saw the realization hit his face. He hadn't thought about that part. Tessa tried to grab my hand. "We can figure this out like adults. Mark loves you too, he's just confused." I pulled away from her. "Get out, both of you. This is my property and you're trespassing." The next few days were a blur. Mark kept calling, texting, showing up at my apartment. He wanted to talk things through and find a solution that worked for everyone. What he really wanted was to figure out how he could still live in the house.
My family got involved. My aunt, Tessa's mom, called me crying, saying Tessa made a mistake, but that I should be the bigger person. My own mother suggested marriage counseling. "You two invested so much in this house," she said. "Don't throw it all away." But here's the thing. I didn't invest in the house with Mark. I invested in it. Me. My money, my credit, my name on every document. I met with Mark 1 week after the photo incident. He came to my apartment looking like he hadn't slept. He probably hadn't. "I want a divorce," I told him. He nodded. I figured. "I'm sorry. I really am. The house is in my name. Legally, it's mine. But I'm willing to walk away peacefully if you let me handle selling it. We can split whatever profit there is and we go our separate ways." He looked so relieved. "Really? You'd do that?" "I'm tired, Mark. I just want this over with." He agreed immediately. Even signed a paper my lawyer drew up saying he'd let me handle all the house decisions and wouldn't contest anything. He thought I was too heartbroken to fight. He thought I'd just want to get rid of the house and move on. He was wrong. I didn't sell the house. Instead, I finalized the closing, changed all the locks, and spent the next 2 weeks furnishing it exactly how I wanted it. No compromises, no asking for opinions. Just me, making my dream home actually mine. I moved in on a Saturday. The house was beautiful, better than I'd even imagined, because now I didn't have to worry about Mark's ugly brown leather couch or his insistence on a man cave. The following Wednesday, my doorbell rang. I checked the camera I'd just installed and saw Mark and Tessa standing there with boxes. They had a key, Mark's old key that no longer worked. I opened the door. The look on their faces was absolutely priceless. Mark's mouth literally fell open. "What are you doing here?" he asked. "I live here. What are you doing here?" "You said you were selling it." "No, I said I'd handle selling it." I decided not to sell. I'm keeping my house. Tessa started crying again. She's always crying. "But we were going to live here together. Mark said this would be our fresh start." "Well, Mark doesn't own this house. I do. And you're both trespassing. Again." Mark's face went red. "This isn't fair. We built this house together." "You built it? Where's your name on the deed, Mark? Where's your signature on the mortgage? Show me one document that says this is yours." He couldn't, obviously, because there weren't any. They left. Mark tried to lawyer up, but his attorney told him what mine already had. He had no legal claim to the property. The paper he signed giving me full control of house decisions basically sealed it. Now here's where it gets messy with my family. My mom is furious with me. She says I'm being petty and vindictive. My aunt won't speak to me at all. Tessa posted on Facebook about how I stole their dream home, and half my family commented supporting her. My dad's on my side, but he's staying quiet to keep peace with my mom. I had Sunday dinner at my parents' house last week. First time since everything went down. My mom spent the entire meal making passive-aggressive comments. It must be lonely in that big house all by yourself. Some people value family over revenge. That house was supposed to be filled with love, not bitterness. My sister pulled me aside after and said, "Look, legally you're right. But did you have to actually move in? Couldn't you have just sold it and split the money? Now every family gathering is going to be awkward forever." Mark's been telling people I manipulated him into signing away his rights. Tessa's been posting cryptic quotes about karma and gold diggers. My inbox is full of messages from family members I barely know telling me I should be ashamed. But here's what I keep coming back to.
I worked for this house. I paid for this house. And while I was doing that,
they were building their relationship in it behind my back. They made plans for a future in a home that was never Mark's to promise. I'm sitting in my living room right now, the one with the fireplace I picked out, looking at the kitchen where I chose every cabinet. This is my house. I earned it. But I can't stop thinking about what my mom said. Am I being vindictive? Is keeping this house about what I deserve, or is it about making sure they suffer? Last night, Mark's mom called me. She's always been kind to me, even after everything. She said, "I know my son hurt you, but that house, it's causing so much pain for everyone now. Is it really worth it? So I'm asking you, was I really the asshole for keeping what I legally earned? Or should I have been the bigger person and let them have what they wanted?" After my husband mocked my infertility, I made sure everyone learned the truth about his secret child. I, 34F, have been married to Eric, 37, for 7 years. For the past 3 years, we've been trying to have a baby, and failing. 4 rounds of IVF, 4 times watching that single line on the pregnancy test, "Stay single." 4 times crying in clinic bathrooms while nurses gave me sympathetic looks they'd probably given 100 other women that same week. The emotional toll was brutal, but the whole time I thought we were in it together. I thought he was suffering with me. I was wrong. It was a colleague's backyard barbecue in July when everything shattered. Normal summer evening, burgers on the grill, kids running around with sparklers. I'd gone inside to refill my drink when I heard Eric's voice drifting through the open kitchen window. He was standing by the grill with 3 of his buddies, beer in hand, laughing. One of them made some joke about kids, and that's when I heard it. Eric said I was a broken factory. Said he should have picked someone fertile. His friends did that uncomfortable laugh thing, but he kept going, talking about how he was basically stuck now. I just stood there in that kitchen, holding an empty cup, feeling like the ground had disappeared underneath me. I walked out to the car and sat there for 20 minutes before he even noticed I was gone. On the drive home, he acted completely normal, talking about how good the ribs were. I couldn't say anything. I just stared out the window. The next month was weird. I went through the motions: work, home, dinners with Eric where I barely spoke. He didn't notice anything was wrong, which somehow made it worse. I kept replaying that moment by the grill over and over, and something had fundamentally shifted. I started questioning everything about our marriage. Then about 4 weeks after the party, I found it. Eric left his laptop open while he went to shower. A message notification popped up with a kid's name I didn't recognize. I clicked it. I know, but something in my gut told me to look. It was a whole thread going back 6 years. Messages with a woman named Rachel about their son. Their son. Photos of a little boy, maybe 6 years old, with Eric's eyes and Eric's smile. I scrolled and scrolled, my hands shaking. Bank transfers, Venmo payments, $800 to $1,200 every single month, going back years. The timeline made me sick. This kid was born before we even started IVF. Eric knew he could father children. He knew, and he sat there, holding my hand through every failed procedure, watching me pump my body full of hormones, watching me blame myself. He let me think I was the broken one. I sat at that laptop for 3 hours going through everything. I saved it all to a USB drive, printed screenshots, documented everything. When Eric came out of the shower asking if I was okay, I told him I was fine. For the next 2 weeks, I didn't confront him. I planned. Eric's parents were having their 40th anniversary dinner at the end of the month. His mom asked if I could put together a video tribute for them. I volunteered immediately, which seemed to surprise Eric. I worked on 2 versions, one with sweet family photos and messages,
and one with the truth. The night before the dinner, I was finalizing everything when Eric walked into the room. He asked what I was working on, and I showed him a clip of the safe version. He smiled, kissed the top of my head, told me I was amazing. After he left the room, I switched back to the real file and exported it to the USB drive I'd bring tomorrow. Everyone was finally going to see what I'd been living with. The anniversary dinner was at a nice restaurant with a private room. Both families were there. Eric's parents, his 2 siblings and their families, my parents, my sister. Maybe 30 people total. Dinner wrapped up, dessert came out, and Eric's father stood to give a speech thanking everyone for coming. Then he introduced me to play the tribute video. The lights dimmed. The screen came up. It started exactly how you'd expect. Old wedding photos of Eric's parents, baby pictures of Eric and his siblings, sweet music playing. Family members were smiling. A few people teared up. Eric had his arm around my shoulders, squeezing me affectionately. I sat there rigid, heart hammering in my chest. About 3 minutes in, during a particularly sweet moment of Eric's parents dancing, the screen cut to black. White text appeared. But every family has secrets. The music stopped. Someone nervously laughed. Then Eric's text messages filled the screen, big enough for everyone to read. Messages to Rachel about their son, about monthly payments, about keeping it quiet. I felt Eric's arm drop from my shoulders. He whispered something I couldn't quite hear. Then came the screenshots of bank transfers, each one dated and showing amounts. Photos of a little boy on a bike with Eric's unmistakable smile. A photo of Eric holding that same child as a baby, timestamp showing it was from 7 years ago. Another message where Eric told Rachel he couldn't acknowledge the kid publicly. The final part was a timeline graphic. Secret child born. Then Eric and I got married. Then secret payments continued while we started IVF. Someone gasped. Eric jumped up, yelling for someone to turn it off. He was scrambling for the laptop, the projector, anything. His brother tried to grab him. Eric's mother had her hand over her mouth, just staring at the screen. The video kept playing. The last screen was white text. While I underwent painful fertility treatments believing we couldn't have children, Eric knew he already had a son. He called me a broken factory while hiding his own child. Then black. The silence felt like it lasted forever. Eric's mother stood up and stumbled. His father caught her, but she was hyperventilating. Someone yelling for water. Eric's father turned to him, face red, demanding he explain. Eric just stared at me with pure rage. I stood up. I said it was all real. Every screenshot, every payment, every lie. Eric exploded, called me a fucking bitch, said I'd ruined everything, yelled about his mother. His father was shouting at him about having a son he'd hidden. Eric's sister started crying. My mother reached for my hand, but I pulled away. They were helping Eric's mother outside because she looked like she might actually faint. Eric came at me, and his brother physically blocked him. He screamed that I was vindictive and cruel, that I could have told him privately. I remember my response clearly. I asked him if it was like how he privately told me about his son, or like how he privately called me defective at that party. He stormed out, knocked over a chair. Half the room followed him to check on his mother. The other half just stared at me. Eric's father looked at me with this expression, somewhere between anger and sadness, and said this wasn't the way. Not like this. I grabbed my purse and walked out. My sister followed me to the parking lot. She asked if I was okay, and I told her I didn't know. My phone was already blowing up. I drove to a hotel, checked in, sat on the bed. That's when the tears finally came. Not sad tears exactly. Something else. Maybe relief. Maybe rage. Probably exhaustion. I woke up in that hotel room to 47 missed calls. Eric's messages alternated between rage and manipulation. I'd destroyed his family, but we could fix this if I just apologized. His mother sent a brief text asking to talk, just the two of us. His father said what I did was cruel, but what Eric did was worse. His sister said humiliating their mom at her anniversary was unforgivable. My own mother told me to come home, that they supported me. Friends were split down the middle based on their messages. 2 days later, I met Eric's mother at a coffee shop. She looked exhausted, like she'd aged 10 years. She started cold, telling me I'd humiliated her on her anniversary. I stayed quiet and let her talk. She said she'd spent 2 days thinking and asking questions. Turns out Eric's father did some digging and confirmed everything. The child, the payments, all of it. Then she asked why I did it that way. Why in front of everyone? I told her the truth, that private conversations with Eric meant nothing. He lies, he manipulates, he makes you feel crazy for questioning him. I needed witnesses. I needed the truth to be undeniable. She didn't agree with my method, but admitted she understood. Before she left, she said she didn't know if she could forgive me for how I did it. But she couldn't forgive him for what he did. Eric spent the next few weeks calling everyone with his version. The child was a mistake from before we were serious, which was a lie. He was going to tell me eventually. He made me sound unhinged. Some family members who didn't see the full video believed him. His friends rallied around him, texting me, calling me psycho and vindictive. I saw his vague social media posts about crazy exes and public humiliation. I met with a divorce attorney who was actually impressed that I had documentation of hidden assets. In our state, the financial dishonesty could affect asset division. She warned me he'd make it ugly. I told her he already had. The friend group split, predictably. My best friend Maya said she was with me completely. A mutual friend, Josh, said what Eric did was awful, but what I did was nuclear, that I didn't have to destroy him publicly. I learned pretty quickly who my real friends were. Then, a week after the dinner, Rachel messaged me. She said Eric had told her I knew about them, that I was okay with it. She had no idea he was putting me through IVF while lying to both of us. We talked on the phone and she revealed more. Eric told her we were separated but stuck in a lease, that our marriage wasn't real. Their son David is 6. Eric sees him maybe once every few months, mostly just sends money. Rachel thought I knew everything. We agreed to share information for the divorce. An odd alliance between two women Eric manipulated. It's been 3 weeks now. The divorce is moving forward. Eric's living with a friend and only communicates through lawyers. His family is fractured. My family is supportive but worried about my mental health. I'm in therapy processing the infertility grief mixed with betrayal. Last week I ran into one of Eric's friends at the grocery store. He glared at me and said everyone thinks I'm crazy. I told him everyone who matters knows the truth. This morning Eric's mother texted again. She and Eric's father want to meet David, and they want me there when they tell Rachel. She doesn't know what it means for us, but it feels right. So here I am, divorced pending, infamous in my social circle, with a message asking me to help facilitate a meeting with the grandson my mother-in-law just learned exists. Eric's friends think I'm vindictive. His family thinks I went too far. Some of my own friends quietly distanced themselves. But when I close my eyes, I don't see his mother's face at that dinner. I see years of myself on exam tables, in clinic bathrooms, believing I was the problem, while Eric had a 6-year-old son he refused to acknowledge. Maybe I went too far with how I did it. But was I wrong for making sure everyone knew the truth? After my mom sold my late dad's house behind my back, I made sure she lost every penny of it. I, 26, recently found out my mom, 54, sold the house my dad built without my permission. My dad passed away 2 years ago from a sudden heart attack, and that house was the only real thing I had left of him. He'd spent years building it himself. Weekends, evenings after work, every spare moment. He left it to me in his will. At least, that's what I thought. My mom and I were never super close, but things got worse after Dad died. She started dating this guy, Rick, about 8 months after the funeral. He's 49, works in sales or something, and honestly seems like a total leech. She was obsessed with impressing him. New clothes, expensive dinners, trips she couldn't afford. I noticed she was burning through money fast, but I figured it was her way of coping. 3 months ago, I got a call from a number I didn't recognize. It was a woman named Sarah, asking if I was still living at my dad's old address. I said no. I'd moved to an apartment in the city for work about a year ago, but I still owned the house. There was this long pause, and then she said, "I'm sorry, but I closed on that property last week. I'm the new owner." My stomach dropped. I told her there must be some mistake. That house was mine, left to me by my dad. She sounded confused and said she'd bought it through a legitimate sale, had all the paperwork, everything was notarized. I hung up and immediately called my mom. She didn't answer. Texted back 2 hours later saying she was busy with Rick and would call me tomorrow. That was the first red flag that something was seriously wrong. The next morning, I drove to her apartment and basically cornered her. That's when she finally admitted it. She'd sold the house. Just like that. No warning, no discussion. She claimed she needed the money because she was drowning in debt, and that it was partially her property anyway since she was married to Dad. I reminded her that the will explicitly left it to me. She waved me off and said I could just move on, and that she did it for the family's good. I asked her how she even managed to sell it without my signature. She got defensive, said the lawyer handled everything, and that I was being ungrateful because she raised me and sacrificed everything. Then she dropped the real bomb. She'd already spent most of the money. New car for Rick, paid off her credit cards, booked some cruise. The house sold for about $340,000, and she'd blown through nearly half of it in 3 weeks. I left her apartment feeling like I'd been hit by a truck. That house wasn't just property. It had my dad's workbench still set up in the garage, his tools organized exactly how he liked them. The kitchen cabinets he'd installed himself. The deck where we used to sit and watch storms roll in. And she sold it like it was nothing. That's when I decided I wasn't going to just let this go. I have a friend from college, Marcus, who's a lawyer now. I called him that same day and explained everything. He listened carefully and then said something that changed everything. If she forged your signature, that's fraud. The sale isn't legally valid. I drove back to my apartment and tore through every document I had from my dad's estate. Found the will, found the property deed transfer that happened after he died, all with my name on it. Then I requested copies of the sale documents from the county clerk's office. Took about a week to get everything. When I finally saw them, there it was. My signature on the sale agreement and transfer documents. Except it wasn't my signature. It was close, but the way she wrote the J in my name was wrong, and the slant was off. She'd forged it. Probably traced it or practiced it or something, but it definitely wasn't mine. Marcus said I had 2 options. Confront her and try to work it out, or go nuclear and report it to the authorities. I knew if I confronted her, she'd just deny it or make excuses or try to manipulate me like she always did. Plus, she'd already spent the money. There was no working it out. So I chose nuclear. Marcus helped me put together a case file, bank statements showing the sudden deposits, copies of the forged documents, a notarized statement from me saying I never signed anything or authorized the sale. We even got a handwriting expert to do a preliminary analysis confirming the signature wasn't mine. Here's the part I'm not proud of, but also don't regret. I waited. I didn't tell her what I was doing. I didn't warn her. I let her think she'd gotten away with it. She kept posting on Facebook about her new car, her trips with Rick, how blessed she was. Every post made me angrier, but I kept quiet. It took about 6 weeks to get everything ready. Marcus contacted the buyer's attorney first, explained the situation with all the documentation. The buyer, Sarah, was horrified. She'd bought the house in good faith and now was potentially going to lose it. Her lawyer immediately started working with us because she wanted to protect her investment. Then we went to the police, filed a fraud report, provided all the evidence. They took it seriously because the amount involved was substantial and the forgery was pretty clear. The day they froze her bank accounts, she called me screaming, absolutely hysterical, demanding to know what I'd done, calling me ungrateful, saying I was ruining her life. I told her calmly that she'd committed fraud and forgery, and that actions have consequences. She hung up on me. 2 days later, the sale was officially reversed. Sarah got her money back, minus some legal fees. My mom's accounts were drained to reimburse her. The car she'd bought for Rick? Repossessed because she'd financed part of it and couldn't make payments once her accounts were frozen. The cruise? Canceled. No refund. She was also formally charged with fraud and forgery, facing potential jail time, though her public defender is probably going to try for probation since it's her first offense. It's been 2 months since everything went down. My mom isn't speaking to me, obviously. Rick left her the minute the money disappeared. Shocker. She's living with my aunt now because she can't afford her apartment anymore. The family has completely turned on me. My aunt calls me vindictive. My uncle said I destroyed my own mother over a house. My cousins are split. Some think I did the right thing. Others think I went too far. There's a whole group chat I'm not part of where apparently they're all discussing how cruel I am. My mom sent me one email about 3 weeks ago. No apology, just explaining how desperate she was, how she thought I'd understand eventually, how she never meant to hurt me. She said I could have shown mercy and handled it privately instead of involving the police, that I could have just sued her in civil court or something. She ended it by saying she'll never forgive me for humiliating her like this. I haven't responded. The house is legally mine again, but honestly, it doesn't feel the same now. I went back there last week for the first time since all this happened. Sarah had only lived there for about 2 months before everything got reversed, so not much had changed. But it still felt different, contaminated somehow. I'm thinking about selling it myself, though the irony isn't lost on me. Marcus says I did the right thing legally, that fraud is fraud, and she needed to face consequences or she'd just do it again to someone else. But I lie awake some nights wondering if I went too far. If I should have just confronted her first, given her a chance to make it right somehow. Then I remember that she sold my dad's house, the house he built with his own hands, so she could buy her deadbeat boyfriend a car. And I don't feel as guilty anymore.
I guess what I keep coming back to is this. How do you forgive someone who sold your father's memory for a boyfriend's approval? Is blood really supposed to be thick enough to cover fraud and betrayal? So Reddit. Am I the asshole for making sure my mom lost everything when she stole the one thing I had left of my dad? Funny how they suddenly want me at the Christmas party now that I'm the boss. I'm 35, and for the past 10 years, I've been the invisible nephew in my extended family. My uncle Rick, who's 58, owns this construction company where basically everyone in the family works. My 3 cousins, Jake, Mike, and Tom, all have positions there. My Aunt Sharon does the bookkeeping. Even my youngest cousin Danny, who barely scraped through high school, got hired on immediately. It's always been the family business, the place where everyone belongs. Everyone except me, apparently. When I was 25, fresh out of college with my business management degree,
I actually thought I had a shot. I was optimistic back then. Stupid, really. I walked into Rick's office and asked if there was room for me in the company. I had ideas about modernizing their systems, improving efficiency, all that stuff they teach you in school. I thought family meant something. Rick laughed in my face. Not a polite chuckle, but a full belly laugh that echoed through the office. He said I should try a coffee shop because they didn't need desk boys there. The whole office heard it. My cousins were standing right there and they ate it up. That became my nickname. Desk boy, coffee shop, Starbucks. My cousins never let it go. Every single family gathering turned into an opportunity to remind me that I was the failure with the useless diploma. They'd ask about my latte art. They'd joke about whether my degree came with fries. And the worst part? The adults just let it happen. My mom would tell me to laugh it off, that they were just teasing. But when you're 30 years old and they're still seating you at the kids' table, while your high school dropout cousins sit with the adults and brag about their bonuses, it's not teasing anymore. The invitations stopped coming pretty quick. Some years I'd get a pity invite to Thanksgiving or Christmas, but I'd spend the entire time being their entertainment, their punching bag.
So eventually, I just stopped going. And honestly, they didn't even notice I was gone. I spent those years building my own company instead. Started a small contracting business focused on green building and sustainable construction. It was brutal at first. I maxed out every credit card I had, worked 18-hour days, sometimes 20. My wife Sarah kept us afloat on her teacher's salary, while I scraped by on nothing. But I learned everything. Not just the desk work Rick had mocked, but actual project management, client relations, the whole operation from top to bottom. About 3 years ago, things shifted. We landed a government contract for eco-friendly municipal buildings, then another one, then another. Suddenly, we were the company everyone wanted to work with. Turns out there's a market for contractors who actually understand modern building standards and sustainability. Who knew? Meanwhile, Rick's company started falling apart. Clients were leaving. They wanted energy-efficient buildings and sustainable materials, and Rick's response was basically that they'd always done it the old way and weren't about to change now. That doesn't really fly anymore. 6 months ago, my phone rang. It was Rick. He never called me, never texted, nothing. So I knew something was up. He started with the buddy routine, called me buddy, said I'd done real well for myself, said family should stick together. Then he got to the point. He wanted to merge our companies. Save the family legacy, he said. Pool our resources. He pitched it as a partnership, 50-50, equals. I didn't answer right away. Let him squirm for about a week while I thought it over. When I finally responded, I had my lawyer draw up terms. Not 50-50. Not even close. I would take 65% ownership. I would be CEO. He would be a salaried project lead. My company's name would be primary on everything. He argued. He sputtered. He tried to negotiate, but his accountant must have shown him the real numbers, because his options were pretty clear. Take my deal, or watch his company die completely. He signed the papers. I don't think he actually understood what he was agreeing to. Or maybe he thought majority ownership was just a formality, and things would keep running the way they always had. Because when I walked into that office on my first day as CEO and started making actual decisions, the look on his face told me he'd made a serious miscalculation. My cousin's reactions were even better. Jake, who'd spent a decade calling me Starbucks, nearly choked during the staff meeting when I introduced myself as his new boss. Mike went completely pale. Tom just sat there staring at me like he couldn't process what was happening. That's when my phone started blowing up. Suddenly, everyone wanted to grab lunch and catch up. I got voicemails about how they'd always believed in me, always knew I'd be successful. Rick's wife, Lisa,
who'd been one of the main people orchestrating my exclusion from family events for years, sent me a Facebook friend request. I ignored all of it, just focused on running the company. We implemented new systems, updated equipment that should have been replaced years ago, started bidding on contracts Rick's team never would have qualified for. And I was fair about it. I didn't fire anyone out of spite, didn't dock anyone's pay, didn't abuse my position. I just did my job. Then, 3 weeks ago, I got an email from Lisa. Subject line said, "Family Christmas Party, RSVP needed." This party is a huge tradition in their family, always has been. Big event every year, nice venue, open bar, fancy catering, the whole thing. And for the past 10 years, I wasn't invited. Not once. Sarah and I would spend Christmas alone while my entire extended family celebrated together, and then I'd see all the photos on Facebook the next day. Everyone laughing, everyone together, everyone except us. But now they wanted me there.
Of course they did. Now that I was the boss, now that I controlled the company, suddenly I was family again. I looked at that email for a long time. Then I pulled up the budget reports and saw what they'd planned. The company had always paid for this party. Rick classified it as a business expense, even though it was obviously just a family gathering. This year they'd planned something even bigger than usual, almost $15,000 for the venue, food, and drinks. That's when I knew exactly what I was going to do. I replied to Lisa with one line, told her the event was out of budget. She wrote back within minutes asking what I meant, saying they'd had this party every year. So I explained that as CEO, I'd adjusted our spending priorities. The company wouldn't be funding family social events anymore. Rick called me immediately. He was shouting before I even said hello, asking what the hell I was doing, saying this was tradition, that his grandfather started this party. I stayed calm. Told him if his family wanted to continue the tradition, they were welcome to fund it themselves. He tried to argue that it was a business expense for employee morale. That's when I pointed out that for 10 years, this employee morale event had excluded me, an employee, and now a part owner, so clearly it wasn't really about all employees. He went quiet, then asked if I was really going to do this over some old jokes. I told him I wasn't doing anything except managing the budget responsibly. If he wanted to host a family party, he could organize and fund it himself. He hung up on me. Within an hour, my phone was melting. Jake texted me asking if I was seriously canceling Christmas. Tom called me pathetic. Mike sent this long message about how I was destroying the family over my own insecurity. My Aunt Sharon left a crying voicemail about tradition and family unity. It was like I'd committed some unforgivable sin, instead of just saying the company wasn't paying for their party anymore. My mom called that evening. She asked me to please tell her it wasn't true, that I wasn't really canceling the Christmas party. I explained that I wasn't canceling anything. I just wasn't having the company pay for it. She knew what I meant, though. She said I was being petty, that this was beneath me. I reminded her that nobody thought it was petty when I wasn't invited all those years. Nobody cared about family unity back then. She admitted they were wrong to exclude me, but then she hit me with that phrase, the one I'd heard my entire life. She said I was supposed to be the bigger person. Be the bigger person when your cousins mock you. Be the bigger person when your uncle humiliates you. Be the bigger person when your family forgets you exist. I'd spent my whole life being the bigger person, and where had it gotten me? I told her I was done with that. I was just being equal now. But here's the thing. I actually do think celebrating holidays with employees is good for morale. I'm not some Scrooge who hates Christmas, so I did plan a party, just not their party. I sent out invitations to every employee in the company, booked a smaller venue but still nice, arranged for good food, open bar, all the standard stuff. But I had one criteria for the guest list. This was for people who'd treated me with basic professional respect over the past 6 months since the merger. That eliminated Rick automatically.
My 3 main cousins, Jake, Mike, and Tom, about 4 other family members who'd spent months sucking up to me while barely hiding how much they resented answering to me. They didn't make the cut. I did include my Aunt Sharon, though. She'd been cold to me for years, practically icy, but since the merger she'd been professional. Never warm, never friendly, but professional. She did her job, didn't undermine me, didn't talk behind my back as far as I could tell. That was enough. She got an invitation. The party happened last week. About 30 people showed up. We had it at this nice restaurant, nothing too fancy but comfortable. My employees actually seemed happy to be there. Multiple people told me it was the best company event they'd been to in years. Probably because it wasn't dominated by Rick and his family talking over everyone else and treating it like their personal family reunion. Of course, the excluded family members found out. Danny, my youngest cousin, who's actually been decent to me over the years and made the guest list, apparently let something slip. I'm not mad at him about it. He's 23 and got put in an awkward position. But once they knew, everything exploded. The messages were different this time. Angrier, more desperate. Rick texted saying I was humiliating them in front of the whole company. Jake wrote that I was destroying the family over my own ego. Lisa sent this long email about how I was drunk on power and had become the villain. She said I was making a mockery of family values and everyone could see my true colors now. The accusations of being power-hungry stung more than I expected. Maybe because there was a tiny part of me that wondered if they were right. But then I'd remember sitting at home every Christmas while they all celebrated without me, and that doubt would disappear pretty quick. My mom came over 2 days after the party. She'd been crying. I could tell from her face before she even sat down. She asked me what happened to me when I became so cruel. I told her I wasn't being cruel. I was doing exactly what they did to me for 10 years. She asked if this was revenge, if I was really that petty. I asked her back if it was petty to have boundaries, to remember how I was treated, to expect basic respect. She said it was petty to use my power to hurt people, that I was the boss now and should be better than this. Sarah was in the kitchen making coffee when this conversation started. She came out and sat next to me on the couch. She told my mom, with respect, that she wanted to know where this energy was when they were hurting me, when they called me a failure, when they excluded me year after year. My mom said that was wrong too, but 2 wrongs don't make a right. Sarah pushed back, said this wasn't about right or wrong. It was about consequences. They could host their own party, fund their own traditions. They weren't entitled to my money just because I was successful now. My mom insisted it wasn't about the money. It was about family. And Sarah, bless her, didn't back down. She said it wasn't about family when they excluded me. My mom left upset. She hasn't called me since that conversation. Rick isn't speaking to me at all. My cousins started a group chat without me. I only know because Danny accidentally sent me a screenshot of them discussing what to do about the tyrant. That's what they're calling me now. The tyrant. The company itself is doing fine. Better than fine, actually. Productivity is up across the board. We just landed another major contract, one of the biggest we've ever had. The employees who came to the party have been more engaged, more positive in their work. Morale is genuinely better. But my personal inbox is a disaster. I have messages from extended family members I barely know. Some are angry, calling me names, saying I've let success go to my head. Some are trying to guilt-trip me with stories about family traditions and how disappointed my grandparents would be if they were alive to see this. And then there are a few, interestingly enough, from relatives on the outskirts who are saying they understand. that Rick's side of the family had this coming, that they've been pulling this kind of exclusionary stuff for years, and it's about time someone stood up to them. My aunt from my dad's side called yesterday. I haven't talked to her in probably 5 years. She married into the family late and never really connected with Rick's crew. She said she heard what happened and just wanted me to know something. She told me they did the same thing to my father. I had no idea what she was talking about. She explained that before I was born, my dad wanted to work with Rick too. Rick shut him out, called him soft because he had a college degree, said he wasn't cut out for real work. My dad apparently never told me about it. I called my mom later, after I'd processed that information. Asked her if it was true. She was quiet for a long time, then admitted it was. She said that's why she wanted me to be the bigger person. She didn't want me carrying the same anger my father did. But that's the thing she doesn't understand. I'm not angry. I'm really not. I'm not doing this out of rage or some burning need for revenge. I'm just done. Done pretending that family means something when it's only been conditional my entire adult life. Done being grateful for scraps of inclusion. Done being the bigger person while everyone else gets to be small. Sarah asked me that night if I regretted any of it. I told her not even a little. She said good, that she was proud of me. And I appreciate that. I really do. But if I'm being completely honest, there's something else I'm feeling that I can't quite name. It's not regret exactly. Maybe emptiness? I won. I got my revenge or justice or whatever you want to call it. I excluded them the way they excluded me. I made them feel small the way they made me feel small. And it feels exactly like I thought it would. Which is to say, it doesn't really feel like anything at all. The family is planning their own Christmas party now. I heard through Danny that they're all chipping in money, having it at Rick's house instead of some fancy venue. Potluck style, everyone bringing dishes. It's going to be smaller, obviously, without the company funding. But they're doing it. I'm not invited, which isn't surprising. Sarah isn't either. My mom is invited, though, and she's torn about the whole thing. She feels guilty going without me. I told her to go. I actually meant it, too. I don't want her caught in the middle of this more than she already is. She's my mom, and I love her. But she's also Rick's sister. And that's not a position I'd wish on anyone. If she wants to go to their party, she should go. Because here's what I'm starting to realize. I don't actually want to go. Even if they invited me right now, even if they apologized for everything, I don't think I'd want to sit at their table anymore. I don't want to pretend the last 10 years didn't happen. I don't want to smile and make small talk with people who made me feel worthless until I became useful to them. I built something without them. My company is thriving. My marriage is solid. I have employees who respect me and a wife who supports me. Maybe that's enough. Maybe that has to be enough. Or maybe I'm just telling myself that because it's easier than admitting I might have gone too far. I don't know anymore. My mom's words keep playing in my head on repeat. That I've become cruel, power-hungry, petty. And then there's Rick's message from this morning. He said I proved I'm not family, that I'm just a businessman, and he hopes it was worth it. I keep waiting to feel guilty. To wake up one morning and realize I made a huge mistake. But every time I start to doubt myself, I remember something. I remember scrolling through Facebook alone on Christmas and seeing all their smiling faces. I remember the coffee shop comment. I remember being called desk boy in front of everyone. I remember being invisible until the moment I became useful. So no, I don't feel guilty. Not yet anyway. But I don't feel victorious either. I thought this would feel better if I'm being honest. I thought there would be some satisfaction in watching them scramble, in making them feel excluded for once. Instead, it just feels hollow. Sarah and I are planning our own Christmas now, just the two of us, maybe inviting a few friends. It'll be small and quiet. No drama, no tension, no walking on eggshells. Honestly, it sounds perfect. We're talking about cooking together, watching movies, just enjoying each other's company. The kind of Christmas I haven't had in years because I was always either being excluded or anxious about being excluded. Work is fine. Better than fine, actually. We had a company meeting yesterday, and the energy was different. People seem more relaxed, more willing to speak up with ideas. I think maybe they were always walking on eggshells around Rick, too. And now that the dynamic has shifted, they feel like they can actually contribute. We're getting more done in less time. The numbers don't lie. Rick barely speaks during meetings now. He shows up, does his job as project lead, and leaves. No more holding court. No more dominating every conversation. My cousins are similar. Professional but cold. They do what they're told and nothing extra. Jake especially seems to resent every interaction we have. I can see it in his face every time I give him an assignment. Part of me wonders if I should try to clear the air with them. Have some kind of conversation about boundaries and respect and moving forward. But another part of me thinks that ship has sailed. You can't unsay 10 years of insults. You can't undo a decade of exclusion. And I'm not sure I want to pretend we can. Danny is the only one who still talks to me normally. He came by my office last week and apologized for letting the party information slip. I told him not to worry about it, that it would have come out eventually anyway. He asked me if I was okay, which was surprisingly thoughtful. I told him I was fine. I think he knew I was lying, but he didn't push it. He mentioned that the family is really struggling with this. Not financially, they can afford their own party, but emotionally. They feel rejected and hurt, and they don't understand why I can't just let it go. He said Rick has been talking about how he gave me an opportunity by agreeing to the merger, and this is how I repay him. That narrative bothers me more than it probably should. Rick didn't give me an opportunity. His company was failing, and mine was succeeding. He needed me more than I needed him. But he's rewriting history now, making himself the generous uncle who got betrayed by his ungrateful nephew. And my family is buying it. Or at least some of them are. I got a call from my cousin on my mom's side yesterday. We've never been close, but we're friendly enough. She said she heard about everything and wanted to give me some perspective. Apparently, this isn't the first time Rick's side of the family has pulled something like this. There's a pattern of exclusion, of making people feel less than, of only valuing people when they're useful. She said my dad dealt with it, my grandfather dealt with it, and now I'm dealing with it. She told me I did the right thing setting boundaries. That conversation helped more than I expected. It reminded me that I'm not crazy, that this pattern has been going on for generations, and someone had to break it eventually. Maybe that someone is me. But then I think about my mom crying in my living room, and I feel like garbage. I think about how the holidays are going to be fractured now, probably permanently, and I wonder if I could have handled this differently. Been more diplomatic, maybe. Found a middle ground. Except I tried middle ground for 10 years. I tried being understanding and forgiving and the bigger person. And where did it get me? Excluded and mocked. So maybe there is no middle ground with people like this. Maybe the only option was to either keep accepting their treatment or draw a hard line. I drew the line. And now I'm living with the consequences. Sarah keeps telling me I did the right thing. Her parents think I did the right thing too. They never liked how my family treated me, and they're glad I finally stood up for myself. My friends are mostly supportive, though a few have said they think I could have been less harsh about it. One friend said canceling the party was justified, but hosting a different one that excluded them was twisting the knife. Maybe he's right. I don't know. The thing is, I don't regret hosting the party for my employees. That wasn't about my family. That was about appreciating the people who actually show up and do good work every day. The people who treat me with basic respect. Why shouldn't I celebrate with them? Why should my family drama prevent me from doing something nice for my employees? But I can see how it looked. I can see how it felt like a calculated insult. And maybe part of me did want them to feel insulted. Maybe part of me wanted them to know what exclusion feels like. If that makes me petty, then I guess I'm petty. Christmas is in 3 weeks. Sarah asked me this morning if I thought any of this would blow over by then. I told her probably not. These kinds of rifts don't heal fast if they heal at all. She asked if that bothered me. I told her I wasn't sure yet. The truth is, I'm still figuring out how I feel about all of this. Some days I feel completely justified. Other days I wonder if I've become exactly what they accused me of being. A petty tyrant who can't let go of old grudges. But then I remember that I didn't create this situation. I didn't exclude myself from family events for 10 years. I didn't mock and belittle myself. I didn't treat myself like I was worthless. They did that. All I did was stop accepting it and set some boundaries. If those boundaries make me the villain in their story, then maybe I'm okay being the villain.
Guess who got banned from the wedding they tried to hijack? I, 24M, recently got engaged to my fiancé, and my older sister Claire, 30F, immediately decided this was her moment to shine. The thing is, Claire and my fiancé barely talk. They've met maybe a dozen times in the 3 years we've been together, and most of those interactions were at family dinners, where Claire spent the entire time talking about herself. But the second I announced the engagement, Claire was suddenly my fiancé's best friend and self-appointed wedding coordinator. It started the day after we told the family. Claire called me and said she wanted to be co-maid of honor. Not a bridesmaid. Co-maid of honor. I told her that my fiancé already had her best friend lined up for that role, and Claire said they could share it. When I mentioned this to my fiancé later, she looked confused and uncomfortable, but said she'd think about it. That should have been my first clue to shut it down immediately. Within a week, Claire was calling my fiancé directly with ideas. Except they weren't ideas. They were demands. She needed to approve the dress code because she didn't want the wedding to look cheap in photos. She had opinions about the venue we'd chosen. The flowers my fiancé wanted were apparently tacky and overdone. The color scheme was boring. Every single choice my fiancé made, Claire had a criticism ready. My fiancé would come home from work and find 3 missed calls from Claire. She'd open her messages and see paragraphs about why her cake flavor choice was wrong, or why her preferred photographer's style was outdated. At first, my fiancé tried to be polite about it. She'd thank Claire for her input and say she'd consider it, but Claire took that as an invitation to push harder. I need to explain how Claire has always been. Growing up, everything revolved around her. She was the oldest, the golden child, the one who could do no wrong. When she graduated high school, we had a massive party. When I graduated, we went to dinner. When she got into college, my parents bought her a car. When I got into college, I got a congratulations card. I'm not bitter about it anymore, but it's relevant because our parents never told her no. They never set boundaries. So Claire grew up thinking she was entitled to be the center of attention in every situation. Back to the wedding planning. About 3 weeks after the engagement, my fiancé started crying more. I'd find her on the couch at night just staring at her phone, and when I asked what was wrong, she'd show me another message from Claire. One time it was a full essay about how the venue we chose was too small and people would be uncomfortable. Another time it was a voice message about how my fiancé's dress ideas sounded like something from a bargain bin. Claire kept using words like embarrassing and low class. I finally confronted Claire after I came home and found my fiancé crying in our bedroom. She told me Claire had called her for an hour that afternoon
explaining why all of her ideas were wrong and how Claire had much better taste. I was furious. I called Claire immediately and told her to back off. She needed to stop calling my fiancé, stop criticizing everything, and let us plan our own wedding. Claire laughed. She actually laughed and said I was being dramatic. Then she said something that made my blood run cold. She told me if I thought she was bad now, I should wait until the wedding. She said it like a threat, like a promise that she was going to make the actual day miserable. That's when I knew this wasn't going to stop on its own. For about a week after that conversation, things were quiet. Claire didn't call. She didn't text. My fiancé started to relax a little, and we made real progress on planning. We finalized our guest list, put down deposits with vendors, and started feeling excited again instead of stressed. Then our wedding planner called and asked if we could come in for an urgent meeting. She sounded concerned, and I immediately thought something had fallen through with the venue or the catering. My fiancé and I went to her office the next day, and what she told us made my stomach drop. Someone had contacted our venue trying to change the reservation to a different location. The wedding planner had been copied on the email chain by accident, which is how she found out. The person claimed to be me, used my full name, and provided my contact number. They wanted to switch to a venue across town, a place that was more expensive and, according to the emails, much more elegant and appropriate for a wedding of this caliber. I knew immediately it was Claire. The replacement venue was one she'd been pushing since the beginning. She'd sent my fiancé links to it at least 5 times, always with comments about how much better it was than our choice. The wedding planner showed me the email exchange, and the writing style was exactly how Claire texts. Lots of exclamation points, very concerned with appearances, kept mentioning how this change would make the wedding look more sophisticated. My fiancé went pale. She asked if this meant our actual venue was canceled, and thankfully the wedding planner said no. The new venue had asked for documentation and a deposit before making any changes, and since they couldn't verify the identity, they'd reached out to our planner to confirm. That's the only reason we still had our original booking. I was shaking. This wasn't just annoying behavior anymore. This was fraud. Claire had impersonated me to try and change our wedding venue without our knowledge or consent. I asked the wedding planner what we should do, and she suggested I contact the original venue directly to make sure no other changes could be made without proper verification. I called the venue right from the planner's office. I explained that someone had attempted to make changes using my name and that it was fraud. I told them not to accept any changes, cancellations, or updates unless I came in person with my ID and signed paperwork in front of them. The venue coordinator was apologetic and assured me they'd flag our account. Then I started thinking about all our other vendors. If Claire had tried this with the venue, what else had she tampered with? My fiancé and I spent the rest of that day calling everyone. The florist, the caterer, the DJ, the photographer. I explained to each of them that there had been a security issue and asked if anyone had contacted them, claiming to be me or my fiancé. The florist said yes. Someone had called 3 days earlier trying to change the bouquet order from the flowers my fiancé had chosen to something else. The florist had asked for confirmation in writing before making changes, and the person had never followed up. It was definitely Claire. I felt sick. This wasn't a one-time impulse. Claire had systematically tried to hijack multiple aspects of our wedding. My fiancé was sobbing in the car on the way home, asking what we were supposed to do. How could we plan a wedding when my own sister was actively sabotaging it? She even suggested we just elope, just fly somewhere and get married without telling anyone, because she couldn't handle the stress anymore. That's when I made my decision. I told my fiancé that Claire wasn't going to ruin this for us. She wasn't going to cry at her own wedding because of my sister's need for control. I was going to handle it, and Claire would never get the chance to sabotage anything again. That night, My fiancé and I sat down and had a serious conversation about what to do next. She was exhausted. She told me she'd been having nightmares about the wedding, about Claire showing up and causing a scene or changing everything last minute. She said she couldn't even enjoy being engaged anymore because every day brought new stress from my sister. She looked at me and said she didn't want to elope, but she also couldn't imagine getting through the wedding with Claire anywhere near it. I made the decision right there. Claire was not going to be at our wedding. I didn't care what my parents said. I didn't care what the rest of the family thought. She had crossed way too many lines, and the venue fraud was the breaking point. My fiancé looked relieved when I said it, like she'd been waiting for me to make that call but didn't want to ask me to choose between her and my family. The next step was figuring out how to actually enforce it. I couldn't just tell Claire she wasn't invited because she'd find a way around it. She'd show up anyway, or cause some kind of scene. So I came up with a plan. I drafted an email to our entire guest list, explaining that due to security concerns, the wedding guest list had been finalized. Anyone not explicitly confirmed by us would be denied entry at the venue. I made it sound official and necessary, like we'd had issues with gatecrashers or something. I sent that email out to everyone. Every single person on our invitation list got it. Then I went through and manually confirmed every guest except Claire. I replied to the email individually to each person saying they were confirmed. Claire got the mass email but never got a confirmation. I also called the venue back and told them we needed security for the wedding day. I explained that there was a family member who might try to attend uninvited and potentially cause a disruption. They were surprisingly understanding about it and said they could arrange security at the entrance. I sent them a photo of Claire and a description, just in case. Then I changed all of our vendor passwords and security questions. Every single vendor got a new password, and I made it clear in writing that only my fiancé or I could make changes, and only with proper ID verification. I wasn't taking any more chances. For about a month, nothing happened. Claire didn't call, didn't text, didn't reach out at all. I figured she'd gotten the mass email and assumed she was confirmed like everyone else. My parents didn't say anything either, which I thought was weird, but I wasn't going to bring it up. The wedding planning actually became enjoyable again. My fiancée was smiling when she talked about the wedding instead of looking stressed. We were excited. Then, about 4 weeks before the wedding, Claire called me. She asked why she hadn't received her confirmation yet. She said everyone else in the family had gotten theirs, and she was starting to worry hers had gotten lost in her spam folder or something. My heart was pounding, but I kept my voice steady. I told her she hadn't received a confirmation because she wasn't confirmed. There was silence on the other end for a few seconds. Then she asked what I meant. I said exactly what I meant. She wasn't invited to the wedding. She wasn't confirmed because she wasn't going to be there. Claire absolutely lost it. She started screaming into the phone, asking if I was serious, if this was some kind of joke. I stayed calm and told her it wasn't a joke. After what she'd done with the venue and the florist, after months of harassing my fiancé and trying to control our wedding, she wasn't welcome anymore. She called me every name in the book. She said I was controlling, vindictive, and cruel. She was sobbing and yelling at the same time. She tried to claim she was just trying to help, that she only wanted our wedding to be nice and not embarrassing. She said I was punishing her for caring. I reminded her about the venue fraud, about using my name to try and change our reservation without telling us. She went quiet for a second, then said it was a misunderstanding. She was just trying to help us see that the other venue was better. I told her that was fraud, and that was the final straw. Then I hung up. Within an hour, my phone started ringing. My mom, my dad, back-to-back calls. I answered my mom's call, and she was already crying. She begged me to reconsider, said Claire was devastated, said I couldn't ban my own sister from my wedding. I explained everything. The months of harassment, the constant criticism of my fiancé, the venue fraud, all of it.
My mom said it sounded like a misunderstanding, and that Claire just got carried away because she was excited. My dad called next and said basically the same thing. He kept saying, "She's your sister. She'll regret missing this forever. You're being too harsh." I told him she committed fraud using my name. He brushed it off and said I was making it sound worse than it was, that she just wanted to help pick a better venue. I told both of them my decision was final. Claire was not coming to the wedding, and I didn't want to discuss it anymore. That's when things got bad with the extended family. Claire started calling everyone: aunts, uncles, cousins, even my grandma. She told them her version of events, which was apparently that I banned her from the wedding for offering wedding advice. She left out every single detail about the harassment and the fraud. She made herself sound like a victim who just wanted to help her little brother have a nice wedding. My phone was blowing up constantly. Family members I barely talked to were calling to tell me I was making a huge mistake. Some of them I explained the situation to, and they understood once they heard about the venue thing. Others didn't care about the details. They just thought banning family from a wedding was unforgivable no matter what. My aunt told me I was tearing the family apart over wedding planning drama. My uncle said I was going to regret this for the rest of my life. A few cousins reached out privately and said they supported me. They'd seen how Claire acted at family events and weren't surprised she'd pulled something like this. That helped a little, but the majority of my extended family was on Claire's side because they only knew her story. The next few weeks leading up to the wedding were tense. My parents were barely speaking to me. Short texts, cold phone calls, nothing warm or supportive. They were still coming to the wedding, but I could tell they were doing it out of obligation. My mom kept making little comments about how sad it was that the family was fractured, how weddings were supposed to bring people together, how she never thought her children would be estranged. My fiancée, on the other hand, was thriving. She was happy again. She was excited about the wedding. She told me multiple times how grateful she was that I'd handled it, that she wouldn't have been able to enjoy the day if Claire had been there. That made it all worth it. Wedding day arrived and I was nervous. Not about marrying my fiancé. I was sure about that. I was nervous about Claire. I'd briefed security with her photo and description. I'd told them she was not on the guest list and should not be allowed entry under any circumstances. The security guy told me not to worry, that they dealt with this kind of thing more often than I'd think. The ceremony was perfect. My fiancée looked beautiful, and for the first time in months, she looked genuinely relaxed. No tension in her shoulders, no worried glances around like she was expecting something to go wrong. We got married, and it was exactly what we'd wanted. Simple, intimate, drama-free. The reception started, and I finally let myself believe it was going to be okay. We were having cocktail hour, greeting guests, taking photos. Everything was going smoothly. Then, the wedding coordinator came up to me with a strange look on her face. She said security needed to talk to me, and that I should come to the entrance area. My stomach dropped. I walked out toward the gate, and I could hear her before I could see her. Claire was screaming. She was at the security checkpoint having a complete meltdown. I got closer and saw her arguing with the security guard, crying, her makeup already running down her face. Then I noticed what she was wearing, a white dress. Claire had shown up to my wedding in a white dress. She saw me and started yelling my name. She said there had been a mistake, that she was obviously invited, that she was my sister. The security guard looked at me and asked if she was on the guest list. I looked right at Claire and said no. She's not a guest. Please escort her off the property. Claire's face went from desperate to furious in a second. She screamed that I was ruining the family, that I'd regret this, that everyone would know what kind of person I really was. Security calmly walked her back to her car while she cried and yelled the whole way. I stood there shaking, watching my sister get removed from my wedding, and all I could think was that she'd actually tried to crash it wearing white. I walked back into the reception, still shaking. My fiancée, now my wife, saw my face and immediately knew something had happened. I pulled her aside and told her Claire had tried to crash the wedding. I told her about the white dress, about security having to escort her out. I expected her to be upset or stressed, but instead she just hugged me and said she was glad I'd handled it before the wedding. She said if I hadn't banned Claire in the first place, that scene would have happened during the ceremony or the reception, and it would have ruined everything. The rest of the night was perfect, genuinely perfect. No drama, no tension, no one trying to control things or make it about themselves. My wife was relaxed and happy in every moment. We danced, we ate, we celebrated with people who actually cared about us. Looking back at the photos later, you can see the difference. In every single picture, my wife is genuinely smiling. Not the stressed, forced smile she'd had during the engagement. Real happiness. My parents left early. They didn't cause a scene, but they made a point of leaving right after dinner. My mom gave me a stiff hug and said she hoped I was happy. My dad barely said goodbye. I could tell they were furious about what happened with Claire, even though they hadn't witnessed it themselves. Claire had probably already called them crying from the parking lot. For 3 days after the wedding, I didn't hear from my parents at all. No congratulations text, no call to see how the honeymoon planning was going. Nothing. On the 4th day, my mom finally called. She didn't ask how the wedding went or if we were happy. She immediately started in on how I'd humiliated Claire and torn the family apart. She said Claire was devastated and barely leaving her room. She said I'd taken things way too far and been needlessly cruel. My dad texted me separately, saying I needed to apologize. He said Claire just wanted to be part of my day, and I'd rejected her in the worst possible way. He said banning her was bad enough, but having security remove her was a new low. I was furious reading that text because they were acting like I was the villain in this situation. I sent both of them screenshots of the venue fraud paperwork. The emails where someone using my name and number tried to change our reservation. I didn't say anything else, just sent the screenshots. Neither of them responded. I haven't heard from them since, except for occasional short texts about practical family matters. Nothing warm, nothing personal. Claire, on the other hand, has been very vocal. She started posting on social media about being excluded from family events, vague posts about betrayal and family members who abandon you. She never mentioned me by name, but everyone knew what she was talking about. Some of her friends commented with supportive messages about how terrible it is when family turns on you. I didn't respond or engage with any of it. The extended family is completely split. About half of them have reached out to apologize for pressuring me before the wedding. A few cousins who were there told other family members about Claire showing up in white, and that changed some minds. My aunt on my mom's side called me and said she owed me an apology, that she didn't realize how bad things had gotten, and that showing up in white was inexcusable. But the other half of the family doubled down. They think I'm a monster for banning my sister and having her physically removed. They say family should forgive family, that weddings bring out stress in everyone, that I should have been the bigger person. My uncle told me last month that I'm going to regret this when I'm older and realize how much I damaged the family over wedding drama. Some relatives have stopped inviting me to family events because my presence would make things awkward with Claire. My grandma's birthday party last month, I wasn't invited because Claire was going and they didn't want conflict. A cousin's baby shower, same thing. It's like I'm being quietly excluded to keep the peace, even though I'm not the one who committed fraud or tried to crash a wedding in a white dress. The relatives who have heard the full story from me have completely cut off Claire. My cousin who got married 2 years ago told me she's not inviting Claire to anything anymore after hearing what happened. She said she remembered Claire trying to give unsolicited advice at her wedding too, and now it made sense. A few family members have said they're reevaluating their relationships with Claire entirely because the fraud thing was so far over the line.
My wife has been amazing through all of this. She told me she's never been more grateful for anything I've done. She said if Claire had been at the wedding, she would have had a panic attack. She's not exaggerating either. The months of harassment from Claire had given her so much anxiety that she was having trouble sleeping. Now she looks at our wedding photos and she's genuinely happy in every single one. She said she doesn't regret anything and would make the same choice again. I go back and forth on how I feel about it. There are moments when I see how hurt my parents are, and I feel guilty. They're getting older, and the idea that this rift might never heal sometimes keeps me up at night. But then I remember finding my wife crying because Claire called her low class. I remember the venue fraud paperwork. I remember Claire showing up in white, ready to make a scene at our wedding. Every time I remember those things, I know I made the right choice. The family group chat still occasionally blows up about it. Someone will make a comment about an upcoming holiday and whether everyone will be there, and it turns into a whole thing about the wedding and the family being divided. Claire posted something on Facebook last week about betrayal by people you share blood with. My younger cousin showed me the post and said half the comments were supporting her and half were calling her out. That same cousin told me Claire's in therapy now. Apparently she's been diagnosed with depression, and she's telling everyone that I'm the cause of it. That I damaged her mental health by rejecting her so publicly. My mom mentioned it too, like it was supposed to make me feel bad and reconsider everything. Some family members think I should apologize for the sake of family unity, that even if I was justified in being angry, the way I handled it was too harsh. My wife thinks we should go no contact with anyone who's still defending Claire's actions. She doesn't understand how they can know about the fraud and the harassment and still think I'm the bad guy. She's probably right, but they're still my family. I'm not ready to cut off everyone just because they have a different opinion about what happened. I honestly don't know if I'll ever have a relationship with my sister again. Part of me misses having a sister, misses what our relationship used to be before all of this. But another part of me knows that relationship was never really healthy. Claire has always needed to be the center of attention, and our parents always enabled it. This was just the first time I refused to go along with it. It's been 2 months since the wedding now. Claire and I haven't spoken at all. My parents are cold and distant. Some extended family treats me like I don't exist. Others have become closer because they finally see who Claire really is. My wife is happy and healthy, and says marrying me was the best decision she ever made, partially because I protected her from my family's dysfunction. Was banning Claire the right call? I think so. Should I have given her one more warning? Maybe, but I genuinely don't think it would have made a difference. She had that warning when I confronted her about the harassment, and her response was to commit fraud. Would she have stopped if I'd been gentler about it? Definitely not. She showed up in white to crash the wedding. That tells me everything I need to know about whether she would have behaved if I'd let her attend. The real issue I keep coming back to is whether I'm supposed to sacrifice my wife's mental health and our wedding day to keep the peace with someone who has repeatedly shown she doesn't respect boundaries. My parents think I should have. They think family loyalty means tolerating whatever Claire does because she's my sister. I don't agree with that, but I also can't make them see it my way. So here I am, happily married, with a wife who got the drama-free wedding she deserved, but with a family that may never forgive me for it. Some days I think it was worth it. Other days I wonder if there was a better way to handle everything. But mostly, I just think about how my wife looked on our wedding day, genuinely happy and relaxed. And I know I'd make the same choice every single time. Guess who got cut out of the will? I, 27M, run a small IT business that's actually doing pretty well, and somehow that made me the successful one in the family. My cousins, Jake, 29, and Marcus, 31, have spent their entire adult lives bouncing from one get-rich-quick scheme to another, mooching off relatives whenever things inevitably fell apart. and they always fell apart. I need to give some context here because it matters. My grandmother Helen raised me for a good chunk of my childhood after my parents got divorced and neither of them could really get their act together. She's the one who pushed me to apply for scholarships, who let me use her address when I needed stability for college applications, who believed I could actually make something of myself. We were close. Like, actually close. Not the fake kind of close where you only show up on holidays and birthdays. Jake and Marcus? They saw Grandma maybe 3 or 4 times a year, always around major holidays, and always with their hands out. It was like clockwork. They'd show up, compliment her cooking, ask how she was doing, and within 10 minutes they'd need to borrow money for rent or car repairs, or some emergency that was totally not their fault. Grandma always gave it to them because that's who she was, but she wasn't stupid. She knew they'd never pay her back. The family always compared us growing up. I was the nerdy one who actually studied. They were the cool older cousins who played sports and had girlfriends. Then I graduated and started my business, and suddenly the comparisons got a lot less fun for them. 6 months ago, Grandma got diagnosed with this chronic illness that basically meant she couldn't live alone anymore. Nothing immediately life-threatening, but she needed help with daily stuff, getting to doctor appointments, managing medications, that kind of thing. I didn't even hesitate. I packed a bag and moved into her spare room the same week. Started driving her to appointments twice a week, sometimes 3 times when things got complicated. Her insurance was garbage and kept denying medications her doctor prescribed, so I paid out of pocket. We're talking hundreds of dollars some months. But it was Grandma. What was I supposed to do? Jake and Marcus visited exactly twice in those first 3 months. The first time, Jake needed $500 because his roommate bailed on rent. The second time, Marcus needed money for some certification course that was going to change his life. Both times they stayed maybe 20 minutes, barely looked at Grandma beyond the initial hello, and left as soon as they got what they came for. I was there for all of it, watched the whole performance. Things were actually going okay until about 3 months into taking care of her. It was a Tuesday afternoon, and I was in the kitchen making Grandma some lunch. Chicken soup because she said the medication made her nauseous. I heard voices from the living room and figured she had the TV on. But then I recognized Jake's voice. They'd let themselves in with the spare key Grandma kept under the mat, which should have been my first warning sign. I stayed in the kitchen, stirring the soup, and that's when I heard what they were saying. Jake was using this really gentle, concerned voice, the kind you use when you're talking to someone you think is confused. He was telling Grandma that they'd been worried about her, that they'd heard things, that some family members were concerned I might be taking advantage of the situation. Marcus jumped in then, backing him up, said it wasn't that they thought I was a bad person, but that sometimes, when someone is as sick as Grandma was, people around them could start making decisions that weren't really in the sick person's best interest. That maybe, just to be safe, she should consider signing some papers that would give them power of attorney over her finances. You know, just in case. Just to make sure everything was handled properly. I stopped stirring. The spoon was frozen in my hand. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Grandma's voice came next, weak but trying to sound firm. She said she needed to think about it, that it was a big decision. Jake pushed back a little, said they just wanted to help, that they'd already talked to a lawyer friend who drew up the papers. They had them right there. All she had to do was sign. The rage that hit me was like nothing I'd ever felt. These 2 parasites who couldn't be bothered to visit their dying grandmother unless they needed money were now trying to convince her that I was the problem, that I was manipulating her, and they'd brought papers. They'd actually planned this out. Grandma told them again she needed time to think. Her voice was firmer this time, and I could hear the anger underneath even if they couldn't. Or maybe they did and just didn't care. I heard chairs scraping, footsteps, goodbyes that sounded fake as hell. The front door closed. I waited 30 seconds and walked into the living room with the soup.
Grandma was sitting in her recliner, her hands shaking in her lap. She looked up at me, and I could see she knew I'd heard everything. Her face was red, whether from anger or embarrassment or both, I couldn't tell. She didn't say anything for a moment, just stared at me with these watery eyes that looked more furious than sad. "Those vultures," she finally said, her voice barely above a whisper. I knew exactly what they were doing. I set the soup down on the side table and sat on the couch across from her. Asked if she was okay. Stupid question. Obviously she wasn't okay, but I didn't know what else to say. She told me this wasn't the first time, that Jake had been calling her over the past few weeks. Just checking in, he said, asking questions about her finances, making little comments about how it must be hard for me to run my business and take care of her at the same time. Planting seeds. Marcus had been doing it too, she said, just more subtle. Asking if she'd updated her will recently, suggesting she make sure everything was in order. They'd been working on her for weeks, and I'd had no idea. I felt sick. These were people we'd grown up with, people who were supposed to be family, and they were actively trying to turn my dying grandmother against me so they could get their hands on whatever she had left. Grandma reached over and grabbed my hand. Hers was cold and still shaking. She looked me dead in the eye and said she wanted to call her lawyer. Right now. Today. I asked if she was sure, if she wanted to wait until she felt better, but she cut me off. She was sure. She'd never been more sure of anything in her life. I made the call. Her lawyer said he could come by the house the next morning. Grandma nodded when I told her and squeezed my hand again. Then she smiled. And it wasn't a sad smile or a weak smile. It was something else entirely. Something that looked almost mischievous despite everything. She leaned back in her chair and closed her eyes. "They wanted to play games with a dying woman," she said quietly. "Let's see how they like the game I'm about to play." That night I barely slept. I kept thinking about Jake and Marcus in the living room, their rehearsed concern, the papers they'd brought with them, the calculation in it all. The next morning was going to change everything. I could feel it. I just didn't know exactly how yet. The lawyer showed up at 9 in the morning, right on time. His name was Robert Chen, and he'd been handling Grandma's legal stuff for like 15 years. He brought his briefcase and his laptop and set up at the dining room table like this was just another Tuesday for him. I guess it probably was. Grandma was already dressed and sitting at the table when he arrived. She'd put on actual clothes instead of her usual pajamas, even did her hair. I could tell she'd been up for a while. Probably couldn't sleep either. She had this look on her face, determined and clear-eyed in a way I hadn't seen since before she got sick. Mr. Chen asked how she was feeling, and she told him she was feeling sharp enough to make some changes. He pulled out the existing will first, went through it with her. I was there as a witness, but also because Grandma wanted me there. The old will split everything pretty evenly between me and the cousins, with a few specific items going to other family members. Standard stuff. Grandma listened to him read through it, and then said she wanted to change almost everything. Everything was going to me. The house, her savings account, her jewelry collection that included some pieces from her own grandmother. All of it. Mr. Chen didn't even blink. He just started typing on his laptop, asking clarifying questions, making sure he had the details right. But then Grandma said she wanted to leave one specific thing to Jake and Marcus. Mr. Chen looked up, waiting. "The couch from the basement," she said. "That old ratty brown couch that had been down there for probably 20 years. I remembered that couch. The cousins used to make fun of it when we were kids, said it smelled like old people and mothballs. They'd refused to sit on it during family gatherings, made a whole production out of it. And now Grandma wanted to leave it to them, specifically." Mr. Chen wrote it down without comment. Then Grandma asked for paper and an envelope.
She said she wanted to write them a letter to go with their inheritance. Mr. Chen provided both, and Grandma spent about 10 minutes writing in her shaky handwriting. I couldn't see what she was writing from where I sat, but I could see her face. That mischievous smile was back. When she finished, she folded the letter carefully, put it in the envelope, and sealed it. Then she asked me to go get her phone. I brought it to her, and she pulled up her photos, scrolled back to one from a few months ago. It was a selfie of her, smiling at the camera, really, genuinely smiling. She asked Mr. Chen to print it out. He looked a little confused, but sent it to the portable printer he'd brought. Once it printed, Grandma took the photo and slid it into the envelope with the letter. She pressed the envelope flat and handed it to me. She told me that when the time came, I needed to hide this envelope deep in the couch cushions. Make sure it was really wedged in there so they'd find it eventually, but not right away. She wanted them to have to search for it, or maybe just stumble across it weeks later. The whole thing felt surreal, but I promised I would. Mr. Chen witnessed the new will, had me sign as the second witness, and made copies of everything. The whole process took maybe an hour and a half. After he left, Grandma looked exhausted but satisfied. She reached across the table and grabbed my hand again, same as the night before. Told me thank you for being there when it mattered, for showing up when no one else did. I told her she didn't need to thank me, that it wasn't even a question, but she shook her head. She said she knew exactly what she was doing, and that Jake and Marcus had made their choice. They wanted to play games with a dying woman, she said again. Now they were going to learn what happens when you underestimate someone just because they're sick. That moment stuck with me. The way she said it, the steel in her voice. She wasn't being vindictive for the sake of it. She was making a point. They'd tried to manipulate her, tried to paint me as the villain, and she was calling them out in the only way she could. 2 months later, Grandma passed away. It was peaceful as these things can be. I was holding her hand when it happened. She just kind of drifted off in her sleep one afternoon and didn't wake up. The hospice nurse said it was exactly how most people hope to go. The funeral was 3 days later. Jake and Marcus showed up in these expensive-looking suits, probably borrowed money from someone to buy them. They put on the grieving grandson act, hugging relatives, talking about how much they'd miss her. I watched Marcus actually tear up during the service, which might have been genuine or might have been performance. Hard to tell with him. After the service, back at Grandma's house for the reception, they cornered me in the kitchen. Jake did most of the talking. Said we needed to discuss Grandma's assets, that there were arrangements to make, estate stuff to handle. Marcus just stood there nodding, trying to look concerned and responsible. I told them the lawyer would be in touch with everyone who needed to be contacted. Jake pressed a little, asked if I knew what was in the will. I said I did, and left it at that. The look that passed between them was something else, like they were trying to figure out if I knew about their little power of attorney scheme. The will reading was scheduled for the following week. Mr. Chen's office downtown, one of those old buildings with wood paneling and leather chairs that cost more than my first car. The whole extended family showed up. Aunt Carol, the cousin's mom, Uncle Ray, who was Grandma's younger brother, a handful of other relatives who'd been close with her. Everyone sat in this conference room, quiet and uncomfortable the way people get when money's about to be discussed. Mr. Chen went through the formalities first, explaining that the will had been updated recently, that Grandma had been of sound mind when she made the changes, that everything was properly witnessed and legally binding. I could see Jake and Marcus exchange another look. They hadn't known about the update. Then he started reading. The small bequests came first. A necklace to Aunt Carol, some savings bonds to Uncle Ray, a few other pieces of jewelry to various relatives. Standard stuff. Then he got to Jake and Marcus. He read it exactly as it was written. To my grandsons, Jake and Marcus, I leave the couch from my basement.
That's it, just the couch. The confusion on their faces would have been funny if the situation wasn't so tense. Marcus actually laughed, this short bark of a laugh like he thought it was a joke. Jake just stared at Mr. Chen, waiting for the rest. Then Mr. Chen continued. To my grandson, and he said my name. I leave the remainder of my estate. He listed it all. The house, the savings account, the investment portfolio I didn't even know she had, the jewelry collection, minus the pieces already mentioned, her car, everything. The entire estate, except for a couch and a few small items. Jake stood up so fast his chair fell backward. He started yelling about manipulation, about elder abuse, about how this couldn't be legal. Marcus was right behind him, face red, demanding to see the original will. Mr. Chen stayed completely calm, explained again that the will had been properly updated, that he'd personally verified Grandma's mental competency, that there were 2 witnesses and medical documentation supporting her decision-making capacity. Aunt Carol was crying, asking how this could have happened. Uncle Ray looked uncomfortable, but didn't say anything. Jake was still yelling, threatening to contest it, saying his lawyer would tear this apart. Marcus grabbed his brother's arm, trying to pull him toward the door. As they left, Jake turned and pointed at me, said this wasn't over, that I'd stolen from them, that the whole family would know what kind of person I really was. The door slammed behind them. The conference room went silent. A few relatives got up and quietly left. Others came over to offer condolences that felt weird and hollow. Uncle Ray pulled me aside on my way out, told me I'd done right by her, that I shouldn't let them bully me. But even he looked uncertain, like he wasn't completely sure whose side he should be on. I went home that night and pulled the envelope out of my safe where I'd been keeping it. Looked at it for a long time. 3 days later, I had the couch delivered to Jake's apartment. I knew what was inside it, but they didn't. All I could do was wait. The delivery company called me when they dropped off the couch at Jake's place. He wasn't home, so they left it in the building lobby, which honestly made it even better. I imagined him coming home from work to find this ugly brown couch just sitting there with his name on the delivery slip. The thought almost made me smile. My phone stayed quiet for about 4 hours. Then the calls started. First was a voicemail from Jake, angry but controlled, saying I needed to come pick up the junk I dumped at his apartment, that he didn't have room for it and didn't want it. He called it a slap in the face, leaving them some worthless piece of furniture while I got everything else. I didn't call back. An hour later, another voicemail. Marcus this time, trying to sound reasonable, saying they should all sit down and talk like adults, that Grandma wouldn't have wanted the family torn apart like this, that surely we could work something out. I deleted it. Then nothing for about an hour. Radio silence. I knew they'd gotten the couch into one of their apartments by then, knew they were probably sitting on it or near it, complaining about me, about Grandma, about how unfair everything was. I kept checking my phone, waiting. When it finally came, it wasn't a call. It was a text from Jake. Just a photo at first, no message. I opened it and there it was. The envelope, opened. Grandma's letter visible in the photo, her handwriting shaky but readable. I could make out the first line. Maybe if you visited me for love and not for money, you'd have more than a couch. Then my phone started ringing. Marcus calling. I almost didn't answer, but something made me pick up. He was yelling before I even got the phone to my ear, calling me every name he could think of, saying I'd manipulated a sick old woman, that I'd poisoned her against her own family, that I was a manipulative piece of shit who'd orchestrated this whole thing. His voice was shaking with rage. I didn't say anything, just let him yell himself out. When he finally paused to breathe, I hung up. Jake sent another text, another photo. This one was of Grandma's picture, the selfie she'd printed out, her smiling face. Behind it in the photo, I could see part of the letter, the list of everything she was leaving to me. The house, the savings, the jewelry. Everything they'd thought would be theirs. I typed out a response and sent it to both of them. You already got your inheritance. Enjoy the couch. Then I muted the conversation and put my phone down. My hands were shaking a little, not from guilt or regret, just from adrenaline. This was really happening. Grandma's final move. Her last word on people who'd tried to use her. The extended family group chat exploded the next day. Aunt Carol sent a long message about family values and how Grandma would be heartbroken to see us fighting like this. How blood was thicker than water, and I was tearing the family apart over money. Uncle Ray responded, defending me, saying I'd been the only one who actually showed up when it mattered. That seemed to open the floodgates. Cousins and aunts and uncles I barely knew started weighing in. Some on my side, most trying to stay neutral, but implying I should just share to keep the peace. One cousin I hadn't talked to in 5 years sent a private message saying I should give Jake and Marcus at least half, that it was the right thing to do, that Grandma probably wasn't thinking clearly at the end. That last part made me see red. I responded in the group chat, kept it short, said that Grandma knew exactly what she was doing, that she'd been evaluated by doctors and found completely competent, that her lawyer had verified everything, that maybe if people cared so much about what she wanted, they should have visited her more than twice in 6 months. Aunt Carol's response was immediate. She said I was being cruel and vindictive, that I was using Grandma's death to hurt her sons, that she'd raised me better than this, which was rich considering she'd barely been around when Grandma was actually raising me. Half the family blocked me after that, just straight up removed me from their contacts. Jake and Marcus tried to contest the will, exactly like they'd threatened. They hired a lawyer, filed paperwork, the whole thing. Mr. Chen called me about it, said not to worry. They were claiming undue influence and diminished capacity. Said I'd isolated Grandma and manipulated her when she was vulnerable. Their lawyer requested all her medical records, testimony from her doctors, documentation of her mental state. It went nowhere. Grandma's doctor submitted a statement saying she'd been sharp as ever, just physically declining. The hospice nurses backed it up. Mr. Chen had his own documentation from the day we updated the will. The judge dismissed the contest after about 6 weeks. Apparently, you need actual evidence, not just hurt feelings and greed. That should have been the end of it, but Aunt Carol wasn't done. She started sending flying monkeys. Random relatives would call or text asking if I'd reconsidered, saying that maybe I didn't need all that money, that my business was doing fine, that Jake and Marcus were struggling and could really use some help. One aunt even suggested I sell the house and split the proceeds 3 ways, like that was some kind of reasonable compromise. I stopped responding to most of them. The ones I did respond to got the same answer. Grandma made her decision. She knew what she was doing. I'm respecting her wishes. End of discussion. It's been 2 months now since the couch incident. Jake and Marcus haven't spoken to me at all, which is honestly fine. Better than fine. I don't need people like that in my life. Aunt Carol sends passive-aggressive posts on social media about family betrayal and people who forget where they came from. I haven't blocked her, but I've muted her. Maybe someday I'll just remove her entirely. I started the process of selling Grandma's house last month. I thought about keeping it, but I can't live there. Too many memories, and they're all bittersweet now. Everything reminds me of her, of those last months taking care of her, of the way she smiled when she sealed that envelope. A realtor thinks it'll sell fast. Good neighborhood, well-maintained, priced right. Some of Grandma's jewelry I'm keeping, the pieces that meant something, that have history. Her wedding ring, a bracelet her mother gave her, a few other things. The rest I'll probably sell eventually.
The money from everything, the house sale and the savings and the investments, I'm putting most of it back into my business. Grandma always believed in what I was building. Seems right to use what she left me to make it even better. Late at night sometimes I think about all of it. About Jake and Marcus finding that letter. About the look on their faces when the will was read. About Aunt Carol's texts and the family members who chose sides. I don't feel guilty exactly. They made their choices long before Grandma got sick. They showed up for money, not for her. They tried to turn her against me to get what they wanted. And when that didn't work, they tried to paint me as the villain. But I'd be lying if I said it doesn't bother me sometimes. The family split is real. Thanksgiving is coming up, and I already know half the family won't talk to me. Christmas will be worse. There are cousins I grew up with who won't return my calls now. Aunts and uncles who've decided I'm some kind of monster who manipulated a dying woman. Part of me thinks Grandma's revenge was perfect. That she saw Jake and Marcus for exactly what they were and responded accordingly. That the couch and the letter were brilliant, the kind of move that makes a point you can't ignore. Another part of me wonders if I should have tried to talk her out of it. If I should have convinced her to just split things more evenly to avoid all this drama. Some people keep telling me I should give Jake and Marcus something anyway, not because they deserve it, but to keep the peace. To make the family whole again. Like money can fix what they tried to do. Like I owe them something for their greed and their schemes. I think about what Grandma said that day after we updated the will. About how they wanted to play games with a dying woman. About how they were going to learn what happens when you underestimate someone. She wasn't being cruel. She was being honest. They showed her who they really were, and she responded in kind. I sleep fine at night. My business is growing. I've got the people who matter still in my life. The ones who stood by me, who understood what really happened, who knew Grandma well enough to know she wouldn't have done this without good reason. That's enough. But the family is split, and it's probably not getting fixed anytime soon. Maybe that's okay. Maybe some things aren't meant to be fixed. Guess who isn't in the will anymore after calling me just the caretaker? I'm 40, and 8 months ago, I moved back home to take care of my dad after he had a stroke. My older brother Dean is 45, lives about 3 hours away, and manages to visit maybe twice a year if we're lucky. The rest of the time he just calls to tell me everything I'm doing wrong. Dad and I have always been close. Growing up, we were the ones who'd spend weekends working on cars in the garage or heading out to the lake at 5 in the morning to fish. Dean was always too busy with his own thing, even as a kid. That distance never really changed as we got older. When Dad had his stroke last February, everything in my life stopped. I was working as an accountant for a mid-sized firm, had my own apartment about an hour away, but none of that mattered anymore. Dad needed help, and I wasn't going to let him go through this alone. Dean showed up exactly once right after the stroke happened. He swooped into the hospital, took charge of all the conversations with doctors like he'd been there the whole time, made a big show of being the concerned eldest son, and then disappeared back to his life. But somehow, he started telling relatives that he was the one managing the family estate. I'm still not sure what estate he thinks he's managing, since the only thing Dad owns is the house and some savings. By manage, what Dean actually means is that he ignores everything except finding reasons to criticize whatever I'm doing. My days start at 6 in the morning. Dad needs help getting out of bed safely because his left side is still weak. We do physical therapy exercises 3 times a day, the ones the therapist taught us that Dean has never bothered to learn. I handle all his medications, cook his meals because he needs low-sodium everything now, clean the house, drive him to all his appointments, and basically run the entire household. It's exhausting, but I do it because he's my dad and I actually care about him. Dean calls every few weeks, usually while I'm in the middle of something, to ask if Dad is still alive. and then spend 20 minutes telling me I'm doing his therapy wrong or feeding him the wrong foods. He's never here to actually do any of it himself, but he's got plenty of opinions. A few months in, he started with the insults, called me the housemaid during one call. Then it was the free nurse to some cousin at a family gathering I didn't attend. The one that really got to me was when he told Aunt Linda that I was the desperate one who only stuck around to secure the inheritance. That last one spread through the family pretty fast. Suddenly I'm getting these weird phone calls from relatives asking how Dad is doing, but really fishing to see if I'm taking advantage of him. Like I quit my job and put my entire life on hold because I'm some kind of con artist. Meanwhile, Dean is 3 hours away, living his normal life, showing up twice a year to play the hero for a weekend, and everyone thinks he's so devoted. 3 weeks ago, everything changed. I came home from the pharmacy with Dad's prescriptions and found him sitting at the kitchen table, looking upset. He'd just gotten off the phone with Dean, and something was clearly wrong. It took me almost an hour to get it out of him, because Dad doesn't like to complain about his kids, even when one of them deserves it. Finally, he told me. Dean had called with a suggestion. He thought it was time we looked into nursing homes for Dad. Not because Dad needed that level of care. He's doing really well with the therapy and is getting stronger every week. Dean's reasoning was that we could get Dad settled somewhere professional, sell the house while the market is good, and split the profits now instead of waiting. He actually said that. Split the profits. Like Dad was already dead, and we were just liquidating assets. Dad was heartbroken.
He kept saying it over and over while I made him tea he didn't drink. He wants to warehouse me, like I'm already dead. I'd never seen my father look so small. This was the man who taught me how to change a tire when I was 10, who built half the furniture in this house with his own hands, who worked 40 years at the plant to give us a good life. And his oldest son wanted to stick him in a facility so he could cash out early. Then Dad said something that stuck with me. He was staring at his hands, the left one still curled a bit from the stroke, and he said quietly, "I know who actually cares about me." That was it. He didn't elaborate, didn't need to. The next morning at breakfast, I asked Dad if he'd thought about reviewing his estate plans lately. He looked at me for a long moment, then admitted his will was ancient. He'd written it back when Dean and I were in our 20s, back when he still thought Dean might eventually step up and be the son he hoped for. Dad said, "Maybe it's time I acknowledge reality instead of wishful thinking." We called an estate lawyer that afternoon, got an appointment for the following week. Over the next 2 weeks, we met with her 3 times, going over everything, making sure it was all exactly what Dad wanted and completely legal. I barely said anything in those meetings. This was his decision, his money, his house. I just drove him there and sat quietly while he talked through what he wanted to do. We didn't tell Dean, didn't tell any of the extended family. Dad said he didn't want opinions or pressure or Dean showing up to try to talk him out of it. He wanted to make this decision with a clear head, and he knew what would happen if Dean caught wind of it before everything was signed. The will itself was straightforward. The house goes to me because, in Dad's words, I kept him in it and made it a home instead of letting it become a warehouse. His savings, about $80,000, would go toward his continued medical care for as long as he needed it, and whatever was left would cover final expenses. Dean gets exactly $1. The lawyer suggested that apparently it's harder to contest a will when you're specifically mentioned, even if it's just for $1. It proves you weren't forgotten, just deliberately excluded. When Dad signed everything and the lawyer handed him his copies, he looked lighter somehow, like he'd been carrying something heavy for a long time and finally set it down. On the drive home, he told me he should have done this years ago,
that he'd kept hoping Dean would change and become the person he wanted him to be. But people don't change just because you hope hard enough. They change because they want to, and Dean never wanted to. The documents were finalized on a Thursday. Dad seemed more relaxed than I'd seen him in months. We had a good weekend, watched old westerns, worked on a puzzle at the kitchen table, talked about maybe taking a short trip to the coast once he got a bit stronger. It felt like we'd turned a corner somehow, like the weight of Dean's manipulation and pressure had finally lifted. Then, Saturday morning, 2 days after the will was signed, Dean's car pulled into the driveway unannounced. I was in the kitchen making lunch when I heard the car. Dad was in his recliner in the living room doing the crossword puzzle he does every Saturday. I looked out the window and saw Dean getting out of his car with a folder under his arm and this expression on his face like he was about to handle some business. He didn't call ahead, didn't text, just showed up like he owned the place. He walked in without knocking, which annoyed me immediately, and went straight to where Dad was sitting. I stayed in the kitchen doorway, watching. Dean barely said hello before he started pulling papers out of his folder and setting them on the coffee table. Power of attorney documents. I could see the header from where I was standing. Dean told Dad it was time we handled things like adults. Said I'd played nurse long enough, and that real decisions needed to be made by someone with actual authority. He didn't look at me when he said it, but we both knew who he meant. Dad just sat there listening, his face neutral, letting Dean talk. I'd learned over the past months that Dad does this when he's angry. He goes quiet and still, lets the other person hang themselves with their own words. Then Dean started in on everything I was doing wrong. The house was too cluttered, which was rich coming from someone who visits twice a year. Dad looked too thin, even though the doctor had literally complimented Dad's healthy weight at his last appointment. I was clearly overwhelmed and in over my head. Dean went on and on, building his case for why he needed to take over, and I just stood there letting him talk, because I knew what was coming. That's when Dean said it. He was standing over Dad, holding these power of attorney papers, and he said, "He's just the caretaker. Real decisions should be left to actual family." The room went completely silent. I felt my face get hot, but I didn't say anything. Dad's expression changed. The neutral look dropped and something else took its place. Something resolved and final. He looked at Dean for a long moment, then said very calmly, "Good thing actual family already made decisions." Dad reached down beside his recliner where he'd tucked a manila envelope that morning. I'd seen him put it there at breakfast and wondered if he somehow knew Dean was coming. He handed it directly to Dean and told him to read it carefully. Said it was a copy of his updated will. I watched Dean's face as he opened it. He was still standing there with his power of attorney papers in one hand, probably expecting Dad to just sign whatever he wanted. He pulled out the will and started scanning it. His face went red first, then white. His hands were shaking. He looked up at Dad, then at me, then back at the papers like he'd misread something. "What the hell is this? You're giving him everything?" Dean's voice went up about an octave. Dad stayed calm, told him the will explained itself. The house goes to me. The savings go to Dad's medical care. Dean gets $1. It was all right there in black and white, witnessed and notarized and completely legal. That's when Dean completely lost it. He started yelling that I'd manipulated Dad, that I'd isolated him and poisoned him against his own son. Called it elder abuse. Said I'd brainwashed a sick old man who didn't know what he was doing. Every accusation he could think of just came pouring out. He called me a parasite. Said I'd stolen his house, his inheritance, everything that should have been his. I still didn't say anything, just leaned against the doorframe and let him rant. Sometimes the best thing you can do is let someone show exactly who they are without interference. Dean kept going back to the $1 thing. He must have said it 5 times. $1? $1? You're writing me out for $1? Like the specific amount was more insulting than being excluded entirely. Which I guess was the point. The lawyer knew what she was doing when she suggested it. Dad tried to speak a few times, but Dean just talked over him. Kept calling me a thief. Kept saying I'd stolen what was rightfully his. Kept demanding to know what lies I'd told to make this happen. He was pacing now, waving the will around, completely unhinged. This was the same guy who tells everyone he's the responsible son, the one managing things, the mature one. Finally, Dad had enough. He actually shouted, which I'd never heard him do before. Just one word. Enough. The whole house went quiet again. Dad explained it very calmly. Told Dean he remembered their conversation about the nursing home word for word. Dean had suggested getting Dad settled somewhere professional so they could sell the house and split the profits. Those were Dean's exact words. Dad repeated them back to him. Dean immediately denied it. Said Dad was confused, that the stroke had affected his memory, that I was putting words in his mouth. He tried to spin it like he'd just been exploring options for Dad's care, that I'd twisted an innocent conversation into something sinister. Dad cut him off. I remember every word, Dean. You said, we could split the profits and you'd be taken care of professionally. You weren't thinking about my care. You were thinking about your bank account. Dean's face did something I can't quite describe. It was like watching someone realize they'd been caught and scrambling to find a way out, but knowing there wasn't one. He looked at me with pure hatred and called me a conniving bastard. Said I'd planned this whole thing from the beginning, that moving home to care for Dad was just a long con to steal his inheritance. Then he stormed out. Didn't say goodbye to Dad. Didn't close the folder of power of attorney papers he'd brought. Just grabbed his keys and left, slamming the front door so hard a picture frame fell off the wall in the hallway. I heard his car peel out of the driveway, tires squealing like he was in a movie. Dad was shaking, not from fear or anything like that, but from adrenaline and emotion. I helped him to his bedroom so he could lie down for a bit. He kept apologizing, which made no sense because he had nothing to apologize for. I told him he did the right thing, that he rewarded the person who actually showed up. He nodded but didn't say much else. I think the reality of having to do that to his own son, even though it was justified, still hurt him. Within an hour, my phone started blowing up. Text messages, missed calls, voicemails. Dean had clearly started making calls the second he got in his car. Aunt Linda, Uncle Bob, cousins I hadn't talked to in years. All of them wanted to know what happened, what I'd done, why I'd manipulated Dad into cutting Dean out. Dean's version of events was already spreading through the family like wildfire, and in his version, I was the villain who'd stolen everything from my poor devoted brother, who'd sacrificed so much for our father. I turned my phone off and went to check on Dad. He was lying in bed staring at the ceiling. When I asked if he was okay, he said he was fine, that he'd known this would happen. Then he said something I'll never forget. I should have set boundaries with Dean decades ago. I enabled him by always hoping he'd change. That's on me, not you. I left him to rest and went back to the living room. Dean's power of attorney papers were still scattered on the coffee table. I gathered them up and threw them in the recycling bin. Then I sat down in Dad's recliner and tried to process what had just happened. My phone was still off, but I could imagine the messages piling up. By tomorrow, the entire extended family would know. By the end of the week, I'd probably be labeled the bad guy in a story where I'd done nothing but take care of my father. The envelope with the will was on the floor where Dean had dropped it. I picked it up and put it back beside Dad's chair. He'd need to keep it somewhere safe. Something told me this wasn't over, not by a long shot. I turned my phone back on that evening and had 37 missed calls. The voicemails were brutal. Aunt Linda was crying, begging me to make this right with Dean, saying family shouldn't treat each other this way. Uncle Bob left a message calling me a conniving bastard, the same phrase Dean had used, so I knew exactly whose version of events he'd heard. Cousin Sarah sent a long text about how family doesn't do this to family, and how disappointed she was in me. Dean had called everyone, every single relative who might listen. And his story was simple. I'd manipulated a sick old man, isolated him from his real family, and stolen an inheritance that should have been split equally between brothers. In Dean's version, he was the devoted son who'd been making hard decisions about Dad's care while I played the martyr for sympathy. He told people I'd taken advantage of Dad's weakened mental state after the stroke to turn him against his own son. The worst part was how many people believed him, or at least believed him enough to call me and demand explanations. I spent 2 hours that night just listening to voicemails. Some were angry. Some were disappointed. A few were trying to be diplomatic, suggesting maybe there was a misunderstanding that could be cleared up, but the underlying message was the same. I'd done something terrible and needed to fix it. The next few days were more of the same. Relatives I hadn't heard from in years were suddenly very concerned about Dad's well-being and my role in his life. Several people said I should share the inheritance equally because that's what families do. Like the house and savings should be split down the middle, regardless of who actually did the work or who Dad wanted to have it. A couple of cousins tried to explain to me that Dean had his own life and responsibilities, that he couldn't be expected to drop everything and move home like I did, so it wasn't fair to punish him for having a career and family of his own. That logic made my head hurt. Dean chose to live 3 hours away. Dean chose to visit twice a year. Dean chose to call me a housemaid instead of respecting what I was doing, and somehow I was supposed to reward him for those choices by handing over half of everything Dad wanted me to have. Some relatives stopped speaking to me entirely. Uncle Bob blocked my number. A few cousins unfriended me on Facebook. Dean posted this vague status about sacrifice and betrayal that got dozens of sympathetic comments from people who had no idea what actually happened. He didn't name me directly, but everyone knew who he meant. About a week after the confrontation, Dean's lawyer sent a letter to Dad's address. It was full of legal language, but the basic threat was clear. Dean intended to contest the will on grounds of undue influence. The letter claimed Dad wasn't mentally competent to make these decisions, that I'd isolated him and coerced him, and that the will didn't reflect Dad's true wishes. I showed it to Dad and he just shook his head. He called our lawyer the same day. Our lawyer wasn't worried. She said the will was rock solid. Dad had been evaluated, deemed completely competent, and had clearly articulated his reasons for his decisions during multiple meetings. There were witnesses. Everything was documented. She said Dean could try to contest it, but he'd be wasting his money and time. That made me feel better, but I knew the legal threat wasn't really the point. Dean was making noise, trying to pressure us into backing down. Dad started making phone calls to key family members himself. He called Aunt Linda and explained his decision directly. Told her that he'd rewarded the son who showed up, the son who put his life on hold to provide care, the son who didn't suggest warehousing him in a nursing home for profit. Linda listened, but I could tell she wasn't fully convinced. She kept saying things like, "Dean's just hurt," and "maybe there's a compromise here." Dad called a few other relatives too. Some understood once they heard his side. Others didn't want to hear it. Like they'd already made up their minds, and Dad's own testimony didn't matter as much as Dean's wounded pride. It was weird watching people dismiss Dad's agency in his own decisions. They kept acting like he was some confused old man who couldn't think straight, when he was sharper than most people I know. Through all of this, Dad's health actually improved. The stress of Dean's constant pressure and manipulation had been weighing on him more than I'd realized. Without that hanging over him, he started doing better in physical therapy. His mood lifted. He was sleeping through the night again.
It was like cutting Dean out of the decision-making process had given Dad permission to actually heal. I kept doing what I'd been doing all along. Morning exercises, medications, meals, appointments, evening exercises. Nothing about my routine changed. The house felt different, though. Lighter somehow, even with all the family drama swirling around us. Dad and I didn't talk about Dean much. There wasn't much to say that hadn't already been said. The relatives who stayed in contact kept pushing for reconciliation. They wanted me to reach out to Dean, apologize for hurting him, find some middle ground. A few suggested I could give Dean some money from my own pocket, once I eventually inherited, just to smooth things over. Like I should pay Dean for the privilege of not being treated like garbage while I took care of our father. I didn't engage with most of it. What was I supposed to say? Sorry Dad rewarded loyalty and actual care. Sorry Dean got exactly what he deserved after treating me like hired help and trying to institutionalize Dad for profit. I didn't twist Dad's arm. I didn't manipulate him. I helped him formalize what he already wanted, to acknowledge reality instead of wishful thinking. Some family members got it. Dad's younger sister, Aunt Marie, called me and said she'd watched Dean treat people like this for years. She said Dean had always been entitled, always assumed things would work out in his favor because he was the oldest, always put in minimal effort and expected maximum reward. She told me I did the right thing and that Dad's decision was his own. That phone call meant more to me than she probably realized. But Aunt Marie was in the minority. Most of the family had chosen sides, and I wasn't on the winning team. Family gatherings were going to be weird for the foreseeable future, assuming I even got invited to any. Dean had positioned himself as the victim, and people love a good victim story, especially when it means they don't have to examine their own assumptions about how families should work. It's been 3 weeks now since Dean stormed out of the house. He hasn't visited Dad, hasn't called him either as far as I know. The man who claimed to care so much about our father's well-being hasn't checked in once since finding out he's not getting the house. That should tell everyone everything they need to know, but somehow it doesn't. The family is split, pretty much down the middle now. Half think I did what needed to be done. Half think I'm a manipulative villain who stole my brother's inheritance through coercion and isolation. The ones who think I'm wrong keep using the same phrases. Family comes first. Blood is thicker than water. You should have shared. Like sharing is some moral imperative that trumps everything else, including who actually showed up and did the work. Dad doesn't have regrets about the will. He's told me that multiple times. He says he should have done this years ago, that he wasted too much time hoping Dean would become someone he's not. He's at peace with his decision, and his conscience is clear. That's what matters to me. Not what Uncle Bob thinks, not what the cousins post on Facebook. Just that Dad feels good about rewarding the person who actually cared. Last night Aunt Linda called again. She had this tone in her voice like she was about to say something important. She told me Dean has a compromise proposal. She wouldn't tell me what it was over the phone. Said it needed to be discussed in person at a family meeting. Dean would be there. Some other relatives too. She said everyone just wants peace, wants the family to heal, wants us to find a solution that works for everyone. I told her I'd think about it and hung up. Dad was in his recliner and heard the whole conversation. He said he won't go to any meeting, that his decision is final and there's nothing to discuss. But the pressure is building. Even relatives who initially supported me are now saying, maybe I should just hear Dean out, see what he's proposing, give reconciliation a chance. I don't know if I'll go. Part of me wants to stand firm, tell them all to back off and respect Dad's decision like adults. Part of me wonders if showing up might at least get them to stop calling and texting every day. But I know how these things work. They'll present some compromise that involves me giving Dean money, or property, or something else he doesn't deserve.
They'll pressure me to accept it for the sake of family harmony. And if I refuse, I'll be the bad guy all over again for not being willing to meet him halfway. Dad's wishes are clear. The will is legal. I didn't manipulate anyone. I just helped my father when he needed it, and he decided to acknowledge that in the only way that mattered. Dean treated me like a servant, called me a housemaid and a free nurse, and tried to warehouse our father in a nursing home so he could profit off selling the house early. And somehow, I'm supposed to feel bad about how things turned out. When my coworker took credit for my design, I let her present the wrong version to the CEO. I'm 26, and I work as a graphic designer at a mid-sized marketing firm. My coworker Jenna is 32, and she's been here for 5 years. Everyone knows she's competitive, like the kind of competitive where she'll find a way to mention her wins in every single team meeting. I've been here for 2 years, and honestly, I just tried to stay out of her way and focus on my own work. For the past year, Jenna and I have been on the same creative team. She's always been territorial about projects, but I figured that's just how some people are in this industry. We weren't friends, but we got along professionally enough. I'd noticed her taking credit for small ideas here and there during meetings. Someone would suggest something, and 2 days later Jenna would present it like it was her original thought. But it was never anything major, so I didn't make a big deal out of it. Our creative director Mark seemed to really like her because she was confident and vocal in presentations, which I guess counts for a lot. 3 weeks ago, everything changed. Mark called both of us into his office and told us about this new client. A luxury skincare brand that was looking to do a complete rebrand for their campaign. He wanted fresh perspectives, so he assigned both of us to create competing mock-ups. Whoever's design got approved would lead the entire account. This was huge, like career-changing huge for either of us. I completely threw myself into the research phase. I spent nights analyzing their target demographic, going through their competitors, really digging into their brand values and what made them different. I went through probably 15 different concept iterations before I even started on anything close to final. The color palette alone took me 3 days to get right. I was testing different fonts, playing with spacing, figuring out the visual hierarchy. I saved every single version in our shared team folder because I'm obsessive about tracking my progress and seeing how designs evolve. Everything was labeled chronologically, so I could go back and see what worked and what didn't. By week 2, I had something I was genuinely proud of. It was clean, sophisticated, exactly the vibe a luxury brand needs. Not trying too hard, just effortlessly elegant. I felt good about it for the first time in a while. Around this time, Jenna started asking me questions during our coffee breaks. Casual stuff about my approach, my creative process. She asked if she could see my work in progress a few times. I showed her some of my early drafts because I thought we were just being collaborative teammates. I didn't think anything of it. The night before our internal presentation to Mark, I was at my desk doing final checks on my file. It was around 8 p.m., and the office was mostly empty. That's when I noticed a new file had been uploaded to the shared folder. It was time-stamped 2 hours earlier. Jenna's submission. I was curious about what direction she'd gone, so I opened it. My stomach actually dropped. It wasn't just similar to mine. It wasn't inspired by mine. It was my design. My exact concept. Same color palette, same layout, same visual elements I'd spent 2 weeks perfecting. The only thing different was the file name, and she'd added her initials to the metadata. She had literally copied my work and submitted it as her own. I stood up and walked straight over to her desk. She was still there, working on something. I asked her what the hell she thought she was doing. She barely even looked up from her screen at first. Then she turned to me with this little smile and said that she'd improved my concept and made it presentation ready. That this is how the game is played in this industry. That I was too junior to understand how things really work. I just stood there. I couldn't even form words for a minute. She'd already submitted it to Mark. In the morning, He'd open his email and see her version first. If I submitted mine after, I'd look like the one who copied. She'd beaten me to it, and she knew it. Then she actually smiled at me again and told me that maybe next time I shouldn't leave my best ideas where everyone can see them. Like it was a lesson she was teaching me. I went back to my desk and sat down. My hands were shaking. I pulled up the shared folder again and just stared at it. At her file with my work inside it. At all my saved versions sitting right there in the chronological folders I'd created. Everything was documented. Every step of my process was right there with timestamps showing I'd been building this for 2 weeks. That's when I started thinking. Really thinking. I could go to Mark in the morning, show him the timestamps, explain what happened. But would he believe me? Jenna had been here longer. She had his trust. And even if he did believe me, what would happen? A slap on the wrist for her, maybe? A stern talking to? She'd already proven she didn't care about playing fair. I opened up my old saved versions, started looking through the drafts from the beginning of the project. Found one from about 10 days ago, right before I'd figured out what actually worked. This version had all the problems I'd spent days fixing. The colors were off, kind of muddy and clashing instead of sophisticated. The tagline was way too wordy and didn't fit the space right. The spacing made everything look cramped and amateur. The font weights were all wrong, so there was no clear hierarchy. It looked exactly like what it was, an early draft from someone still figuring things out. I sat there looking at that flawed version for a long time. The office was completely quiet. Just the hum of computers and the building's ventilation system. I thought about Jenna's smug face, about her telling me this is how the game is played, about how many other people she'd probably done this to. Then I started working. I renamed my old, flawed draft to match Jenna's file name exactly, moved her stolen version, the good one, and renamed it to look like it was just another one of my random early concept drafts. Buried it deep in the folder hierarchy where nobody would look unless they were specifically searching for it. Made sure my actual final polished version was clearly labeled with the current date and my name on it. I saved everything, logged out, went home. Didn't sleep at all that night. The next morning, the internal presentation happened at 10, just our team and Mark. Jenna presented first. She used the design she'd stolen from me, the good version, because she'd already downloaded it to her own computer before I'd switched anything. She was so confident. Talked about her creative process and her vision for the brand, used all the reasoning I'd developed. Mark was nodding along, clearly impressed. Then it was my turn. I presented my real, final version. Mark liked both. Said he'd show the client both options at the big presentation in 3 days, and we'd see which direction they wanted to go. 2 days before the big presentation, Mark sent an email. He'd decided to streamline things. Only one design would be shown to the CEO and the client. He'd chosen Jenna's, but he specifically noted in the email that we'd pull the final version from the shared folder on presentation day, not from anyone's personal computers. He wanted to make sure everyone was looking at the most current, updated file. It was standard protocol, something he always did for client presentations. I read that email 3 times. Then I checked the shared folder again. Everything was exactly where I'd left it. Jenna's file name was pointing directly to my flawed early draft. My polished final version sat in the folder clearly labeled with my name and the current date. I closed my laptop and waited. The morning of the presentation, I got to the office an hour early. I needed to check one more time that everything was still in place. Logged into the shared folder and went through every file name, every location. Jenna's file was still pointing to my old draft with all the problems. My final version was clearly labeled under my name. I took a deep breath and headed to the conference room. Mark was already there setting up the projector. He asked if I was nervous, and I told him I was fine, which was technically true. I wasn't nervous. I was something else entirely, something I didn't have a word for yet. The CEO arrived first. He's this older guy in his 60s who usually only shows up for major client meetings. Then the client walked in. She was a woman in her 50s who'd built her skincare company from nothing over 20 years. She had this sharp energy about her, like she could spot bullshit from a mile away. They both sat down at the conference table. Mark made small talk while we waited for Jenna. Jenna came in 5 minutes late, which was bold considering. She looked completely put together, hair perfect, confident smile. She sat down across from me and didn't even glance my way. Mark pulled up the presentation from the shared folder. I watched him navigate to Jenna's file name and load it. My heart was pounding, but I kept my face neutral. Jenna stood up to present. She had her whole speech ready, started talking about the creative vision and the strategic thinking behind the design. Then Mark clicked to the slide with the actual mock-up. I watched her face. It took maybe 3 seconds for her to register what she was seeing. Her smile froze. She kept talking, but her voice got a little higher. The design on the screen was a mess. The colors looked muddy, kind of brownish where they should have been elegant neutrals. The tagline was crammed into a space that was too small for it. Everything about the spacing looked cramped and unprofessional. The fonts were competing with each other instead of creating a clear hierarchy. The client's face changed immediately. She'd gone from interested to confused. She tilted her head slightly like she was trying to see something that wasn't there. The CEO leaned back in his chair and crossed his arms. That's never a good sign. Jenna was still talking. She was describing the version she'd stolen from me, the good one, while this disaster was displayed on the screen behind her. She talked about sophisticated color choices while muddy browns stared back at everyone. She mentioned clean lines and elegant spacing, while the screen showed cramped, awkward layouts. I almost felt bad for her. Almost. Mark interrupted her after maybe 2 minutes, asked if there was a technical issue with the file. Jenna turned around and actually looked at the screen like she hadn't been seeing it the whole time. Her face went pale. She stammered something about the wrong version being loaded, that this wasn't what she'd prepared. The CEO spoke up then, asked if this was really what had been approved in the internal meeting. Mark looked confused, said this was the file that was in the shared folder under her name. He pulled up the folder structure on screen to show everyone. There it was. Jenna's file name, clearly marked as the final version. Jenna tried to recover, said something must have gotten mixed up in the folder, that she had the right version on her laptop. Mark's face did this thing where I could tell he was running through scenarios in his head. The client was just sitting there with her arms crossed now. She looked at her watch. That's when Mark turned to me, asked if I had my version available to show. I nodded and pulled out my laptop, opened the file that was clearly labeled with my name and the current date, connected to the projector, and put it up on the screen. The difference was night and day. The colors were clean, sophisticated, elegant neutrals that actually looked luxurious. The tagline fit perfectly in its space with room to breathe. Every element had proper spacing, and the font hierarchy guided your eye exactly where it needed to go. It looked professional. It looked expensive. It looked like what a luxury skincare brand should be. The client sat up straighter. She leaned forward and studied the screen. Then she said yes, just like that. Said this is what she wanted. This is what her brand needed. The CEO nodded and said he agreed. Asked Mark why this version wasn't what had been presented first. Mark looked at Jenna, then at me. I could see him trying to piece together what had happened. Jenna's face had gone from pale to bright red. She was staring at me and I met her eyes. She knew. I could see that she knew exactly what I'd done. But she couldn't say anything. She couldn't accuse me of sabotage without admitting she'd stolen my design in the first place. She was trapped. The meeting wrapped up pretty quickly after that. The client approved my design, said she was excited to move forward. The CEO shook my hand and told Mark he wanted me as the lead on the account. Mark agreed. Everyone stood up to leave. Professional handshakes all around. As soon as the CEO and client left the conference room, Jenna followed me out into the hallway. Her hands were shaking. She was crying, mascara already starting to run. She started yelling about sabotage, about how I deliberately ruined her reputation. How could I do this to her? Did I have any idea what I'd just done? I let her finish. Just stood there and waited until she ran out of words. Then I said it. Told her maybe next time she should try original work. That this is how the game is played. Used her exact words from that night when she'd stolen my design. She just stared at me, mouth open, tears on her face. Didn't say another word. Just turned and walked away. I went back to my desk. My hands were shaking now too. Adrenaline or guilt or something else, I couldn't tell. I sat down and stared at my computer screen without really seeing it. By lunch, the entire office knew something had happened. I could hear people talking in clusters around the break room. The story was spreading fast, but nobody seemed to have the full picture. Some people thought Jenna had just presented the wrong file by accident. Others heard there was a technical glitch with the shared folder. A few people were whispering about whether something else was going on. My desk phone rang around 2. It was Mark, asking me to come to his office. I walked over and he closed the door behind me. He didn't sit down, just stood there looking at me for a long moment. Then he asked me directly if I knew why the wrong version of the design had been in the folder under Jenna's name. I'd already decided I wasn't going to lie if he asked directly. I told him the truth, that Jenna had copied my exact design and submitted it as her own the night before our first presentation, that she'd stolen 2 weeks of my work, that I'd protected what was mine. Mark was quiet for a really long time. He walked over to his window and looked out at the parking lot. Finally, he said he wished I'd come to him first, but his voice didn't sound angry. He sounded tired. Then he told me this wasn't the first time he'd had concerns about Jenna's originality, that there had been questions before about where some of her ideas came from. He said the account was mine, that I'd earned it. But he also said that what happened in that conference room was going to have consequences beyond just this one project. I nodded. I knew that already. That afternoon, 3 different co-workers came by my desk. 2 of them said Jenna had it coming, that they'd seen her pull similar stuff before. One guy told me she'd taken credit for his social media campaign concept 6 months ago. Another woman said Jenna had presented her tagline idea as her own in a client meeting last year. But my friend Rachel from accounting came by right before I left for the day. She didn't look happy. Asked me if I really thought what I did was the right way to handle things. That even if Jenna was wrong, I'd publicly humiliated her in front of the CEO and a major client. That there were other ways I could have dealt with it. I didn't have a good answer for her. Still don't. Jenna took 2 days off after the presentation. The office felt weird without her there, like everyone was waiting for something else to happen. People kept coming up to me asking what really went down in that meeting. I kept it vague. Said there was some confusion with file versions and that my design got selected. Most people could read between the lines. When Jenna came back, she was completely different. Quiet. She'd come in, go straight to her desk, and barely talk to anyone. She stopped attending the optional team lunches, stopped volunteering ideas in meetings. The few times I saw her in the break room, she'd leave as soon as I walked in. She wouldn't even make eye contact with me in the hallways. HR called her in for a meeting on her second day back. She was in there for over an hour. I don't know what was said, but when she came out, her eyes were red. Mark had apparently filed some kind of report about the presentation incident. I wasn't called in, so I don't know what story he told them, or what Jenna said in her defense. The office split pretty quickly into different camps about what happened. Some people thought Jenna got exactly what she deserved. Others thought I'd crossed a line. It became this thing people had opinions about, even though most of them didn't know the full story. My friend David from the dev team told me I'd done the right thing, that Jenna had been getting away with taking credit for other people's work for years, and someone finally checked her. He said, "Sometimes you have to fight fire with fire in corporate environments, that going through proper channels doesn't always work, and I'd protected my career." But Rachel kept pushing back on it. She came to my desk a few days after everything happened and told me she was disappointed in how I'd handled it. That even if Jenna stole my work, letting her humiliate herself in front of the CEO and a major client was cruel. That I'd calculated the whole thing to cause maximum damage to her reputation. She asked me if I'd really thought through what the consequences would be for Jenna long term. I told Rachel I had thought about it. That Jenna had thought about the consequences for me when she stole my design and told me that's how the game is played. Rachel just shook her head and said that two wrongs don't make a right, that I should have documented everything and gone to Mark or HR before the presentation, that there were professional ways to handle workplace theft. The thing is, I don't know if she's wrong. I'd been thinking about it constantly. Would Mark have believed me if I'd gone to him before the presentation? Would HR have actually done anything? Jenna had been there longer, had Mark's trust, had a track record of successful projects, even if some of those successes weren't entirely hers. I was the newer employee, making accusations against someone more senior. Mark called me into his office again, about a week after everything went down. He told me the luxury skincare account was officially mine, and that the client was really happy with the direction we were taking. Then he said something that stuck with me. He said that he understood why I did what I did, but that he needed to be able to trust his team to come to him when there were problems. That what happened in that conference room reflected badly on the whole department. I asked him directly if he would have believed me if I'd come to him the night I found out Jenna stole my design. He was quiet for a moment. Then he admitted he didn't know. That it would have been a difficult situation to navigate because it would have been my word against hers. But he said we'd never know now, because I didn't give him the chance to handle it. He's not wrong about that either. Jenna's been sidelined from major projects since the presentation. She's still working here, but she's mostly on smaller accounts now. Basic stuff that doesn't require much creativity or client interaction. I've noticed other designers are more protective of their work now too. People don't share as much in team folders anymore. There's less collaboration happening because everyone's worried about their ideas getting stolen. I'm not sure how I feel about that. Like, I protected myself, but I also might have made the whole work environment more paranoid and less trusting. The luxury skincare campaign is going really well. The client loves everything we're doing. I've gotten compliments from the CEO about my work. My reputation in the company has definitely improved. People take me more seriously now. When I speak up in meetings, people actually listen. It's everything I wanted career-wise. But here's what I didn't expect. I feel weird about it. Not guilty exactly, but something adjacent to guilt. Sometimes I see Jenna sitting at her desk, looking small and defeated, and I wonder if I went too far. If there was a better way to handle it, that would have protected my work without destroying her like this. My friend from the junior designer team told me Jenna had done something similar to her about 6 months ago. Took her social media campaign idea and presented it as her own. She said she'd been too scared to say anything because she was new and Jenna was senior. She thanked me for standing up to her. Said maybe now other people wouldn't have to deal with Jenna stealing their work. That made me feel a little better about it. Like maybe I didn't just protect myself, but also protected future people from the same thing. But then I think about Rachel's point, about how there's a difference between protecting yourself and deliberately humiliating someone. It's been 2 weeks now since the presentation. The office is still tense. There's this unspoken thing where people are being careful about what they say and who they say it to. Like everyone's reassessing who they can trust. Jenna and I exist in the same space, but we might as well be on different planets. We don't talk. We don't acknowledge each other. It's like we have this massive thing between us that everyone knows about, but nobody directly mentions. I've been leading the weekly meetings for the skincare account, presenting updates to Mark and the client, doing exactly what I wanted to be doing. But every time I'm in a meeting, I think about Jenna standing in front of that screen, watching her stolen design fall apart. I think about her face when she realized what I'd done. Some people in the office think I'm the hero of this story, the person who finally stood up to the office bully. Others think I'm vindictive and calculated, that I could have handled it better. Mark treats me with this weird mix of respect and caution now, like he's impressed by my work, but also slightly afraid of what I'm capable of. I keep replaying that night when Jenna told me, that's how the game is played in this industry. Was I playing the same game she was? Or was I doing something different because I was responding to her doing it first? Does it matter that she stole from me initially? And here's what really keeps me up at night. If this happened again with a different coworker, would I do the same thing? Or was this specific to Jenna, specific to her smugness and her history of taking credit for other people's work? I don't know the answer to that. My career is better now than it was a month ago. The account is mine. The client is happy. I'm getting recognition for my work. But I also changed something in myself that I can't quite identify yet. I crossed some line and I'm not sure if I can uncross it. Rachel still thinks I should have gone to HR. David still thinks I did exactly what needed to be done. Jenna won't look at me. Mark doesn't know whether to promote me or keep me at arm's length. And I'm here, successful and uncomfortable, wondering if protecting my work was worth whatever this feeling is. So I let my stepbrother fail his dream job interview, and apparently that makes me the villain. I'm 26 and I work in IT for a well-known tech company. My stepbrother Logan is 28, and he's spent the better part of the last decade making my life absolutely miserable. I'm talking constant put-downs, calling me a nerd, mocking my computer science degree, telling anyone who would listen that I only got my job because of diversity quotas. The guy dropped out of college halfway through sophomore year and has been bouncing between dead-end jobs ever since. Retail, delivery driving, warehouse work, whatever he could get. Our parents got married when I was 15 and Logan was 17. His dad married my mom, and from the very first day we met, Logan made it crystal clear that he thought I was beneath him. My stepdad owns a small business and has always been the type to side with Logan no matter what happened. I learned pretty quickly to just keep my head down, focus on my grades, and stay out of their way as much as possible. I moved out for college but ended up moving back in about a year ago. My mom and stepdad offered me a huge discount on rent while I saved up for a house, and financially, it made sense. I figured I could deal with Logan for a while since he was barely home anyway, always out with friends or working random shifts. This whole mess started about 2 months ago. I was working from home in my bedroom when Logan just barged in without knocking. He does that all the time, acts like basic privacy doesn't apply to him. He looked at me and said his company was hiring and I needed to refer him, not ask, tell, like it was a given. I looked up from my laptop and told him he didn't have any IT experience. His response was that it didn't matter because we're family and I could vouch for him. I tried to explain that referrals are based on actual professional qualifications, and given how he'd treated me over the years, I didn't think I was the right person to be vouching for him. He laughed in my face,
Asked if I was seriously still mad about some jokes. Told me to grow up and that this was about his career. I told him if it was about his career, he should build it himself. Reminded him that he'd spent years telling me I didn't earn my position, so he should prove he could earn his. That set him off. He started yelling about how selfish I was, how family is supposed to help family, how he deserved the job more than half the people already working there. My stepdad heard all the shouting and came in, and of course he immediately took Logan's side. Told me I was being petty and childish, and that I should help my brother out. I held firm. No referral. Logan stormed out saying he'd get the job without my help anyway, and that he'd prove he was better than me. I figured that was the end of it. Logan talks a big game but rarely follows through on anything. But 2 weeks later he came home with this huge grin on his face, announcing he'd gotten an interview. A remote technical interview scheduled for the following Friday. Told me he didn't need me after all. I was genuinely shocked they'd called him back. Out of curiosity, I checked the printer later that night and found his resume. He'd completely fabricated everything. Listed freelance IT consulting, systems troubleshooting, network maintenance. All kinds of experience he absolutely did not have. Zero proof, zero references that could be verified, just straight-up lies. But the interview was real. I checked our internal system and saw his name scheduled with one of our senior technical managers. That's when I knew this was going to end badly for him one way or another. 3 days before his interview, Logan showed up at my door again. His whole attitude was different this time. Less cocky, more desperate. He told me he needed help prepping for the interview. When I pointed out that he said he didn't need me, he told me not to be a dick and just give him some pointers on what they might ask. I said no. Flat out refused. His face went completely red. He couldn't believe I was actually going to let him go into the interview blind. I told him he lied on his resume and brought this situation on himself, and I wasn't going to be part of it. That's when Logan decided to play dirty. He went straight to my mom and stepdad and spun this whole story about how I was refusing to help family and how they should make things difficult for me until I cooperated. That very night at dinner, my stepdad told me that if I didn't help Logan prepare for his interview, they were going to start charging me full market rent, and I could see how far my IT salary got me then. My mom just sat there nodding along with everything he said. Didn't defend me, didn't question whether what Logan was asking was even reasonable. Just agreed that I should help him. I was completely trapped. I'd been saving aggressively for a down payment, but I wasn't quite ready to move out yet. The rent discount had been a huge part of my financial plan, and Logan knew exactly what he was doing. He knew I couldn't just leave. So the next day when Logan came back, I smiled and told him he was right. We're family, and I should help him. I said I'd put together some study materials and coach him through the basics. The relief on his face was instant. He actually thanked me, said he knew I'd come around eventually, told me this job was going to change his life, and he wouldn't forget that I helped him. I spent the next 2 days creating the most beautiful collection of completely wrong information you could imagine. Outdated commands that haven't been relevant since 2010. Acronyms I completely made up that sounded technical enough to be believable. Troubleshooting methods that would actually make problems worse instead of fixing them. I even threw in some fake insider knowledge about what our company supposedly looks for in candidates. The best part was telling him the interview would definitely be cameras off because that's just how remote interviews work now, so he could read from his notes the whole time and they'd never know. Logan studied everything I gave him like his life depended on it. He kept coming to my room asking follow-up questions, wanting clarification on certain points, and I just kept feeding him more garbage. He even bragged to my stepdad about how prepared he felt, how he was definitely going to crush this interview thanks to my help. He never once thought to fact-check anything, never looked anything up online, never asked anyone else for a second opinion, just trusted everything I told him completely. Interview day finally arrived. I was working from home that day, so
I was in my room when Logan set up his laptop in the living room. I could hear everything through my door. He had my fake study guide printed out and sitting right next to his computer, ready to reference. Then I heard the interviewer's voice asking him to turn on his camera. The silence that followed was perfect. Logan stammered something about thinking the interview was cameras off, and the interviewer told him they always do video interviews. I heard him fumbling to turn his camera on, his voice already shaky and nervous. The interviewer started with softball questions, really basic stuff that anyone with even minimal IT knowledge would know. And Logan, reading straight from my notes, gave the most spectacularly wrong answers possible. I had to bite my lip to keep from laughing out loud as I listened to him confidently spout complete nonsense. Every answer made it more and more obvious that he had no idea what he was talking about. The interviewer's tone shifted from friendly to confused to annoyed within about 10 minutes. And then the interview was over. Ended early. I heard the interviewer say they'd be in touch and disconnect the call. For a moment there was just silence from the living room. Then Logan absolutely lost it. Logan started screaming from the living room, just yelling obscenities at his laptop, at the wall, at nothing in particular. I stayed in my room, still pretending to work, listening to him lose his mind. Then my door slammed open. He didn't knock, just burst in looking absolutely furious. His face was red and he was shaking. He started shouting at me, asking what I told him, demanding to know what information I gave him for the interview. I looked up from my laptop as calmly as I could and told him I gave him exactly what he asked for. Interview prep. He lost it even more, told me everything I said was wrong, every single thing. The interviewer looked at him like he was insane. I just sat there and said that was weird. I must have gotten my wires crossed somehow. That's when he figured it out. He accused me of doing it on purpose, of sabotaging him deliberately. I pointed out that I gave him the help he demanded. Not my fault he didn't know enough about IT to fact-check any of it. Which, by the way, was exactly why I didn't want to refer him in the first place. He told me I knew he didn't know anything about this stuff, that I set him up. I stood up and told him no, he set himself up when he lied on his resume, when he faked all his experience, when he tried to force his way into a job he had no business applying for. I just gave him what he asked for. He threatened to tell our parents. I told him to go ahead, tell them how he lied to a company, how he demanded I help him cheat in an interview, and how he got mad when his own lies caught up with him. He actually ran downstairs to find my stepdad. I could hear the whole argument from my room. Logan screaming about how I ruined his life, how this was his one shot at a real career, how I deliberately fed him wrong information knowing he'd fail. My stepdad came upstairs and asked what I did. I told him I helped Logan prepare for an interview he wasn't qualified for. My stepdad said I knew Logan didn't know this stuff, that I should have properly prepared him. I reminded him that Logan shouldn't have applied for an IT job if he didn't know anything about IT. That Logan told me repeatedly he didn't need my help, and that he deserved the position more than me. So I let him prove it. My mom got involved at that point. She called a full family meeting in the living room, all four of us sitting there while Logan went on about his future being destroyed, about how this was his chance to finally have a career and I took it away from him out of spite. My stepdad backed him up, saying I was vindictive and cruel, demanded that I call HR and fix the situation, get Logan another interview, explain that there was a misunderstanding. My mom just kept shaking her head, looking disappointed in me, said I was being petty and that family doesn't do this to each other. I let them all finish their speeches, let them get everything out. Then I explained a few things. First, I couldn't fix anything with HR even if I wanted to. Logan bombed a technical interview because he lied about his qualifications. That's completely on him. There's no misunderstanding to clear up. He failed because he didn't know what he was doing. Second, they forced me to help him, threatened my housing situation to manipulate me into doing what Logan wanted. After years of him treating me like garbage, mocking my education, telling everyone I didn't earn my position. They backed him up and threatened me. So I told them what was going to happen next. Nothing. I wasn't calling anyone at my company. I wasn't fixing anything. I wasn't apologizing. And I was moving out. My mom looked genuinely shocked when I said I was moving out. She asked what I meant. I told her I'd signed a lease the day before. I'd be out by the end of the month. My stepdad said I was being dramatic and throwing a tantrum, that I'd regret burning bridges with my family over something so stupid. Logan just sat there staring at me like he couldn't believe what was happening. I told them I wasn't burning bridges. They burned them when they chose Logan's entitled attitude over basic respect for me. I was just done pretending everything was fine. The next day I started packing. I'd found a one-bedroom apartment about 20 minutes away. It was more expensive than what I'd been paying my parents, but my savings could handle it. More importantly, I wouldn't have to deal with any of them anymore. My mom tried talking to me a few times while I was packing, kept saying I was overreacting, that Logan made a mistake, but that didn't mean I should leave. I told her Logan didn't make a mistake. He made a series of choices, and those choices had consequences. I was just removing myself from the situation. She tried the guilt trip angle, said I was her son and she didn't understand why I was doing this to her. I reminded her that she sat there and let my stepdad threaten me, let Logan blackmail me, and didn't say a word in my defense. So maybe she should think about why I felt the need to leave. My stepdad barely spoke to me during those 2 weeks, just glared at me whenever we were in the same room, made passive-aggressive comments about people who abandon family when things get tough. I ignored all of it. Logan was the worst, though. He went from angry to bitter real quick, started muttering insults whenever I walked by, told his friends I sabotaged him out of jealousy, made posts on social media about fake family members who stab you in the back. Never mentioned me by name, but it was obvious who he meant. I didn't engage with any of it, just focused on packing my stuff and getting out. The day I was loading up my car with the last of my boxes, Logan made sure to be there. He stood in the doorway with his arms crossed, watching me carry everything out. When I walked past him with a box, he said, "I knew I ruined his life, right?" I stopped and put the box down, told him no. He ruined his own life the second he decided lying was easier than actually learning something. I just refused to be part of his con. He said we were supposed to be family. I told him family doesn't blackmail each other. Family doesn't spend years putting each other down and then demand favors. He wanted to prove he was better than me, smarter than me, more deserving than me. Well, he proved the opposite. He didn't have anything to say to that. Just stood there looking angry and pathetic. My mom tried one last guilt trip as I was putting the final box in my car. Asked if I was really going to throw away this family over a job interview. I told her I was leaving because she chose his lies over my boundaries. That was her choice, not mine. She started crying, said she didn't choose anything, that she just wanted her family to get along. I told her that sometimes getting along means holding people accountable for their actions, and she'd never done that with Logan, not once. My stepdad came out then and told me if I left like this, I shouldn't expect to come back, that once I walked away from family, that was it. I told him that was fine with me, got in my car, and drove away. I didn't look back, didn't feel sad or guilty or conflicted, just felt relieved. The apartment was quiet when I got there. Started unpacking my stuff, setting everything up the way I wanted it. No one barging into my room, no one making snide comments. No one expecting me to fix their problems while treating me like dirt. For the first time in years, I felt like I could actually breathe. It's been about 3 weeks since I moved out. The apartment is smaller than I thought it would be, but it's mine. No family drama, no stepbrother barging in, no parents guilt-tripping me over dinner. Just peace and quiet. Logan is apparently working at a car wash now. I heard this through my mom, who still calls me every few days trying to get me to come back. She mentioned it like it was supposed to make me feel guilty, like I was supposed to feel bad that he's washing cars instead of working in IT. I don't.
He applied for a job he wasn't qualified for, lied about his experience, and faced the consequences. The car wash is honest work, which is more than I can say for what he tried to pull. According to my mom, he's still telling everyone who will listen that I sabotaged his career. His friends, co-workers, random people at bars apparently. The story keeps getting more dramatic too. I've heard through the grapevine that he's now claiming I hacked the interview or called the hiring manager to badmouth him. None of that happened, obviously, but Logan has never let the truth get in the way of a good victim story. My stepdad sent me a long text about a week after I moved out. It was this whole thing about how disappointed he was in me, how I'd shown my true colors, how family is supposed to stick together through anything. He said Logan looked up to me, and I betrayed that trust. I almost laughed out loud when I read that part. Logan has never looked up to me a day in his life. He's looked down on me, sure, but never up. I didn't respond to the text. There was nothing to say. My stepdad made his choice when he threatened to kick me out for not helping Logan cheat his way into a job. He doesn't get to lecture me about family values now. My mom is a different story. She keeps calling and texting, asking when I'm going to get over this. She says she understands I was upset, but that I'm taking it too far. That Logan apologized, even though he hasn't apologized to me directly. She wants me to come to dinner, talk things out, move past all of this. I told her I'd think about it, but honestly, I don't know if I want to. Every conversation with her turns into her trying to defend Logan or minimize what happened. She keeps saying he just made a mistake, that he's struggling, that I should be the bigger person. Never mind that he spent years making my life miserable. Never mind that he tried to manipulate and blackmail me. None of that seems to matter to her. The thing is, I don't think she's malicious. I think she genuinely doesn't see what the problem is. In her mind, Logan needed help, and I'm his brother, so I should have helped him. The fact that he treated me like garbage for years doesn't factor into her equation. The fact that he wanted me to help him lie and cheat doesn't register as wrong to her. It's just family helping family. But that's not what family is supposed to be. At least, not to me. My friends have had mixed reactions to the whole situation. I told my best friend everything over beers about a week ago. He sat there listening to the whole story, and when I finished, he said I didn't set Logan up to fail. Logan was always going to fail that interview. I just made it happen faster and in a more spectacular fashion. Some of my other friends think I went too far. They say I should have just kept refusing to help instead of actively sabotaging him. That giving him wrong information was cruel and vindictive. One friend said I stooped to Logan's level by doing it. I've thought about that a lot. Maybe they're right. Maybe I should have just kept saying no and dealt with whatever consequences came from that. Moved out sooner, paid more in rent, whatever. But at the same time, Logan was never going to pass that interview. He had zero IT knowledge and lied about all his experience. The outcome would have been exactly the same whether I helped him or not. The only difference is this way: he can't say he failed because I refused to help him. He failed because of the help I gave him, which means he has to confront the fact that he didn't know what he was doing. Though knowing Logan, he's probably still not confronting that reality. Easier to blame me than admit he screwed up. Work has been fine. Better than fine, actually. No one at the company knows about the Logan situation except HR. They flagged his application as not eligible for rehire after the interview disaster, which is standard procedure for people who lie on their resumes. My manager has no idea Logan is related to me, and I'm planning to keep it that way. I've actually been more productive at work since moving out. Not having to deal with constant family drama means I can focus on my projects. I'm up for a promotion in a few months, and my manager has been hinting that it's looking good for me. Logan would probably say I don't deserve it,
that I'm only getting it because of diversity quotas or favoritism, or whatever excuse makes him feel better. But I know I've earned it. The only family member who's reached out in a normal way is my aunt, my mom's sister. She called me last week and said she'd heard what happened from my mom. She told me Logan sounded like an entitled brat, and that my mom should have stood up for me instead of backing my stepdad. It was validating to hear someone from the family acknowledge that I wasn't crazy or overreacting. She also told me that this wasn't the first time Logan had pulled something like this. Apparently, a few years ago, he'd borrowed money from my stepdad's business and never paid it back. Just expected it to be forgiven because he's family. My aunt said my stepdad wrote it off and never talked about it again. She said enabling Logan has been a pattern for years, and maybe what I did was the wake-up call he needed. I don't know if it will be a wake-up call, though. From what I've heard, Logan is still playing the victim, still telling everyone I'm the bad guy, still acting like the world owes him something. Part of me feels guilty. Not for what I did exactly, but for how it all went down. I keep wondering if there was a better way to handle it. Some path where I could have stood my ground without it turning into this massive family explosion. But then I remember Logan barging into my room demanding I refer him. I remember my stepdad threatening to kick me out if I didn't help. I remember years of put-downs and insults and being treated like I was less than. And the guilt fades pretty quick. I've been sleeping better since I moved out. I didn't realize how much stress I was carrying until it was gone. No more walking on eggshells. No more wondering when Logan would start something. No more feeling like I had to justify my existence in my own home. My apartment is quiet. Sometimes too quiet, honestly. But I'll take too quiet over constant tension any day. I don't know what happens next with my family. Maybe my mom will eventually understand why I left. Maybe my stepdad will realize that unconditionally backing Logan doesn't actually help him. Maybe Logan will get his act together and stop blaming everyone else for his problems. Or maybe none of that will happen. Maybe this is just how things are now. Me in my apartment, them in their house, and a bunch of burned bridges in between. I'm okay with that if that's how it has to be. I gave them chances. I set boundaries. I asked for basic respect. They chose Logan's entitlement over all of that. So now I'm choosing myself, my peace, my sanity, my own life without their drama. And honestly, I don't regret it. Turns out, changing the Wi-Fi password can destroy a marriage. I, 29, have been dealing with my husband Evan's younger sister Jess for the past 2 years. Evan is 31, Jess is 27, and she has somehow decided that our house is her personal hangout spot. I'm not exaggerating when I say she treats it like a clubhouse she has unlimited access to. I need to explain how this all started because context matters here. When Evan and I got married 3 years ago, his parents gifted us their old house. They had decided to retire early and move down to Florida full-time. Instead of selling the property, they just signed it over to Evan. It was incredibly generous. The house was paid off, in a good neighborhood, and it meant we didn't have to worry about rent or a mortgage while we were still building our careers. I was grateful. I really was. But Jess has never let me forget that this was the family house first. She grew up in this house. She had birthday parties in the backyard. She learned to ride a bike in the driveway. And apparently, that means she still has some kind of claim to it. She calls me the tenant whenever she wants to remind me that I'm not really part of the family, that I'm just the woman who married her brother and moved into her childhood home. It stings every single time, but I tried not to let it show. In the beginning, the boundary violations were small. Jess would come over for Sunday dinners, which was fine, normal even. But then Sunday dinners became Sunday and Wednesday dinners. Then she started showing up on random weeknights. Then she got a spare key from Evan without asking me. Then she was just letting herself in whenever she felt like it. She'd raid our fridge like it was her own. I'd come home from work excited about the leftover pasta I'd been thinking about all day, only to find empty containers in the sink. She'd use our bathroom and leave her makeup scattered across the counter. She'd plop down on our couch with her shoes on and flip through our streaming services like she lived there, which, increasingly, it felt like she did. And the worst part was how she acted around me. She'd make little comments about how I decorated, how I was always home and didn't I have hobbies or friends, how the house looked better when her mom took care of it. She'd rearrange things in the kitchen and tell me she was just trying to help me be more organized. She'd invite herself to stay for dinner and then critique how I cooked. Nothing was ever good enough. I was always doing something wrong. Every single time I tried to talk to Evan about it, he shut me down. He'd get this look on his face like I was being unreasonable, like I was attacking his family. He'd say that Jess was going through a rough time and I needed to be more understanding, more patient, more accommodating. At first it was because she'd gone through a bad breakup. Her boyfriend of 3 years had cheated on her, and she was devastated. Okay, I got that. I tried to be supportive. But then it was job stress. She hated her manager and was thinking about quitting. Then it was roommate drama. Her roommate was supposedly passive-aggressive and made living there unbearable. Then it was just general life stress. She was lonely. She was struggling. She needed family support. For 2 years there was always something. Always a reason why I needed to be more understanding. Always an excuse for why Jess's behavior was acceptable and my discomfort wasn't. I tried. I really did try. I'd smile when she showed up unannounced at 9 p.m. on a Tuesday. I'd offer her food even though I knew she'd probably insult it. I'd make small talk and ask about her day and pretend like I didn't mind that she was watching our TV and drinking our wine and treating me like hired help in my own home. I thought maybe if I was patient enough, things would get better. That eventually, Jess would move on with her life and stop needing to insert herself into ours so constantly. But it only got worse. 3 weeks ago, something happened that completely changed everything. I was working from home, and it was late afternoon. I thought I heard something outside, maybe a car door or someone walking past our gate. We live in a safe neighborhood, but I'm cautious. So I opened our security camera app on my phone to check the feed. That's when I noticed it. Someone else was logged into the app. Not just logged in at some point in the past, actively watching, right that moment. The little indicator showed another device was viewing the living room camera feed in real time. My stomach dropped. I clicked through to see the login details. The device was registered under a name I recognized immediately. It was Jess. I sat there staring at my phone, trying to process what I was seeing. Then I went through the access logs. She hadn't just logged in once or twice. She'd been doing this for months. Multiple times a day sometimes. There were entries from early morning, late at night, middle of the afternoon. She was watching our living room camera like it was her own personal reality TV show. I felt sick, violated. This wasn't just dropping by unannounced anymore. This was surveillance. This was my husband's sister literally spying on us in our own home. I waited until Evan got home from work. I didn't even let him put his bag down. I showed him my phone with the app open, with the access logs pulled up, with Jess's device right there in black and white. I asked him how she even got the password. He got immediately defensive, started explaining that she'd probably seen it on his laptop once when she was over visiting, that it wasn't a big deal, that she was probably just checking to see if we were home before coming over so she wouldn't interrupt anything. I told him that was insane, that checking if we're home is what texting is for, that logging into our security cameras and watching us without our knowledge was a massive violation of privacy, that his sister was spying on us. He said I was being dramatic, that Jess would never do anything with bad intentions, that she was probably just curious or bored,
that I was making this into something it wasn't. He actually used the phrase, making a big deal out of nothing. I asked him if he seriously thought his sister watching us on camera for months was nothing. He said I needed to be more understanding, that Jess was lonely and probably just felt left out of our lives, that I should try to have more compassion for what she was going through. That's when I realized something. Evan was never going to prioritize me over his sister. It didn't matter what Jess did. It didn't matter how uncomfortable I was or how violated I felt. He would always find a way to excuse her behavior and make me feel like I was the problem. So I stopped arguing. I just said okay and dropped it. But I had already decided what I was going to do next. The next day, while Evan was at work, I changed everything. Every single password in the house. I started with the Wi-Fi, changed the network name and password to something only I would know. Then I went through every streaming service. Netflix, Hulu, Disney+, Amazon Prime, HBO Max. All of them. New passwords for everything. Then the security camera app. Then the smart lock system we had on the front and back doors. Then the garage keypad code. I even changed the gate code at the end of our driveway. After that, I set up two-factor authentication on absolutely everything. Every single account got linked to my phone, and my phone only. No one was getting into anything without a code that came directly to me. It took me almost 3 hours to do it all. But by the time I was finished, I was the only person who had access to anything in our house. I didn't tell Evan what I'd done. I figured, if Jess really was just checking to see if we were home before visiting like he claimed, she wouldn't even notice the changes. She'd just text like a normal person and ask if she could come over. And if she did notice, well, that would prove she'd been using our stuff without permission all along. I went about my week normally. Evan didn't notice the Wi-Fi password had changed because his phone was already connected. Same with all the streaming services, since he mostly watched on our smart TV, which had stayed logged in. I acted like everything was fine. 2 days later, I got my answer about whether Jess would notice. I was working from home again, sitting at the kitchen table with my laptop open. It was around 2 in the afternoon. That's when I heard it. Someone was outside, punching numbers into the gate keypad. Over and over. Wrong code beep, wrong code beep, wrong code beep. I looked at my phone. Nothing. No text from Jess asking if she could come over. No call. She had just shown up and expected to let herself in like always. Then my phone started going off. First a text from Jess asking why the gate code wasn't working. Then another one with 3 question marks. Then Evan texting me asking if I'd changed the gate code. Then Jess calling me. I declined it. Then another text from Jess, saying this was ridiculous and she was standing outside in the heat. Then Evan called. I declined that too. He called again immediately. Declined. Third time he called, I answered. He was furious, actually furious. I could hear it in his voice before he even said a full sentence. He wanted to know why I'd changed the locks and why I was leaving his sister trapped outside like a criminal. Those were his exact words. Trapped outside like a criminal. I was so calm when I responded. It surprised me how calm I felt. I told him that only people who break in without permission feel trapped. He started yelling, actually raising his voice at me over the phone. Say I was being petty and vindictive. Saying Jess was family. Saying I had no right to lock her out of her family's house. That phrase again. Her family's house. Not our house. Not my house. Her family's house. I told him that if he wanted to give his sister a key and all our passwords and unlimited access to everything we owned, he should have married her instead of me. Then I hung up. He didn't come home that night. Didn't call. Didn't text to say where he was. I knew he was at Jess's apartment, but he didn't bother to tell me that. I slept in our bed alone and, honestly, it was the best sleep I'd had in weeks.
No anxiety about whether Jess was going to show up. No tension about upcoming arguments. Just quiet. The next morning, I woke up to my phone absolutely blown up with messages. 17 texts from various family members. Evan's mom, his dad, his Aunt Carol, who I'd met exactly twice at family gatherings. Even his cousin, who lived in another state. Jess had apparently called everyone she could think of. She'd told them I was isolating her from her brother, that I was trying to erase her from the family, that I'd changed all the locks and passwords out of nowhere and was being controlling and abusive. She'd cried to all of them, made herself out to be the victim in all of this. Evan's mom called me around 10 in the morning. She didn't even say hello, just launched into this whole speech about how disappointed she was in me, how family should always come first, how I was being controlling and cruel to Jess when all she wanted was to feel close to her brother, how Jess had been through so much lately, and I was making everything worse. I tried to explain my side, tried to tell her about the security cameras and the constant uninvited visits, and how I'd been asking for boundaries for 2 years. She cut me off, said that Jess would never spy on anyone, and I was probably misunderstanding the situation. That I needed to be more flexible and welcoming. That when you marry someone, you marry their family too. Evan's dad texted instead of calling. His message just said that I should reconsider my approach, that this wasn't the way to handle family disagreements, that I was causing unnecessary drama. Even Aunt Carol messaged me. Someone I barely knew felt entitled to tell me how hurtful I was being, how Jess had always been such a sweet girl and didn't deserve to be treated this way. I didn't respond to any of them. What was the point? They'd already decided I was the villain. Nothing I said was going to change their minds. Evan finally came home 3 days later. I heard his car in the driveway and thought maybe he was ready to actually talk, to hear my side of things, to acknowledge that his sister had crossed major boundaries and I had a right to be upset. But he didn't come home to talk. He came home to pack a bag. I watched him from the bedroom doorway as he pulled clothes out of the closet, grabbed his laptop and charger from the desk, went into the bathroom and collected his toiletries. He barely looked at me the whole time. When I asked what he was doing, he said he was staying with Jess temporarily, just until I came to my senses and apologized. He said I'd taken things too far, that he never thought I could be so vindictive over something so small. Something so small. Like his sister surveilling us and treating our home like her personal property was small. I stood there watching him pack his suitcase and I felt nothing. No sadness, no panic, no urge to beg him to stay or promise to fix things. Just relief. Pure relief that he was leaving. When he zipped up his suitcase and grabbed his keys, I said it. If you want to live with your sister so badly, you can stay there for good. He stopped, turned around and looked at me like I'd slapped him across the face. He said I didn't mean that I was just angry and saying things I'd regret later. I told him I had never been more serious about anything in my entire life. He stared at me for a long moment. I think he was waiting for me to take it back, to crack, to apologize. When I didn't, he just shook his head and left. I heard his car pull out of the driveway, heard the gate close behind him. Then I went to my laptop and ordered new physical locks for the front and back doors, the kind Evan's spare key wouldn't work on. They arrived the next day, and I installed them myself. 2 weeks after Evan moved out, I filed for separation. I didn't tell anyone I was planning to do it, didn't ask for advice or opinions. I just made an appointment with a lawyer, brought all my documentation, and started the process. I brought printouts of the security camera access logs showing Jess had been watching us, screenshots of text messages where I'd asked Evan to set boundaries with his sister, a timeline of all the incidents over the past 2 years. The lawyer looked at everything and told me I had grounds for irreconcilable differences at minimum. She asked if I was sure I wanted to do this. I told her I'd never been more sure of anything. The paperwork took about a week to prepare. Then I had Evan served at Jess's apartment. I could have done it differently, could have told him it was coming. But honestly, I didn't owe him that courtesy. He'd made his choice when he packed that bag. According to the process server, Jess answered the door. She saw the official-looking envelope and immediately started screaming before Evan even came to see what was happening. The process server said she was yelling about how I was a psycho and how she knew I'd try to destroy their family. Evan took the papers and apparently just stood there in shock while Jess continued her meltdown in the background. My phone rang about 5 minutes after the papers were served. It was Evan. I almost didn't answer, but I figured I might as well get this conversation over with. He kept asking if I was serious,
if I really wanted to throw away 3 years of marriage over a password. He said it like that, over a password. Like that was all this was about. Like the password was the problem, and not the years of boundary violations and his complete inability to prioritize our marriage over his sister's feelings. I told him I wasn't throwing away a marriage over a password. I was ending a marriage where my husband consistently chose his sister over his wife, where I was made to feel like an intruder in my own home, where asking for basic privacy and respect was treated like I was committing some kind of crime against his family. He got quiet for a minute. Then he said we could go to counseling, that he'd talk to Jess about boundaries, that we could work this out if I'd just give him another chance. I asked him why it took divorce papers for him to suddenly care about boundaries, why my comfort hadn't mattered for 2 years, but now that I was actually leaving, suddenly he was ready to make changes. He didn't have an answer for that. The line went quiet. Then he said he needed time to process this and hung up. That was 5 weeks ago now. The whole family has completely taken sides, and most of them landed on Team Jess. They think I'm the villain in this story, that I destroyed a marriage and broke up a family over Wi-Fi access and streaming passwords, that I'm cruel and controlling and deliberately drove a wedge between a brother and sister who were always close growing up. Evan's mom has stopped speaking to me entirely. She didn't even respond when I texted her about some mail that came to the house for her. Just complete silence. His dad sent me one text message about a week after the papers were served. All it said was, "I hope you're happy." That was it. No follow-up, no conversation. Just that one bitter sentence. Jess has been having a field day on social media. She doesn't name me directly, but it's extremely obvious who she's talking about. Posts about toxic people who can't handle real family bonds. Quotes about learning who your real enemies are. Pictures of her and Evan together with captions about how blood is thicker than water and real family sticks together. She's playing the victim hard, and from what I can tell, it's working. Her comments are full of people telling her she's better off without me and that Evan deserves so much better. My own friends are split. A few of them think I absolutely did the right thing, that I stood up for myself after years of being treated terribly, that Evan showed his true colors by choosing his sister over our marriage. But even some of my closest friends have gently suggested that maybe I moved too fast, that maybe I should have tried counseling before going straight to separation, that changing all the passwords was understandable, but filing for divorce only 2 weeks later was extreme. My sister thinks I'm a hero. She never liked Evan much anyway, and she'd heard me complain about Jess for years. She said I should have left him the first time he called me dramatic for having normal boundaries. My mom is worried I'm making a mistake I'll regret. She keeps saying that all marriages have rough patches, and maybe this is just a rough patch we could work through. She doesn't say I should take him back exactly, but I can tell she thinks I'm giving up too easily. Evan has texted me a few times over the past few weeks, mostly logistical stuff about mail and bills and paperwork. Once he asked about a book he'd left behind and whether I'd seen it. But there was one text that came late at night about 2 weeks ago. It just said that he missed me and asked if I would reconsider, if we could at least talk about things.
I haven't responded to that message. I don't know what there is to say. Every conversation we had over 2 years led nowhere. He never took my concerns seriously. He never set boundaries with Jess.
He never made me feel like I mattered as much as his sister's feelings. One text message saying he misses me doesn't change any of that. The house feels completely different now. Quieter, obviously, but in a good way. No one shows up unannounced. No one eats my food without asking. No one makes passive-aggressive comments about my decorating, or my cooking, or how I spend my free time. I can come home from work and actually relax. I can watch whatever I want on TV without someone taking the remote. I can exist in my own space without feeling judged. I changed the Wi-Fi network name to No More Tenants, which was probably petty, but it made me laugh. Small victories and all that. The lawyer says the separation should be straightforward, since we don't have kids and I'm not asking for alimony. The house is in Evan's name technically, since his parents gave it to him, but I've been paying half the utilities and property taxes for 3 years. She thinks I might have a claim to some kind of compensation, but honestly, I don't even care. I just want out. I'll find my own place and start over. I've been looking at apartments. Found a nice 1-bedroom in a building with a doorman. No one can just show up without being announced first. It feels like exactly what I need. I don't know if I overreacted. I genuinely don't know. Sometimes I lie awake at night and wonder if I should have tried harder, if I should have pushed for counseling before changing the passwords, if I should have given Evan more chances to fix things before filing for separation. But then I remember what it felt like to discover Jess had been watching us on the security cameras. The violation of that. The complete lack of privacy. And I remember Evan defending her, making excuses, telling me I was dramatic and unreasonable for being upset about it. And I remember packing his suitcase while he explained that he was leaving me because I wouldn't apologize to his sister. That moment crystallized everything.
He chose her. He's always chosen her. And I finally chose myself. So now I'm here, separated from my husband, estranged from his entire family, being called controlling and vindictive and cruel by people who don't know the full story and don't want to hear it. Living alone in a house that's too quiet and too empty, but also feels like mine for the first time in years. I don't know if changing the Wi-Fi password destroyed my marriage. Maybe the marriage was already destroyed, and the password was just what finally made it obvious. Maybe I am the villain everyone thinks I am. Or maybe I just finally stood up for myself, after 2 years of being treated like a guest in my own home and my own marriage.
Well, I guess selling the heirloom solved the problem, just not the way they wanted. I'm 33, and I've been dealing with my mother-in-law Carol for the past 3 years. She's 62, and from day one, she made it clear I wasn't good enough for her son. My husband Jake is 35, and he's honestly the best part of this whole situation. But his mother? That's a different story. Carol's family is obsessed with tradition. Like, weirdly obsessed. Everything has to be done a certain way because that's how it's always been done. And at the center of all this tradition worship is a necklace. Platinum with real sapphires, worth more than my car. Probably worth more than most people's cars, honestly. Every woman who marries into the family gets to wear it on her wedding day. It's this whole big thing. Photos, ceremony, the works. Except I didn't get to wear it. When Jake and I got engaged, I was actually excited about the necklace. I'd seen photos, heard the stories, thought it was beautiful. Carol invited me over to discuss wedding plans, and I genuinely believed we were going to have a nice bonding moment. I showed up with coffee and everything. She sat me down in her living room, looked me up and down like she was inspecting a piece of furniture,
and said I could wear the necklace if I lost enough weight to look presentable in the photos. I just sat there, didn't know what to say. She said it so casually, like she was telling me the weather forecast. Jake wasn't there, he was at work, and I drove home in complete shock. When I finally told him what happened, he confronted her immediately. She cried and said she was just concerned about the photos, that I was being too sensitive, that she only wanted what was best for our special day. Jake believed her, or at least he wanted to believe her. I didn't push it because I didn't want to be the woman who came between a man and his mother. So I got married without the necklace, wore my grandmother's pearls instead. They were actually nicer, if I'm being honest. The wedding was beautiful. Carol made a few passive-aggressive comments throughout the day, and I decided to just keep my distance from her going forward. For 3 years, that's exactly what I did. We saw her at holidays, kept conversations surface level, never stayed too long. It was fine. Not great, but manageable. Then I got pregnant, and everything changed. The second Carol found out about the baby, she transformed into this doting mother-in-law. Started calling me every week, asking about doctor's appointments, offering to help with the nursery. I actually thought maybe the baby was going to fix things between us. Maybe becoming a grandmother would soften her. I should have known better. About a month after we announced the pregnancy, Carol came over one afternoon. Jake was at work. She brought tea and cookies, which should have been my first warning sign because Carol doesn't do nice things without an agenda. We sat in the living room and she started talking about the necklace again. She went on about how beautiful my daughter would look wearing it someday, how special it would be to continue the tradition. I was half listening, thinking this was actually a sweet moment, when she said she was thinking about skipping a generation. I asked what she meant, and that's when she explained that she didn't want me tainting the tradition, but my daughter deserved to be part of it because she was a real member of the family. I told her to leave. Didn't yell, didn't argue, just asked her very calmly to get out of my house. She acted completely shocked, like I was overreacting to nothing. Kept saying she was just trying to include my daughter in family traditions, that I was being hormonal and unreasonable. When Jake got home that night, I was crying on the couch. I told him everything his mother had said. He was furious, but also confused because he genuinely believed Carol had the authority to decide who wore the necklace. That's what everyone in the family thought. Carol had been the keeper of the necklace for as long as anyone could remember, and no one ever questioned it. But Jake started digging anyway. His grandfather had passed away 15 years ago, and apparently there was a will. None of us had ever actually read it. Jake spent 2 weeks tracking down paperwork, calling the family lawyer, going through boxes of documents in his parents' garage while Carol was out running errands. His dad helped him look, probably just to keep the peace, but none of them expected to find anything significant. Then Jake found the actual will. The necklace wasn't Carol's. It had never been Carol's. Jake's grandfather had left it specifically to Jake, not to Carol or even to Jake's dad. The will stated very clearly that Jake would inherit the necklace, and Jake alone would decide who wears it and when. Carol had just taken possession of it after the funeral and appointed herself the guardian of family tradition. No one challenged her because that's what Carol does. She decides things, and everyone just goes along with it because it's easier than fighting her. Jake came home with the paperwork, and we read through it together about 5 times. He called his dad to confirm it was legitimate. His dad admitted he'd never actually read the will himself, just assumed his mother knew what she was doing. Jake sat on our couch staring at the wall for a solid 20 minutes, processing the fact that his mother had been lying to the entire family for 15 years. We spent a week figuring out what to do. Jake wanted to confront her immediately, but I convinced him to wait. If we were going to do this, we needed to do it right. We needed witnesses, documentation, everything. So we waited for the monthly family dinner at Carol's house.
The one where she sits at the head of the table like some kind of queen holding court over her kingdom. The dinner was exactly like every other family dinner. Carol made pot roast. Everyone pretended to get along. Wine flowed freely. I was about 4 months pregnant at this point, starting to show, and Carol kept making comments about the baby, talking about christening gowns and family baptism traditions and which church we'd use. Halfway through the meal, Carol looked at my belly and asked if we'd thought about what we'd dress the baby in for her first photos. Said she had the most darling christening gown saved from when Jake was a baby. Jake put down his fork and said we needed to talk about the necklace. The entire table went quiet. Carol smiled, thinking she was in control of the conversation. Jake told her very calmly that the necklace belonged to him, not her, that his grandfather's will explicitly stated this fact. You could see Carol's brain trying to process what he was saying. She laughed at first, told him not to be silly, that he didn't understand how family heirlooms work. Jake pulled out his phone and showed his dad the scanned copy of the will. Carol's face went from confused to pale to bright red in about 30 seconds. Then I spoke up. I took a sip of my water and said very calmly that she shouldn't worry because we'd already decided who gets the necklace. The silence that followed was incredible. Everyone at the table just froze. Carol stared at me with her mouth slightly open, like she couldn't process what I'd just said. Jake's sister looked between us, trying to figure out what was happening. His dad very slowly set down his wine glass. Carol finally found her voice and asked what I meant by, "We'd already decided." Jake reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out his phone. He opened an email and slid it across the table to his dad. Told him we'd had the necklace professionally appraised last week, and then contacted an estate jewelry buyer who specialized in antique pieces. I watched Carol's face as the realization hit her. It was like watching someone get slapped in slow motion. Her eyes went wide, then her whole face seemed to crumple. Jake said we sold it yesterday. The money was already transferred, already deposited. It was going into a college fund for our daughter and renovations for the nursery. Carol stood up so fast her chair tipped over backward. She screamed. Not words at first, just this raw sound of pure rage. Then the words came. She said we stole from her, that we destroyed the family legacy, called me a gold digger and a manipulative bitch right there in front of everyone. Jake's dad tried to calm her down, but she wasn't hearing it. She pointed at me, her whole arm shaking, and said this was my doing, that I'd poisoned Jake against his own family, that I couldn't have the necklace, so I made sure no one else could either. Jake stood up and told her the necklace wasn't hers to give in the first place. His voice was level, but I could hear how angry he was underneath. He said she'd lied for 15 years, told everyone she had the right to decide, but she never did. She was just controlling people with something that didn't belong to her. Carol screamed that it belonged to the family. Jake said it belonged to him, legally, and he chose to use it to provide for his family, his wife and his daughter. That's what his grandfather would have wanted, not the toxic gatekeeping she'd been doing for years. She turned to Jake's dad and demanded he do something, asked if he was going to let us talk to her this way, let us destroy everything. Jake's dad looked exhausted. He said if the will stated it was Jake's property, then it was Jake's property. They couldn't argue with legal documents. Carol said she didn't care what the will said. She grabbed her wine glass and I genuinely thought she was about to throw it at us, but she just slammed it down on the table. Red wine went everywhere, soaking into the white tablecloth. She said that necklace had been in the family for 4 generations, and we had no right. Jake repeated that he had every right because it was his. His voice was completely calm, which seemed to make Carol even angrier. Jake's Aunt Linda tried to intervene, suggested everyone calm down and talk about this rationally. Carol told her to stay out of it. Then she turned back to me with this look of pure hatred.
Said I'd planned this from the beginning, that I couldn't be part of the tradition, so I convinced Jake to burn it all down. I shrugged and told her I didn't have to convince him of anything. She did that herself when she told me I was too fat for photos. When she said I'd taint the tradition. When she told me my daughter deserved the necklace, but I didn't, like she had any authority to make that decision. Carol said she was protecting the legacy. I told her she was protecting her own ego. Said our daughter would have something way better than a necklace she could only wear once. She'd have her education paid for, a beautiful nursery, parents who don't use family heirlooms as weapons to control people. That's when Carol grabbed her phone and said she was calling a lawyer. Said we couldn't do this, that she'd sue us, force us to buy it back somehow. Jake told her to go ahead. The will was clear. The sale was legal. We had all the documentation. If she wanted to waste money on a lawyer just to confirm she was wrong, that was her choice. She actually did it. Called a lawyer right there at the dinner table with everyone watching. Put it on speakerphone like she was going to prove us wrong in front of the whole family. The lawyer answered, and Carol started ranting about stolen property and family heirlooms. The lawyer asked a few questions. Carol explained the situation, and then he very patiently told her that if the will designated Jake as the legal owner, he had every right to sell the necklace. Carol hung up on him mid-sentence. Jake's sister finally spoke up, said maybe we had a point, that if their grandfather wanted Jake to have it, maybe there was a reason. Carol turned on her own daughter and asked if she was siding with us too. Jake's sister tried to backtrack, said she wasn't siding with anyone, but Carol wasn't listening anymore. She told us to get out. Both of us, out of her house immediately. We grabbed our coats and left while she screamed at us from the doorway. Stuff about betrayal and family and destroying traditions. The neighbors definitely heard everything. Jake's hands were shaking as he drove us home. I made a joke about how well that went, and Jake actually laughed. Then he laughed until he started crying, and then he just cried. We sat in our driveway for at least 20 minutes while he processed what had just happened. He kept saying he couldn't believe she'd lied for that long, to everyone, about something so important. The next morning my phone exploded. Text from family members, some saying they supported us, others calling us selfish and cruel. Jake's sister sent this long message saying she understood our perspective, but wished we'd handled it differently. Maybe talk to Carol privately first. Jake's dad called and said he needed some time to think about everything. Carol sent 17 texts throughout the morning. They alternated between begging us to buy back the necklace and calling me every name in the book. Said I was a whore who trapped her son, that I'd ruined his life, that our daughter would grow up knowing what we did and hate us for it. By afternoon, Carol had posted in the family Facebook group this long, rambling post about how we'd destroyed a priceless family treasure for temporary money, how I'd manipulated Jake into betraying his heritage and destroying something irreplaceable. The comments section turned into a war zone. Half the family agreed with her, said we were selfish and short-sighted. The other half pointed out that if Jake legally owned the necklace, it was his decision to make. The family split right down the middle, practically overnight. Jake's sister tried to stay neutral, said she loved both of us but didn't want to get involved. His dad eventually called back and said he supported our decision, but wished we'd given him a heads up so he could have prepared. Carol's sister actually approached me in the grocery store a few days later and called me a gold digger to my face. Just walked right up to me in the produce section and said I'd married Jake for money and proved it by selling his inheritance. But Jake's cousin sent us a card that said, "Congratulations on our financial independence and matching spines." That one made us laugh for the first time in days. The money from the sale was significant, life-changing, honestly. We put 60% into a college fund that'll be worth a fortune by the time our daughter turns 18. 25% went into completely renovating the nursery. turning a spare room into the most beautiful baby room. The rest went into savings for when the baby comes. It's been 2 months since that dinner, and Carol still isn't speaking to us. Honestly, my pregnancy has been way more peaceful without her constant commentary and criticism. She tried to show up at our house once about 3 weeks after everything went down. Just appeared on our doorstep, demanding we give her money to buy back the necklace herself. Jake told her the money was already invested and in trust funds, that we couldn't access it even if we wanted to. She left screaming about getting lawyers involved again, but nothing ever came of it. The extended family drama has been absolutely wild, though. There was a family reunion planned for next month that's been on the calendar for over a year.
Carol announced in the family group chat that she wouldn't attend if we were invited. Jake's sister called us privately and asked if we could just skip it to keep the peace. We said no. We'd already RSVP'd, already made plans, and we weren't going to let Carol dictate our lives. Carol ended up canceling the entire reunion and sent a message to everyone saying it was our fault for tearing the family apart. Jake's dad came over last week with pizza, which is his version of an olive branch. He told us he'd been going through more of his father's papers and found some letters. Apparently, Jake's grandfather had written specifically about why he was leaving the necklace to Jake. The letter said he trusted Jake to make his own decisions and build his own family without interference. That he hoped Jake would use it however he saw fit and not let anyone pressure him into following traditions that didn't serve him. Reading that letter absolutely destroyed Jake. His grandfather died when he was 20, and they'd been really close. Finding out that his grandfather had essentially predicted Carol's controlling behavior and tried to protect Jake from it, even after death, meant everything to him. He cried reading it, kept saying he wished he'd known about this years ago. The money is being put to good use. The college fund is set up through a financial advisor, and it's projected to be worth an insane amount by the time our daughter turns 18. Even if college costs keep rising the way they have been, she'll be completely covered with money left over. The nursery renovation is almost done, and it's beautiful. We knocked out a wall to make the room bigger, added custom built-in shelving, got a comfortable chair for late-night feedings. It's everything we wanted, and couldn't have afforded otherwise. Carol somehow found out about the nursery from someone's Facebook post showing the progress. She sent Jake a text saying we'd murdered history to buy paint and wallpaper, that we'd traded something priceless and irreplaceable for material goods that would fall apart in a few years. Jake blocked her number after that. Didn't even respond, just blocked her. Some family members keep trying to play mediator. Jake's sister calls every couple weeks suggesting family therapy. Like sitting in a room with a therapist is going to fix decades of Carol's control issues and manipulation. His dad calls to give us updates on how Carol's doing. Apparently she has crying jags about losing her grandchild, which is ridiculous because she's not losing her grandchild. She's losing control, and there's a difference. We've told multiple people that Carol can have a relationship with our daughter if she can be respectful and not manipulative. She just can't use our child as a tool to control us or make us feel guilty. Carol hasn't responded to that offer. Radio silence except for the messages she sends through other people about how hurt she is. Last week, something interesting happened. Someone in the family started a group chat without Carol in it. Just Jake's generation, his cousins and sister and their spouses. Turns out we weren't the only ones who dealt with Carol's controlling behavior over the years. Jake's cousin admitted that Carol had refused to attend her wedding because she didn't approve of the venue. Said it wasn't traditional enough, that it was disrespectful to the family. Another cousin said Carol had tried to dictate what they named their son, kept pushing family names even after they'd decided on something else. One of Jake's other cousins said Carol had tried to control their career choices, told them going into art instead of business was a betrayal of family values. The chat went on for hours. Story after story of Carol using family tradition as a weapon to control people's choices.
We'd just been the ones to finally stand up to her in a way she couldn't ignore or manipulate. Several people in the chat thanked us for that. Said they felt less alone, knowing other people saw Carol's behavior for what it was. The ironic thing about this whole situation is that our daughter is going to have way more than a necklace ever could have given her. She'll have her education completely paid for without student loans. She'll have a family that doesn't use love and acceptance as bargaining chips. She'll have parents who chose her future over appeasing someone else's ego and control issues. Carol kept saying our daughter deserved the necklace, that she was worthy of the tradition. Well, now she's getting something actually valuable that'll change her entire life trajectory. Jake and I are doing better than we have in years. I didn't realize how much stress dealing with Carol had been putting on our marriage until we cut her out. It was like removing a splinter that had been festering for 3 years. We're excited about the baby. The nursery is almost finished, and we're planning to take a baby moon with some of the remaining savings before she arrives. But here's what I keep thinking about. Carol told half the family that I manipulated Jake into this, that he never would have sold the necklace without me poisoning him against her. The other half thinks we delivered justice, and that Carol got exactly what she deserved. And I genuinely don't know which version is true, or if maybe both are true somehow. I don't regret what we did. The money is going to change our daughter's life in ways a necklace never could. But I also recognize that we took something that had been in the family for generations and turned it into cash. Yeah, Carol had no legal right to it, and yeah, she'd been lying about ownership for 15 years. But we also knew exactly what selling it would do to her, and we did it anyway. At that family dinner, in front of everyone, part of me wonders if we could have handled it differently. Maybe sold it privately and just never told anyone. But another part of me thinks Carol needed to face the consequences of her actions publicly, the same way she'd humiliated me publicly about my weight. Jake says he doesn't care what anyone thinks. His grandfather left the necklace to him to use however he wanted, and he chose our daughter's future. He's right, legally and probably morally. But I also see how it's destroyed family relationships and turned me into either a hero or a villain, depending on who you ask in the family. The baby's due in 4 months. We've started taking birthing classes and setting up the nursery furniture. Carol still hasn't reached out to ask if she can be part of her granddaughter's life. Jake's dad hints that she's waiting for us to apologize first, which isn't happening. His sister keeps saying Carol is stubborn and might come around eventually, but I'm not holding my breath. Sometimes I wonder if our daughter will ask about the necklace someday, if she'll see old family photos of other women wearing it, and wonder why there aren't any of me. I think about how we'll explain what we did and why. Jake thinks we should be honest. Tell her we chose her future over a piece of jewelry and don't regret it. I agree. But I also wonder if she'll understand, or if she'll think we destroyed something important. The family is still divided. Some people have stopped talking to us entirely. Others have gotten closer, bonding over shared experiences with Carol's manipulation. The family dynamics have completely shifted, and there's no going back to how things were before. Carol posted something cryptic on Facebook last week about betrayal and snakes in the grass. Didn't name us directly, but everyone knew who she meant. Part of me wanted to respond, to defend ourselves publicly. Jake told me to let it go, that engaging with her just gives her what she wants. So now we're just waiting for the baby to come, waiting to see if Carol will eventually reach out, waiting to see how this all plays out in the long term. The nursery is almost done, and it's beautiful. Our daughter will never know the necklace existed unless we tell her. And maybe that's for the best. When my aunt stole my college fund for her daughter, I made sure her kid lost her scholarship too. I, 22F, was raised by my Aunt Carol after my parents died in a car accident when I was 8. My parents had left me a college fund, a substantial one, around $150,000, that was supposed to be mine when I turned 18. Aunt Carol was the trustee, which meant she managed it until then. Growing up in her house with my cousin Lily, who's 21 now, I was treated okay. Not great, but okay. I always knew I wasn't really family the same way Lily was. My parents had set up that trust specifically for my education. The documents were clear about it. But when you're a kid living in someone else's house, you don't really push back when they remind you how lucky you are to have a roof over your head. I heard that line a lot growing up. Meanwhile, Lily got new clothes every season, a sweet 16 party, a car for her 17th birthday. I figured that's just how it was when you were the actual daughter versus the niece they got stuck with. When I turned 18 and got accepted to college, I went to Aunt Carol to access the fund. She got this weird look on her face and said we needed to talk. We sat down at her kitchen table and she pulled out these printed documents, expense reports, she called them. She told me the account had dried up from raising me all those years. Food, housing, clothes, medical expenses for 10 years. She showed me numbers that supposedly proved it all went to keeping me alive. I was in shock. I mean, what was I supposed to say? She had legal control, and the money was gone. I took out student loans instead. Massive ones. I worked 2 jobs all through college while Lily posted pictures from Cabo on spring break. I watched her get that Mercedes for her birthday. At family dinners, she'd talk about her study abroad semester in Europe like it was no big deal. But here's the thing. The timeline started bothering me. Lily had started college the same year I turned 18. The same year, my fund supposedly ran dry. 2 years later, when I was 20 and in my junior year, I was helping Aunt Carol with her computer. She'd been having issues with her email, and I saw it. A bank statement in her inbox. A transfer for $45,000 to Lily's university. Dated exactly 1 month after my 18th birthday. I didn't say anything. I just kept clicking. More transfers. Receipts for Lily's car purchase. Vacation bookings. I screenshotted everything and saved it to an encrypted drive. She hadn't spent my college fund on raising me. She'd stolen it outright and given it to Lily. I confronted her a week later when we were alone. I showed her the bank statements. She didn't even try to deny it. She just said, family shares everything, and that I was being selfish. That Lily needed that money for her future. When I pushed back, she told me to stop being dramatic and threatened to cut me off from the whole family if I caused problems. She had 0 remorse. None. I realized then that if I tried to get the rest of the family involved, they'd side with her. They always did. So I left. I didn't argue. I didn't yell. I just walked out of that house and went back to my apartment with my 2 roommates and my student loan debt. I waited. 6 months later, the family group chat exploded with Lily's news. She'd been accepted to a prestigious graduate program with a full scholarship worth over $80,000. Aunt Carol posted about it on Facebook immediately. My brilliant daughter, years of hard work paying off, so proud, all that stuff. The comments rolled in from relatives congratulating her on raising such an accomplished kid. I stared at my phone and felt something cold settle in my chest. This was it. I spent the next week researching everything about that scholarship. The terms and conditions were public, and there was a clause that stood out. Recipients had to disclose any previous fraudulent financial aid or misrepresentation of finances. I pulled up Lily's undergraduate FAFSA records, which are semi-public if you know where to look. Her financial aid applications listed Aunt Carol's income, but completely omitted the $150,000 in quote-unquote gifts she'd received. The scholarship was merit-based, but also need-based. Lily had gotten aid she didn't qualify for, and I had all the proof. The bank records, the trust documents, the transfer receipts. I called up a friend from college who'd gone to law school and asked some hypothetical questions about trust fund mismanagement. She told me Aunt Carol had technically committed breach of fiduciary duty, possibly fraud, that the trust documents clearly stated the money was for my education only, and forging paperwork to claim those expenses were for me when they went to Lily was illegal. I could file a civil suit, maybe even press criminal charges, but legal battles take years. They cost money I didn't have. And honestly, Aunt Carol was probably judgment-proof anyway. The money was long gone. So I did something else. I compiled everything into a packet. The original trust documents showing what the fund was for. Bank statements showing every transfer to Lily's university. A timeline proving where the money actually went. Evidence that Lily's financial aid applications had misrepresented these transfers as legitimate educational expenses for me. I didn't write some angry letter or accusation, just a simple sticky note on top that said, "You should verify your scholarship recipient's financial history." I sent it anonymously. Burner email, VPN, printed at a public library. The whole spy movie treatment. Then I waited. 2 weeks of nothing. Lily kept posting on Instagram about apartment hunting near her grad school. Aunt Carol texted asking me to come to a celebration dinner. I said I was busy with work. Then late one night, Lily called me crying. The scholarship committee wanted to meet with her. The next day, the family group chat went silent. The day after that,
Aunt Carol called me screaming, asking if I'd contacted Lily's school. I played dumb. I had no idea what she was talking about. A few days later, Aunt Carol posted in the group chat. Someone had sent information to Lily's scholarship program. They were investigating. Then another message. The state was auditing her for misuse of estate funds. Then, Lily's scholarship had been revoked. The family chat absolutely exploded. My uncle wanted to know who would do this. My grandmother called it vindictive and cruel. Cousins were messaging about how Lily's future was ruined. Everyone was speculating about who could have sent that information. Aunt Carol sent me a direct message that just said, "I know it was you." I didn't respond. That night I sat alone in my apartment, with my loan payment reminders scattered across my desk. Lily had to move back home. Her graduate school dreams were over. Aunt Carol was facing potential criminal charges and definitely a civil lawsuit. And honestly, I slept better that night than I had in 4 years. The fallout was immediate. Lily moved back home within a week. She'd lost her apartment deposit, broke her lease, lost a job opportunity she'd lined up near the grad school. The state investigation found evidence of forged documents and misappropriation of trust funds. Aunt Carol hired a lawyer, but she was clearly guilty. Criminal charges were on the table, and a civil lawsuit was basically guaranteed. The family split down the middle. Some relatives quietly reached out asking what really happened. I told a few cousins I trusted and showed them the evidence. A couple of them apologized, said they had no idea she'd stolen from me. But others doubled down. My uncle said I should have handled it privately instead of destroying Lily's chances. My grandmother kept saying that what Aunt Carol did was wrong, but what I did was calculated and cold. Then Lily reached out directly. She sent me this long text saying she didn't know, that she swore she had no idea where the money came from. She said Aunt Carol told her it was from savings in some family fund. She asked me if I really had to destroy her future to fix mine. That one got to me, honestly. Lily had benefited from the theft, sure, but had she actually known it was stolen? I still don't have a clear answer on that. The legal stuff dragged on. The state ordered Aunt Carol to repay the estate, but the money was gone. Completely gone. They were talking about seizing her house. I could have filed my own civil suit on top of everything, but I decided against it. What was the point? She couldn't pay regardless.
Winning wouldn't get my college fund back. Months passed. I kept working full-time, kept making loan payments. I haven't spoken to Aunt Carol since that direct message. Limited contact with Lily. Some family members cut me off completely. Others secretly told me they supported what I did, but couldn't say it publicly. My grandmother sends me guilt-trip texts every few weeks about how family is supposed to forgive. I think about it a lot. Whether I went too far. I wanted justice, but I got revenge. And I'm not sure those are the same thing. I see Lily's Facebook sometimes. She's working retail now, taking classes at community college. Did I punish her for Aunt Carol's crimes? Maybe. But then I remember those 4 years. 2 jobs. Ramen for dinner most nights. Studying until 2 a.m. after closing shifts. Debt that'll take decades to clear. Last week, Aunt Carol's lawyer contacted me. They want to settle this quietly. Aunt Carol will admit wrongdoing if I agree not to pursue additional charges. Lily sent a text too, asking me to please let it go. Said this is destroying their family. The pressure from relatives has been constant. They keep saying I made my point and now I should move on. I'm sitting here with the settlement offer on my laptop. I could accept it, let Aunt Carol off easier, maybe rebuild some family relationships.
Or I could push forward and make sure she faces every consequence.
Here's the thing that really gets me, though. Lily just applied to a smaller graduate program, and she had the audacity to ask me for a reference letter. My family calls me vindictive. They say I ruined Lily's future. But she got 4 years of the college experience I paid for while I ate ramen and worked until midnight. She got spring breaks in Cabo and study abroad and a Mercedes. All with my money. So tell me, am I the asshole for making sure they paid for what they stole from me first?
When my best friend sabotaged my job promotion, I made sure she got herself blacklisted in the industry. I, 26F, have been working at Fletcher & Associates PR for the past 4 years alongside my best friend Maya, 27. We started as interns together, did the whole bonding thing over terrible coffee and even worse clients, and always promised we'd have each other's backs no matter what. She was the person I called at 2 a.m. after bad dates, the one who brought me soup when I had the flu, the friend I actually trusted in an industry where everyone's fake. We even used to talk about starting our own agency someday. For context, we both worked our way up from fetching coffee to actually managing accounts. It wasn't easy, but we did it together. Every nightmare campaign, every client meltdown, every time our boss lost his mind over something stupid, we dealt with it as a team. That's why what happened felt so much worse. 3 months ago, our boss announced a senior account manager position was opening up. Only 1 spot, and we were both qualified for it. At first, we actually joked about it over coffee. The whole "may the best woman win" thing, you know? But I noticed something shift in Maya after that conversation. She got quieter, started being less available for our usual lunch breaks. When I asked if she was okay, she'd just say she was stressed about work. I believed her because, honestly, we were both stressed. Things were going pretty well for me in the selection process. I had 3 successful client pitches in a row, and my boss pulled me aside one day to say she was very impressed with my recent work. Maya congratulated me when I told her, but something felt off. Her smile didn't quite reach her eyes. I brushed it off as normal competition stress. Then about a week before the final decision, Maya started asking these weird questions about my client accounts. Like specific stuff about passwords and email protocols and how I organized my files. I didn't think much of it at the time because we'd always helped each other with tech stuff. She said she was trying to organize her own system better and wanted to see what worked for me. I should have known something was wrong. One morning I walked into the office and my boss immediately called me into a conference room. HR was already in there, and their faces were serious in that way that makes your stomach drop.
They showed me an email from my biggest client, Morrison Tech, claiming I'd leaked their product launch details to their competitor. The client was furious, threatening to pull their entire contract, which was worth about 30% of my personal revenue for the agency. My boss looked at me and said I needed to explain what happened right now, because if this was true, it was grounds for immediate termination. I sat there reading this email with my hands actually shaking. I never leaked anything. I'm not stupid and I'm not unethical. But there were screenshots attached that looked like they came from my email account. There were specific details about Morrison Tech's confidential campaign that only I and my team had access to. The evidence looked damning, and I had no idea how to explain it because I didn't do it. I kept saying I was innocent, but I could see it in their faces. They didn't believe me. My boss gave me 48 hours to prove I hadn't sabotaged our biggest client relationship, or I was done. Back in that conference room, I read the email 3 times trying to make sense of it. The screenshots looked legitimate. The details were accurate. Everything pointed to me, and I had no explanation for how this could have happened. I told them I needed time to investigate on my end, and they reluctantly agreed. That night I went through every single email, every file, every conversation I'd had about Morrison Tech. I was panicking, honestly. My career was about to implode over something I didn't do. Around 10 p.m., I called Maya, crying. She came over with wine and acted like the supportive best friend she'd always been. She kept saying it was insane, asking who would do this to me. Looking back now, she was probably loving every second of it. The next day I was still digging through evidence, trying to find anything that would prove my innocence. Something kept bothering me about those leaked email screenshots. I pulled them up again and noticed the metadata in one of the forwarded images. I'm not super tech-savvy, but I knew enough to run it through a metadata viewer online. The file was created on a device registered to Maya's personal laptop. I sat there for 20 minutes just staring at my screen. I checked again, then triple-checked because this couldn't be right. But it was definitely her device. The timestamp showed it was created the same day the fake leak supposedly happened. Everything clicked into place. Maya's weird questions about my accounts, the timing right before the promotion decision, how she'd been distant and cold for weeks. My best friend had tried to destroy my career, and she'd almost succeeded. I felt sick, betrayed, furious. My first instinct was to call her immediately and scream at her until my voice gave out. But then I stopped myself. Maya had planned this whole thing carefully. She'd been calculated about it. If I confronted her now, she'd just deny everything, delete whatever evidence still existed, and play the victim. I needed to be smarter than that. I spent the next 24 hours documenting everything. Screenshots of the metadata analysis with timestamps. I found the original fake email buried in my trash folder and realized Maya must have accessed my computer directly. I called in a favor with the IT guy I'd once helped land a client, and he pulled the office security logs. The footage showed Maya at my desk after hours 2 weeks earlier, right around the time I'd left my computer unlocked to run to a meeting. I had a complete timeline with undeniable evidence, and I didn't say a word to Maya. I acted totally normal around her, thanked her for being there during my crisis. She probably thought she'd won. Then I quietly sent the entire evidence package to HR with a formal complaint. I also sent it to our boss with the subject line, Morrison Tech leak. I found who actually did it. I copied legal just to cover myself. The next morning, Maya was called into HR. I was called in separately, and we were kept in different rooms. I could see her through the glass conference room, and I watched her face go from confused to panicked as they presented the evidence. The investigation took 4 hours. I heard later that she tried to deny it at first, then claimed it was a misunderstanding, then finally admitted it, but said she was just trying to level the playing field. HR called me back in and apologized. They'd already contacted Morrison Tech to explain what actually happened. Maya was fired immediately and escorted out by security. As she was leaving with her box of desk stuff, she saw me in the hallway. Our eyes met. Her face was red, and her mascara was running. She mouthed, "How could you?" at me. I didn't respond. I just watched her walk out the door. That should have been the end of it. I got the promotion. Morrison Tech stayed on as a client and even sent an apology gift basket for doubting me. Everything worked out professionally, but the story didn't end there. 2 days after Maya was fired, I got a call from a colleague at another PR firm in the city. Apparently, Maya had applied there and used me as a reference without asking. The colleague just wanted to verify her departure from Fletcher & Associates. I told her the truth, that Maya was fired for fabricating evidence to sabotage a coworker. My colleague thanked me for the heads up and said they'd pass on Maya's application. This happened again a week later with a different agency. Then again.
I realized word was spreading fast, because the PR world here is small and everyone knows everyone. I wasn't actively trying to blacklist Maya, I just told the truth when people called to check her references. But the effect was the same. She couldn't get hired at any of the major agencies in our city. Maya started texting me. At first she was angry, accusing me of still trying to ruin her. Then she got desperate, begging me to just tell people it was a misunderstanding. Then came the guilt trips about how she made one mistake and I'd destroyed her entire career. Her last message said that real friends forgive, and she guessed she never really knew me. I blocked her number, but then the messages started coming from numbers I didn't recognize. Our mutual friends got involved. Some took my side and said she literally tried to get me fired first. Others thought I went too far. One friend told me that getting Maya fired was enough, and I didn't have to ruin her future, too. Another said I should have just confronted her privately and given her a chance to make it right. The opinions were split pretty evenly. Even my mom weighed in and said that while Maya hurt me, my response seemed excessive. Now it's been 3 months since all of this happened. I'm doing well at work. Got a raise with the promotion. But I think about Maya sometimes. Mutual friends tell me she had to move back in with her parents and is working retail now because she can't get any PR interviews. I keep going back and forth on whether I took it too far. Maya did try to destroy my career first, but she failed. My retaliation actually worked. I don't know if there's a difference between defending yourself and seeking revenge. Technically, I just told the truth when agencies called for references, but I knew exactly what would happen when I did. The thing is, I never actually confronted Maya face-to-face about why she did it. I never got to ask if the promotion was really worth our friendship. Sometimes I want to reach out. Sometimes I want to apologize. Sometimes I think she deserved everything she got. Last week I saw her LinkedIn. She's listed as a freelance communications consultant now, which is probably the only way she can work in the industry anymore. My finger hovered over the message button for a solid minute. I closed the app without typing anything. So here I am, asking strangers on the internet because I genuinely don't know anymore. Maya sabotaged my job and could have ruined my career. I just made sure everyone knew what she did. She says real friends forgive, but real friends don't stab you in the back for a promotion either. Some days I think I did what I had to do. Other days I feel like I became just as vindictive as her. When my boss took credit for my project, I made sure the CEO saw the truth in front of everyone. I, 29F, work at a mid-sized marketing firm called Brightwave Marketing. My boss Todd, 45M, has been the creative director for the past 3 years.
I've been with the company for 2 years now, always hit my targets, never caused problems. I genuinely loved my job. Here's the thing about Todd, though. Other people on the team had been complaining about him for a while. They'd say he took credit for their ideas, that he'd present their work as his own in meetings. But honestly, I thought they were exaggerating. Maybe they were just bitter about not getting promoted, or maybe they didn't understand how leadership works. I kept my head down and figured if I did good work, I'd get recognized eventually. That's how it's supposed to work, right? 6 months ago, we landed a pitch meeting with this huge beverage company looking to rebrand their entire image for Gen Z. In our team brainstorming session, I pitched this concept about authenticity and anti-corporate messaging. Kind of ironic for a corporate campaign, but that was the point. Todd loved it. He told me I had full creative control and to run with it. I actually felt grateful. I thought he was giving me a real chance to prove myself. So I ran with it. I'm talking late nights, weekends, the whole thing. I did consumer surveys with over 500 participants. I created mood boards, wrote all the copy, designed the mock-ups, built the social media integration strategy from scratch. Todd would have these weekly check-ins where he'd look at my work and say things like, "Make it pop more," or "needs more energy." Then I'd go back and figure out what that actually meant in practical terms and fix it. He'd send me files he tried to work on that were either broken or just half-finished thoughts, and I'd send back polished versions. He'd always reply with something like, "Perfect, you're a lifesaver." The campaign started getting attention internally before we even presented it. People from other departments were talking about it in the break room. Executives were asking Todd about it in the hallways. The client was ready to sign before they even saw the final presentation. I was proud. This was my work making waves. Then presentation day came. That morning, Todd called me into his office and told me he'd handle the presentation. He said I'd done enough legwork and it was time for him to bring it home. I was confused because I thought we'd present together, but he insisted it would be better to show a unified leadership front. Then he asked me to send him the final presentation file just to review. I sent it. I sat in the back of that conference room and watched him present my work slide by slide. He didn't change a single thing, not one word. He even kept in this reference to a TikTok trend that I know for a fact Todd has never heard of because he once asked me what chuggy meant. The room loved it. Standing ovation. The CEO shook his hand. The client signed right there. After the meeting, Todd found me and gave me this patronizing pat on the shoulder. He said thanks for helping behind the scenes. Couldn't have done it without his team. Then he walked away to accept more congratulations. I went back to my desk and saw the company-wide email. Subject line: "Congratulations to Todd on landing the Bryant account." The whole email praised his visionary campaign and innovative approach. My name wasn't mentioned once. I sat there staring at my screen and something inside me just snapped. I wasn't going to let this go. That evening I sat at home and went through everything in my head. Part of me wanted to just let it go, move on, not rock the boat. But I couldn't stomach it. I'd worked too hard to watch someone else get promoted off my work. So I started gathering evidence. And here's the thing. I had everything. Every single file had timestamps showing I created them. Every email chain where Todd asked me to fix his work. Slack messages where he admitted he didn't understand the technical aspects. I even had his handwritten notes from our meetings where he'd written things like, "Ask her how this works," and "Don't get the Instagram part." The most damning piece was the version history on the presentation file itself. It showed I'd created every single slide over the course of 4 months. Todd had opened the file exactly once, at 8:47 a.m. on presentation day, 20 minutes before the meeting started. I spent 2 days compiling everything into one folder, organized chronologically, with annotations explaining what each piece showed. Then I wrote an email to the CEO. The subject line was, "Clarification regarding Bryant campaign authorship and development." I kept it professional and factual. No emotions, no complaints, just laid out the timeline with evidence attached. I hit send before I could talk myself out of it. Then I waited. 3 days of absolutely nothing. No response, no acknowledgement, nothing. I started panicking, thinking maybe I'd just tanked my career for nothing. Meanwhile, Todd was walking around the office like he owned the place, accepting congratulations from everyone. On the 4th day, I got an email from the CEO's assistant. Todd and I were both required to attend the next board meeting. That's not normal for our level. I barely slept the night before. Walking into that boardroom was surreal. The entire board was there, CEO at the head of the table. Todd looked confident. I felt like I was going to throw up. The CEO started by asking Todd to walk everyone through how he developed the campaign, specifically the technical aspects of the social media integration strategy. Todd started talking in buzzwords: consumer psyche, brand alignment, strategic positioning, all the vague stuff he always said.
Then the CEO interrupted him and asked him to explain how he built the interactive component and what tools he used. Todd stumbled. He mentioned some software we haven't used in years and got basic technical terms completely wrong. The CEO pulled up the screen and showed the version history. He said, "According to this, you opened the final file for the first time at 8:47 a.m. on presentation day." Then he went through everything. The emails where Todd begged me to fix his work, the Slack conversations, the timeline showing I'd created everything from scratch. Todd's face went completely red. He tried to deflect, said he provided strategic oversight, and that's what leadership is. The CEO cut him off. He said strategic oversight doesn't mean taking credit for someone else's work, and effective immediately, Todd was being moved to a senior analyst position. Then he said I'd be taking over as interim creative director. Todd got up and walked out without saying a word. The board members congratulated me. Within an hour, everyone in the office knew what happened. HR was already at Todd's desk, packing his stuff to move him to a different floor. I got what I wanted: recognition, promotion, vindication. But when I saw the looks on my coworkers' faces, I realized this was just the beginning of something else entirely. The reactions came in waves. Some coworkers pulled me aside privately to say it was about time someone stood up to Todd. A few people admitted he'd done similar things to them, but they never had the courage to report it. That felt validating for about 5 minutes. Then the other side started. Marcus and Jennifer, 2 senior team members who'd always been close with Todd, started making comments. "You could have handled this privately. You made the whole department look bad. Now management will be watching all of us." Marcus actually cornered me in the break room one day and said I'd embarrassed Todd unnecessarily, that he has a family. Did I even think about that? Jennifer told me I'd made enemies I didn't need, and that people don't forget this kind of thing. According to her, I'd never be trusted as a leader now. My promotion became official a week later. Interim creative director, with a significant raise, would be permanent after a 90-day evaluation. The team dynamics shifted overnight. Some people were eager to work with me, pitching ideas and asking for guidance. Others became distant and cold, like I was contagious. Todd still works in the building, just 2 floors down. We pass each other sometimes in the hallways. Once we ended up in the same elevator, and he got off 1 floor early, just to avoid being alone with me. The client specifically requested to work with me on their next campaign, which validated everything, but it didn't make the office tension any easier. I sit in my new office sometimes late at night and wonder if it was worth it. I got the recognition and the promotion, but now I'm labeled as the person who takes people down. An older colleague told me that office politics is messy, but I did what I had to do. HR wanted to feature me in the internal newsletter as a success story. I declined. I didn't want more attention. The rumor mill kept churning. I heard Todd was job hunting,
and telling people at other companies that he was forced out by a vindictive employee. His LinkedIn still has his title listed as marketing analyst at Brightwave, but his summary still references award-winning campaigns he developed. He hasn't changed that part. It's been 3 weeks now since the board meeting. My campaigns are successful and the team is productive, but the tension hasn't gone away. One of Todd's former allies approached me last week and admitted Todd had done the same thing to her 2 years ago. She just never spoke up because she didn't think anyone would believe her. That made me wonder how many other people he'd stolen from over the years.
The CEO mentioned in passing yesterday that 2 other employees have come forward with similar complaints about other managers. I don't know if I opened Pandora's box or if this was always there waiting to come out. I did what I thought was right, but I'm not sure the cost was worth it. Half the office treats me like a hero, half treats me like a traitor. Maybe I should have confronted Todd first, given him a chance to make it right. But would he have actually done anything? Or would he have just found a way to retaliate? I have the title and the recognition now, but I eat lunch alone most days. Todd was wrong for what he did. But sitting here in this new office, watching my coworkers whisper when I walk by, I keep wondering if I was wrong for how I handled it. When my ex and best friend got engaged, I made sure their dream wedding turned into a nightmare. Am I the asshole for ruining their big day? I, 28F, dated Jason, 30M, for 5 years. My best friend Lila and I had known each other for 10 years. These were the 2 most important people in my life, and they destroyed me in the worst way possible. 6 months before our wedding, I found out Jason was cheating. Not with some random woman, with Lila, my maid of honor. The person who helped me pick out my dress, the person I called crying when Jason and I had fights. I found out by accident. Jason left his phone on the counter while he was in the shower. A text popped up. "Can't wait to see you tonight. Wear that thing I like." From Lila, with a heart emoji. I stood there staring at that screen for what felt like hours but was probably 30 seconds. My hands were shaking when I unlocked his phone. I knew his passcode. We were getting married. We had no secrets. Or so I thought. The messages went back 4 months. 4 months. Photos. Plans to meet up while I was at work. Discussions about how guilty they felt, but how they couldn't help it. One message from Lila said, "I know this is wrong, but I've never felt this way before." Jason's response, "I know. I think I'm falling for you." I screenshotted everything. Every single message, every photo, every damning piece of evidence. Then I confronted them both. They showed up at my apartment together, which should have told me everything I needed to know. They sat on my couch, the couch Jason and I had picked out together, and fed me the same rehearsed lines. It just happened. We didn't mean to fall in love. We never wanted to hurt you. Lila cried and said she'd been fighting her feelings for so long. Jason said he'd been emotionally disconnected from me for over a year. A year. He'd been planning our wedding while being emotionally disconnected. I kicked them both out, called off the wedding, lost my deposit on the venue. Our mutual friends immediately took sides, and most of them chose them, because love is complicated, and you can't help who you fall for. 2 months later, I was still processing everything when the Instagram post appeared. Jason and Lila, at the beach. Him on one knee, her crying with her hand over her mouth. The caption, "When you know, you know," she said yes. The comments were sickening. Our mutual friends congratulating them. People who'd been at my birthday parties, my family gatherings, people who knew what they'd done to me, all celebrating their love story. That's when I started planning. 4 months after their engagement announcement, a cream-colored envelope showed up in my mailbox. Thick cardstock, elegant calligraphy. My name written in gold ink. I knew what it was before I opened it. The invitation was worse than I imagined. Jason Chen and Lila Rodriguez invite you to celebrate their union in a ceremony of love, forgiveness, and new beginnings. Forgiveness. They'd themed their wedding around forgiveness. There was a handwritten note inside from Lila. I know this might be hard, but it would mean the world to us if you could be there. We want to move forward with love and healing, and your presence would show that you support our journey. I laughed, actually laughed out loud in my kitchen. They wanted me to show up and give them my blessing, to absolve them of their guilt by participating in their celebration. That's when I decided to RSVP yes. I spent the next 2 months acting normal. I ran into Lila at the grocery store and had a pleasant conversation. I liked Jason's Facebook posts about wedding planning. I texted Lila congratulations when she posted about finding her dress. I played the part of the mature, healed ex-girlfriend who'd moved on. But I was preparing. I had all those screenshots saved in 3 different places. I organized them chronologically. I drafted an email with the subject line, "The Real Love Story." I attached every message, every photo, every piece of evidence showing exactly when their affair started, while Jason and I were still together, still engaged, still planning our future. The email was simple. Since this is a celebration of truth and new beginnings, I thought everyone should know the complete story. These messages are all time-stamped from March through July last year. Jason and I broke up in August. I'll let you all draw your own conclusions about the timeline. Congratulations to the happy couple. I set it up to send automatically from a burner email address, timed it for exactly 6:47 p.m., right after the ceremony would end, right before their first dance. I tested it 3 times to make sure it would work. The day of the wedding, I showed up in a simple navy dress, nothing attention-grabbing. I sat in the back. I smiled politely at people I used to call friends. I watched Lila walk down the aisle in a dress that cost more than my car payment. I listened to them exchange vows about honesty and building their relationship on trust. The ceremony ended. Everyone moved to the reception. I checked my phone. 6:45 p.m., 2 minutes until the email sent. I excused myself to the bathroom and stayed there. At exactly 6:47, I heard my phone buzz with the delivery confirmation. Then I heard the first scream from the reception hall. When I walked back out, the room was chaos. People were staring at their phones with their mouths open. Lila's mother was crying. Jason's father was shouting something about seeing the messages himself. The DJ had stopped the music. Lila was standing in the middle of the dance floor, her phone in her hand, her face white. Jason was yelling at his brother, demanding to know who sent the email. The best man was showing his phone to the bridesmaids. Parents were gathering together, reading the screenshots. I watched from the doorway for exactly 90 seconds. Then I left. The next morning, my phone exploded. 53 missed calls, over 200 texts. My social media inboxes were flooded. Everyone had figured out it was me, or at least suspected it was me. I was the only one who had access to those messages. The messages fell into 3 categories. Category 1, people calling me petty, vindictive, psychotic. Lila's sister sent me a 5-paragraph essay about how I'd ruined the happiest day of her sister's life, and that I was a bitter, jealous woman who couldn't let go. Jason's mom called me evil. Several mutual friends told me I'd crossed a line, and that what they did was between the 3 of us, not something to air publicly. Category 2, people who said nothing publicly, but sent private messages saying things like, I always knew something was off about their timeline, and, honestly, they had it coming, and, I'm not saying you were right, but I'm not saying you were wrong either. Category 3,
people who openly supported me. Jason's younger sister called me and said, "Thank you for showing everyone who they really are. My brother's been lying to the family for over a year." Two of my old friends who'd initially sided with Jason and Lila reached out to apologize, saying they hadn't known the full extent of the overlap. According to the various sources texting me, here's what happened after I left. Lila's father confronted Jason in front of everyone, asking him to explain the messages. Jason tried to claim the screenshots were manipulated. Lila's father said he didn't care if they were real or fake. He wasn't watching his daughter get married under these circumstances. He demanded they postpone. Jason's parents pulled him aside. There was a massive argument. Jason apparently admitted the affair started before our breakup, but said it was only emotional cheating at first. Lila locked herself in the bridal suite and wouldn't come out.
The venue coordinator asked them to make a decision because they were running up extra charges. Eventually, they decided to postpone indefinitely. Guests left. The venue still charged them for everything. The catering, the flowers, the open bar, all paid for, none of it used. 3 weeks have passed since then. Jason and Lila are still together, but according to mutual friends, they're fighting constantly. Lila apparently blames Jason for not being more careful with the messages. Jason blames me for being vindictive and unable to move on. My parents are split. My mom says I went too far and that 2 wrongs don't make a right. My dad took me out for dinner and didn't say much, but when he dropped me off, he said, "Well, at least now everyone knows the truth." I've lost more friends over this. People say I should have just let karma handle it, that I stooped to their level, that what I did was worse than what they did because I did it publicly and intentionally. But here's what I keep coming back to. They cheated, lied, and then invited me to celebrate their lies. They wanted me to be complicit in rewriting their story as some beautiful, destined love affair instead of the betrayal it actually was. They wanted my forgiveness without ever really apologizing, wanted me to help them feel better about what they'd done. So I showed everyone the truth. The time-stamped, documented, undeniable truth. Some people are calling me a hero. Some are calling me a villain. Jason's brother told me last week that the family relationships are permanently damaged, and it's my fault. I don't feel guilty. I don't feel vindicated either. Mostly, I just feel tired. The question I keep asking myself is, if someone betrays you in the worst way possible and then asks you to celebrate that betrayal, are you really the asshole for making sure the truth comes out? Or was I supposed to just sit there, smile, and let them have their perfect day built on lies? When my sister stole my fiancé, I made sure her fairy tale wedding ended before it even began. I'm 27F, and up until 8 months ago, I was engaged to Ryan, 29M. We'd been together for 6 years. Nothing fancy, just solid. We were planning a simple wedding. Backyard venue, close friends and family. The kind of day that actually means something. My sister Claire, 25F, was supposed to be my maid of honor. We weren't super close growing up, but she seemed excited for me. I actually thought planning the wedding was bringing us closer. I found out about them in the worst possible way. I came home early from a work trip. My flight got moved up by a day. I went straight to Ryan's apartment to surprise him. The door was unlocked. I walked in and found them on his couch. Not even trying to hide it at that point, I guess. The conversation after was almost worse than catching them. Ryan just stared at me like I was the one who'd done something wrong. Claire cried, but it felt performative. They both kept saying I needed to be mature about this and understand that love happens. Like they'd tripped and fallen into bed together. Like I was supposed to congratulate them on finding each other. Ryan said he didn't want to hurt me, but he couldn't help how he felt. Claire said she never meant for it to happen. Neither of them actually apologized. I moved out of Ryan's place within a week.
Claire offered to help me pack, which felt insulting, but my parents insisted it would be good for us to talk. I was too numb to argue. She came over, helped me box up my life, and kept trying to have these heart-to-heart moments I didn't want. I just wanted her gone. 3 months of silence passed. I stayed off social media mostly, trying to put myself back together. Then one day my phone started blowing up. Claire and Ryan were engaged. The photos were everywhere: Facebook, Instagram, the works. Her in a candid shot showing off the ring, him kissing her forehead. The caption was something about, "When you know, you know." The worst part? They'd chosen my original wedding date, the one Ryan and I had already booked and lost deposits on. My family's reaction was to tell me I needed to move on. My mom actually said I should be happy for them and consider attending the wedding. My dad tried the whole "life is too short to hold grudges" speech. No one seemed to think it was insane that they expected me to just show up and smile. So I went quiet. I stopped arguing with my parents. I RSVP'd yes to the wedding. I even went to the bridal shower and sat there while Claire opened gifts and talked about her future with my ex-fiancé. She made little comments the whole time, things like, "Some relationships just aren't meant to be," while looking at me. Ryan barely acknowledged I existed, but while I was playing nice, I was checking my credit card statements. Something had been bothering me since the move. There were charges I didn't recognize, big ones: a venue deposit, a catering down payment, a photographer's retainer fee, all dated from the weeks after the breakup, right around when Claire was helping me move. She'd had access to everything: my wallet, my cards, my mail. I didn't confront her. I didn't tell anyone. I just started collecting documentation: bank statements, receipts, text messages proving when I'd been where. I filed a fraud report with my bank. I made copies of everything. The week before the wedding, I set up an anonymous email account. The night before their big day, I sent every vendor the same package: proof that the credit card used for their deposits was stolen, my police report, my identification. Everything they needed to know they'd been paid with fraudulent charges. Then I went to bed and slept better than I had in months. The morning of the wedding, I woke up to complete silence. No calls, no texts, nothing. I figured the vendors were just opening their offices, reading emails, making calls to verify. I checked social media over coffee. Claire had posted photos of herself getting ready with her bridesmaids. The caption was something about the perfect day finally arriving. I almost felt bad for her. Almost. Around 10 a.m., Ryan's brother called me. He asked if I'd heard from Claire, because apparently no one could reach her, and Ryan was freaking out. I said no, hadn't talked to her in days, hoped everything was okay. He seemed stressed, but didn't give me details. I hung up and waited. The chaos started hitting around 11. The ceremony was supposed to be at 3 p.m. The venue called Claire first. I'm guessing around 11:30, based on when my phone started going crazy with family group chat messages. Someone posted that the venue had canceled, then the caterer. Then the photographer sent an email saying they wouldn't be attending due to legal liability concerns. Within an hour, the entire wedding had fallen apart. Claire called me at some point during all this. She was completely hysterical, barely coherent. She didn't directly accuse me of anything, but she kept asking if I could help fix it, if I could call the vendors and straighten things out. I told her I was so sorry this was happening, and that I hoped she could figure it out. I didn't offer anything concrete. She was crying so hard she could barely talk, and then she hung up. Here's the thing. No one told the guests not to come. Claire and Ryan were apparently scrambling to fix everything and didn't want to admit defeat. So people started showing up at the venue around 2:30. I drove over too. I had to see it. The venue doors were locked. There were maybe 40 people standing around in the parking lot in formal wear, completely confused. Some of Claire's relatives were frantically calling other venues, but obviously everything was booked on a Saturday afternoon. No food truck showed up, no photographer, just a parking lot full of dressed-up people checking their phones. Then Claire arrived in her dress.
It really was a $5,000 dress. I'd heard her bragging about it at the shower. She pulled up with her bridesmaids and just stood there, staring at the locked doors. Some guests started approaching her, asking what was going on. She couldn't even form sentences. Ryan showed up separately and immediately started yelling at her in front of everyone. He was loud enough that I could hear him from where I was standing by my car. He called her irresponsible, asked how she could screw up the payments, said she'd promised him everything was handled. Claire was sobbing, mascara everywhere, trying to explain. Then she screamed that it wasn't her fault, and suddenly she was pointing at me. I got out of my car and walked over. She looked at me and just said it. "Did you do this?" Everyone went quiet. I stayed calm. I asked her what she meant. She said I knew exactly what she meant. So I told her the truth, that I'd reported my stolen credit card to the bank. That's all. Just reported fraud. She lost it. Started screaming that I knew what I'd done, that I'd ruined everything. I pulled out my phone and showed her the fraud report I'd filed. I told her she stole my card during the move. Ryan tried to step in, called me petty and vindictive. I looked at both of them and said they'd wanted my wedding date so badly, and I hoped it was everything they'd dreamed of. My parents showed up right as things were getting really ugly. My mom pulled me aside and asked how I could do this. I asked her how Claire could steal from me, how Ryan could cheat on me. My dad started in with the two wrongs speech. I didn't apologize. I didn't back down. Claire and Ryan ended up leaving separately. That was the first time I saw a real crack between them. The guests scattered. Some of them were filming the whole thing on their phones. By that evening, it was all over social media. People posting about the disaster wedding, making jokes, asking what happened. Claire deleted everything. The week after the wedding was a nightmare. I blocked Claire and Ryan on everything, but my parents wouldn't let it go. They demanded a family meeting. My extended family was blowing up everyone's phones with opinions. Half my friends said I was justified. The other half said I'd gone too far. Claire was apparently trying to reschedule the wedding, but Ryan was suddenly hesitant. I heard through the grapevine that he kept bringing up the irresponsible comment, like he was having second thoughts about marrying her at all. 2 weeks later, my parents hosted the family meeting at their house. I almost didn't go, but I wanted to say my piece. Claire and Ryan were there, sitting together on the couch like a united front. They spent 20 minutes talking about how I'd ruined their lives, how vindictive and cruel I was, how they'd never be able to get those deposits back. My mom kept looking at me like I was a stranger. I finally pulled out all my documentation, bank statements showing the charges, the timeline of when Claire had access to my apartment and my wallet, text messages proving I was out of town when some of the charges went through. I laid it all out on the coffee table. Some of my relatives didn't even know about the stolen credit card. They'd thought this was just me being bitter about the breakup. Claire tried to downplay it. She said she was going to pay me back eventually, that it wasn't really stealing. I asked her with what money, the money she stole from me in the first place. My parents insisted I should have handled it through legal channels instead of revenge. I pointed out that I did handle it legally. I filed a fraud report. I went through the proper channels. The vendors made their own decisions based on that information. It's been 6 months now. Claire and Ryan did eventually get married at a courthouse,
It was just immediate family, and I obviously wasn't invited. They barely post about each other on social media anymore.
The few photos I've seen through mutual friends look tense. Family gatherings are awkward when I'm there, so half the time I'm just not invited to things anymore. My mom keeps pushing for reconciliation, saying life's too short, that Claire's my only sister. I moved to a new apartment across town, got a new job, started going to therapy to actually process the betrayal instead of just sitting with the anger. Some days I feel completely justified in what I did. Other days I wonder if I just made everything worse for myself. I lost my fiancé and my sister to their affair. Then I lost most of my family's respect with one act of revenge. Last week, Claire texted me for the first time in months. Just 3 words. We need to talk. I haven't opened it since I saw the preview. I don't know what she wants. Maybe she wants to apologize. Maybe she's going to yell at me again. Maybe she needs something from me, which would be absolutely insane given everything. Part of me wants to hear what she has to say. The other part wants to keep her blocked forever and just move on with my life. The text is still sitting there unread. I look at it sometimes and try to imagine what could possibly be worth saying at this point. So I'm here asking the internet, am I the asshole for what I did? Was one day of revenge worth losing my entire family? I got justice, maybe, but I'm not sure what it cost me. Some days I think I'd do it all over again. Other days I'm really not sure.